Part 4. Clashes of Civilizations. Chapter 8. The West and the Rest. Intercivilizational Issues. Western Universalism. In the emerging world, the relations between states and groups from different civilizations will not be close and will often be antagonistic. Yet some intercivilization relations are more conflict-prone than others. At the micro level, the most violent fault lines are between Islam and its Orthodox Hindu, African, and Western Christian neighbors. At the macro level, the dominant division is between the West and the rest, with the most intense conflicts occurring between Muslim and Asian societies on the one hand, and the West on the other. The dangerous clashes of the future are likely to arise from the interaction of Western arrogance, Islamic intolerance, and Cynic assertiveness. Alone among civilizations, the West has had a major and at times devastating impact on every other civilization. The relation between the power and culture of the West and the power and cultures of other civilizations is, as a result, the most pervasive characteristic of the world of civilizations. As the relative power of other civilizations increases, the appeal of Western culture fades, and non-Western peoples have increasing confidence in and commitment to their indigenous cultures. The central problem in the relations between the West and the rest is, consequently, the discordance between the West's, particularly America's, efforts to promote a universal Western culture and its declining ability to do so. The collapse of communism exacerbated this discordance by reinforcing in the West the view that its ideology of democratic liberalism had triumphed globally and hence was universally valid. The West, and especially the United States, which has always been a missionary nation, believe that the non-Western peoples should commit themselves to the Western values of democracy, free markets, limited government, human rights, individualism, the rule of law, and should embody these values in their institutions. Minorities in other civilizations embrace and promote these values, but the dominant attitudes toward them in non-Western cultures range from widespread skepticism to intense opposition. What is universalism to the West is imperialism to the rest. The West is attempting and will continue to attempt to sustain its preeminent position and defend its interests by defining those interests as the interests of the world community. That phrase has become the euphemistic collective noun, replacing the free world, to give global legitimacy to actions reflecting the interests of the United States and other Western powers. The West is, for instance, attempting to integrate the economies of non-Western societies into a global economic system which it dominates. Through the IMF and other international economic institutions, the West promotes its economic interests and imposes on other nations the economic policies it thinks appropriate. In any poll of non-Western peoples, however, the IMF undoubtedly would win the support of finance ministers and a few others, but get an overwhelmingly unfavorable rating from almost everyone else, who would agree with Georgy Arbatov's description of IMF officials as neo-Bolsheviks who love expropriating other people's money, imposing undemocratic and alien rules of economic and political conduct, and stifling economic freedom. Non-Westerners also do not hesitate to point to the gaps between Western principle and Western action. Hypocrisy, double standards, and but-nots are the price of universalist pretensions. Democracy is promoted, but not if it brings Islamic fundamentalists to power. Non-proliferation is preached for Iran and Iraq, but not for Israel. Free trade is the elixir of economic growth, but not for agriculture. Human rights are an issue with China, but not with Saudi Arabia. Aggression against oil-owning Kuwaitis is massively repulsed, but not against non-oil-owning Bosnians. Double standards in practice are the unavoidable price of universal standards of principle. Having achieved political independence, non-Western societies wish to free themselves from Western economic, military, and cultural domination. East Asian societies are well on their way to equaling the West economically. Asian and Islamic countries are looking for shortcuts to balance the West militarily. The universal aspirations of Western civilization, the declining relative power of the West, and the increasing cultural assertiveness of other civilizations ensure generally difficult relations between the West and the rest. The nature of those relations and the extent to which they are antagonistic, however, vary considerably and fall into three categories. With the challenger civilizations, Islam and China, the West is likely to have consistently strained and often highly antagonistic relations. Its relations with Latin America and Africa, weaker civilizations which have in some measure been dependent on the West, will involve much lower levels of conflict, particularly with Latin America. The relations of Russia, Japan, and India to the West are likely to fall between those of the other two groups, involving elements of cooperation and conflict, as these three core states at times line up with the challenger civilizations and at times side with the West. They are the swing civilizations between the West on the one hand and Islamic and Sinic civilizations on the other. Islam and China embody great cultural traditions, very different from, and in their eyes, infinitely superior to, that of the West. The power and assertiveness of both in relation to the West are increasing, and the conflicts between their values and interests and those of the West are multiplying and becoming more intense. Because Islam lacks a core state, its relations with the West vary greatly from country to country. Since the 1970s, however, a fairly consistent anti-Western trend has existed, marked by the rise of fundamentalism, shifts in power within Muslim countries from more pro-Western to more anti-Western governments, the emergence of a quasi-war between some Islamic groups and the West, and the weakening of the Cold War security ties that existed between some Muslim states and the United States. Underlying the differences on specific issues is the fundamental question of the role these civilizations will play relative to the West in shaping the future of the world. Will the global institutions, the distribution of power, and the politics and economies of nations in the 21st century primarily reflect Western values and interests, or will they be shaped primarily by those of Islam and China? The realist theory of international relations predicts that the core states of non-Western civilizations should coalesce together to balance the dominant power of the West. In some areas, this has happened. A general anti-Western coalition, however, seems unlikely in the immediate future. Islamic and Sinic civilizations differ fundamentally in terms of religion, culture, social structure, traditions, politics, and basic assumptions at the root of their way of life. Inherently, each probably has less in common with the other than it has in common with Western civilization. Yet in politics, a common enemy creates a common interest. Islamic and Sinic societies, which see the West as their antagonist, thus have reason to cooperate with each other against the West, even as the Allies and Stalin did against Hitler. This cooperation occurs on a variety of issues, including human rights, economics, and most notably the efforts by societies in both civilizations to develop their military capabilities, particularly weapons of mass destruction and the missiles for delivering them, so as to counter the conventional military superiority of the West. By the early 1990s, a Confucian-Islamic connection was in place between China and North Korea, on the one hand, and in varying degrees Pakistan, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya, and Algeria, on the other, to confront the West on these issues. The issues that divide the West and these other societies are increasingly important on the international agenda. Three such issues involve the efforts of the West. 1. To maintain its military superiority through policies of non-proliferation and counter-proliferation with respect to nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons and the means to deliver them. 2. To promote Western political values and institutions by pressing other societies to respect human rights as conceived in the West and to adopt democracy on Western lines. And 3. to protect the cultural, social, and ethnic integrity of Western societies by restricting the number of non-Westerners admitted as immigrants or refugees. In all three areas, the West has had and is likely to continue to have difficulties defending its interests against those of non-Western societies. Weapons proliferation. The diffusion of military capabilities is the consequence of global economic and social development. As they become richer economically, Japan, China, and other Asian countries will become more powerful militarily, as Islamic societies eventually will also. So will Russia if it is successful in reforming its economy. The last decades of the 20th century have seen many non-Western nations acquire sophisticated weapons through arms transfers from Western societies, Russia, Israel, and China, and also create indigenous arms production facilities for highly sophisticated weapons. These processes will continue and probably accelerate during the early years of the 21st century. Nonetheless, well into that century, the West, meaning primarily the United States with some supplements from Britain and France, will alone be able to intervene militarily in almost any part of the world, and only the United States will have the air power capable of bombing virtually any place in the world. These are the central elements of the military position of the United States as a global power and of the West as the dominant civilization in the world. For the immediate future, the balance of conventional military power between the West and the rest will overwhelmingly favor the West. The time, effort, and expense required to develop a first-class conventional military capability provide tremendous incentives for non-Western states to pursue other ways of countering Western conventional military power. The perceived shortcut is the acquisition of weapons of mass destruction and the means to deliver them. The core states of civilizations and countries, which are or aspire to be regionally dominant powers, have special incentives to acquire these weapons. Such weapons, first, enable those states to establish their dominance over other states in their civilization and region, and second, provide them with the means to deter intervention in their civilization and region by the United States or other external powers. If Saddam Hussein had delayed his invasion of Kuwait for 2 or 3 years until Iraq had nuclear weapons, he very likely would be in possession of Kuwait, and quite possibly the Saudi oil fields also. Non-Western states draw the obvious lessons from the Gulf War. For the North Korean military, these were: don't let the Americans build up their forces, don't let them put in air power, don't let them take the initiative, don't let them fight a war with low U.S. casualties. For a top Indian military official, the lesson was even more explicit. Don't fight the United States unless you have nuclear weapons. That lesson has been taken to heart by political leaders and military chiefs throughout the non-Western world, as has a plausible corollary. If you have nuclear weapons, the United States won't fight you. Rather than reinforce power politics as usual, Lawrence Friedman has observed, nuclear weapons, in fact, confirm a tendency towards the fragmentation of the international system in which the erstwhile great powers play a reduced role. The role of nuclear weapons for the West in the post-Cold War world is thus the opposite of that during the Cold War. Then, as Secretary of Defense Lee Aspen pointed out, nuclear weapons compensated for Western conventional inferiority vis-à-vis the Soviet Union. They were the equalizer. In the post-Cold War world, however, the United States has unmatched conventional military power, and it is our potential adversaries who may attain nuclear weapons. We're the ones who could wind up being the equalizee. It is thus not surprising that Russia has emphasized the role of nuclear weapons in its defense planning, and in 1995 arranged to purchase additional intercontinental missiles and bombers from Ukraine. We are now hearing what we used to say about Russians in 1950s, one U.S. weapons expert commented. Now the Russians are saying, we need nuclear weapons to compensate for their conventional superiority. In a related reversal, during the Cold War, the United States, for deterrent purposes, refused to renounce the first use of nuclear weapons. In keeping with the new deterrent function of nuclear weapons in the post-Cold War world, Russia, in 1993, in effect renounced the previous Soviet commitment to no first use. Simultaneously, China, in developing its post-Cold War nuclear strategy of limited deterrence, also began to question and to weaken its 1964 no-first-use commitment. As they acquire nuclear and other mass destruction weapons, other core states and regional powers are likely to follow these examples so as to maximize the deterrent effect of their weapons on Western conventional military action against them. Nuclear weapons also can threaten the West more directly. China and Russia have ballistic missiles that can reach Europe and North America with nuclear warheads. North Korea, Pakistan, and India are expanding the range of their missiles and at some point are also likely to have the capability of targeting the West. In addition, nuclear weapons can be delivered by other means. Military analysts set forth a spectrum of violence from very low-intensity warfare, such as terrorism and sporadic guerrilla war, through limited wars to larger wars involving massive conventional forces, to nuclear war. Terrorism historically is the weapon of the weak, that is, of those who do not possess conventional military power. Since World War II, nuclear weapons have also been the weapon by which the weak compensate for conventional inferiority. In the past, terrorists could do only limited violence, killing a few people here or destroying a facility there. Massive military forces were required to do massive violence. At some point, however, a few terrorists will be able to produce massive violence and massive destruction. Separately, terrorism and nuclear weapons are the weapons of the non-Western weak. If and when they are combined, the non-Western weak will be strong. In the post-Cold War world, efforts to develop weapons of mass destruction and the means of delivering them have been concentrated in Islamic and Confucian states. Pakistan and probably North Korea have a small number of nuclear weapons, or at least the ability to assemble them rapidly, and are also developing or acquiring longer-range missiles capable of delivering them. Iraq had a significant chemical warfare capability and was making major efforts to acquire biological and nuclear weapons. Iran has an extensive program to develop nuclear weapons and has been expanding its capability for delivering them. In 1988, President Rafsanjani declared that Iranians must fully equip ourselves both in the offensive and defensive use of chemical, bacteriological, and radiological weapons. And 3 years later, his vice president told an Islamic conference, "Since Israel continues to possess nuclear weapons, we, the Muslims, must cooperate to produce an atom bomb, regardless of UN attempts to prevent proliferation." In 1992 and 1993, top U.S. intelligence officials said Iran was pursuing the acquisition of nuclear weapons, and in 1995, Secretary of State Warren Christopher bluntly stated, "Today, Iran is engaged in a crash effort to develop nuclear weapons." Other Muslim states reportedly interested in developing nuclear weapons include Libya, Algeria, and Saudi Arabia. The crescent, in Ali Mazroui's colorful phrase, is over the mushroom cloud, and can threaten others in addition to the West. Islam could end up playing nuclear Russian roulette with 2 other civilizations, with Hinduism in South Asia and with Zionism and politicized Judaism in the Middle East. Weapons proliferation is where the Confucian-Islamic connection has been most extensive and most concrete, with China playing the central role in transfer of both conventional and non-conventional weapons to many Muslim states. These transfers include construction of a secret, heavily defended nuclear reactor in the Algerian desert, ostensibly for research but widely believed by Western experts to be capable of producing plutonium, the sale of chemical weapons materials to Libya, the provision of CSS-2 medium-range missiles to Saudi Arabia, the supply of nuclear technology or materials to Iraq, Libya, Syria, and North Korea, and the transfer of large numbers of conventional weapons to Iraq. Supplementing China's transfers in the early 1990s, North Korea supplied Syria with Scud-C missiles, delivered via Iran, and then the mobile chassis from which to launch them. The central buckle in the Confucian-Islamic arms connection has been the relation between China and, to a lesser extent, North Korea on the one hand, and Pakistan and Iran on the other. Between 1980 and 1991, the two chief recipients of Chinese arms were Iran and Pakistan, with Iraq a runner-up. Beginning in the 1970s, China and Pakistan developed an extremely intimate military relationship. In 1989, the two countries signed a 10-year Memorandum of Understanding for military cooperation in the fields of purchase, joint research and development, joint production, transfer of technology, as well as export to third countries through mutual agreement. A supplementary agreement providing Chinese credits for Pakistani arms purchases was signed in 1993. As a result, China became Pakistan's most reliable and extensive supplier of military hardware, transferring military-related exports of virtually every description and destined for every branch of the Pakistani military. China also helped Pakistan create production facilities for jet aircraft, tanks, artillery, and missiles. Of much greater significance, China provided essential help to Pakistan in developing its nuclear weapons capability, allegedly furnishing Pakistan with uranium for enrichment, advising on bomb design, and possibly allowing Pakistan to explode a nuclear device at a Chinese test site. China then supplied Pakistan with M11 300-kilometer range ballistic missiles that could deliver nuclear weapons, in the process violating a commitment to the United States. In return, China has secured mid-air refueling technology and Stinger missiles from Pakistan. By the 1990s, the weapons connections between China and Iran also had become intensive. During the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s, China supplied Iran with 22% of its arms, and in 1989 became its single largest arms supplier. China also actively collaborated in Iran's openly declared efforts to acquire nuclear weapons. After signing an initial Sino-Iranian cooperation agreement, the two countries then agreed in January 1990 to a 10-year understanding on scientific cooperation and military technology transfers. In September 1992, President Rafsanjani, accompanied by Iranian nuclear experts, visited Pakistan and then went on to China, where he signed another agreement for nuclear cooperation, and in February 1993, China agreed to build two 300 MW nuclear reactors in Iran. In keeping with these agreements, China transferred nuclear technology and information to Iran, trained Iranian scientists and engineers, and provided Iran with a calutron-enriching device. In 1995, after sustained U.S. pressure, China agreed to cancel, according to the United States, or to suspend, according to China, the sale of the two 300 MW reactors. China was also a major supplier of missiles and missile technology to Iran, including, in the late 1980s, Silkworm missiles delivered through North Korea, and dozens, perhaps hundreds, of missile guidance systems and computerized machine tools in 1994 to 1995. China also licensed production in Iran of Chinese surface-to-surface missiles. North Korea supplemented this assistance by shipping Scuds to Iran, aiding Iran to develop its own production facilities, and then agreeing in 1993 to supply Iran with its 600-mile range Nodong-1 missile. On the third leg of the triangle, Iran and Pakistan also developed extensive cooperation in the nuclear area, with Pakistan training Iranian scientists, and Pakistan, Iran, and China agreeing in November 1992 to work together on nuclear projects. The extensive Chinese help to Pakistan and Iran in developing weapons of mass destruction evidences an extraordinary level of commitment and cooperation between these countries. As a result of these developments and the potential threats they pose to Western interests, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction has moved to the top of the West's security agenda. In 1990, for instance, 59% of the American public thought that preventing the spread of nuclear weapons was an important foreign policy goal. In 1994, 82% of the public and 90% of foreign policy leaders identified it as such. President Clinton highlighted the priority of non-proliferation in September 1993, and in the fall of 1994 declared a national emergency to deal with the unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States by the proliferation of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons and the means of delivering such weapons. In 1991, the CIA created a non-proliferation center with a 100-person staff, and in December 1993, Secretary of Defense Aspen announced a new Defense Counterproliferation Initiative and the creation of a new position of Assistant Secretary for Nuclear Secretary and Counterproliferation. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union engaged in a classic arms race, developing more and more technologically sophisticated nuclear weapons and delivery vehicles for them. It was a case of build-up versus build-up. In the post-Cold War world, the central arms competition is of a different sort. The West's antagonists are attempting to acquire weapons of mass destruction, and the West is attempting to prevent them from doing so. It is not a case of build-up versus build-up, but rather a build-up versus hold down. The size and capabilities of the West's nuclear arsenal are not, apart from rhetoric, part of the competition. The outcome of an arms race of build-up versus build-up depends on the resources, commitment, and technological competence of the two sides. It is not foreordained. The outcome of a race between build-up and hold-down is more predictable. The hold-down efforts of the West may slow the weapons buildup of other societies, but they will not stop it. The economic and social development of non-Western societies, the commercial incentives for all societies, Western and non-Western, to make money through the sale of weapons, technology, and expertise, and the political motives of core states and regional powers to protect their local hegemonies, all work to subvert Western hold-down efforts. The West promotes non-proliferation as reflecting the interests of all nations in international order and stability. Other nations, however, see non-proliferation as serving the interests of Western hegemony. That such is the case is reflected in the differences in concern over proliferation between the West and most particularly the United States on the one hand, and regional powers whose security would be affected by proliferation on the other. This was notable with respect to Korea. In 1993 and 1994, the United States worked itself up into a crisis state of mind over the prospect of North Korean nuclear weapons. In November 1993, President Clinton flatly stated, "North Korea cannot be allowed to develop a nuclear bomb. We have to be very firm about it." Senators, representatives, and former officials of the Bush administration discussed the possible need for a preemptive attack on North Korean nuclear facilities. U.S. concern over the North Korean program was rooted in considerable measure in its concern with global proliferation. Not only would such capability constrain and complicate possible U.S. actions in East Asia, but if North Korea sold its technology and/or weapons, it could have comparable effects for the United States in South Asia and the Middle East. South Korea, on the other hand, viewed the bomb in relation to its regional interests. Many South Koreans saw a North Korean bomb as a Korean bomb, one which would never be used against other Koreans, but could be used to defend Korean independence and interests against Japan and other potential threats. South Korean civilian officials and military officers explicitly looked forward to a united Korea having that capability. South Korean interests were well served. North Korea would suffer the expense and international obloquy of developing the bomb. South Korea would eventually inherit it. the combination of northern nuclear weapons and southern industrial prowess would enable a unified Korea to assume its appropriate role as a major actor on the East Asian scene. As a result, marked differences existed in the extent to which Washington saw a major crisis existing on the Korean peninsula in 1994, and the absence of any significant sense of crisis in Seoul, creating a panic gap between the two capitals. One of the oddities of the North Korean nuclear standoff from its start several years ago, one journalist observed at the height of the crisis in June 1994, is that the sense of crisis increases the farther one is from Korea. A similar gap between American security interests and those of regional powers occurred in South Asia, with the United States being more concerned with nuclear proliferation there than the inhabitants of the region. India and Pakistan each found the other's nuclear threat easier to accept than American proposals to cap, reduce, or eliminate both threats. The efforts by the United States and other Western countries to prevent the proliferation of equalizer weapons of mass destruction have met with, and are likely to continue to meet with, limited success. A month after President Clinton said that North Korea could not be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, U.S. intelligence agencies informed him that it probably had one or two. U.S. policy consequently shifted to offering North Koreans carrots to induce them not to expand their nuclear arsenal. The United States was also unable to reverse or to stop nuclear weapons development by India and Pakistan, and it has been unable to halt Iran's nuclear progress. At the April 1995 conference on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the key issue was whether it should be renewed for an indefinite period or for 25 years. The United States led the effort for permanent extension. A wide range of other countries, however, objected to such an extension unless it was accompanied by much more drastic reduction in nuclear arms by the 5 recognized nuclear powers. In addition, Egypt opposed extension unless Israel signed the treaty and accepted safeguard inspections. In the end, the United States won an overwhelming consensus on indefinite extension through a highly successful strategy of arm twisting, bribes, and threat. Neither Egypt nor Mexico, for instance, both of whom had been against indefinite extension, could maintain its position in the face of their economic dependence on the United States. While the treaty was extended by consensus, the representatives of 7 Muslim nations, Syria, Jordan, Iran, Iraq, Libya, Egypt, and Malaysia, and 1 African nation, Nigeria, expressed dissenting views in the final debate. In 1993, the primary goals of the West, as defined in American policy, shifted from non-proliferation to counter-proliferation. This change was a realistic recognition of the extent to which some nuclear proliferation could not be avoided. In due course, U.S. policy will shift from countering proliferation to accommodating proliferation and, if the government can escape from its Cold War mindset, to how promoting proliferation can serve U.S. and Western interests. As of 1995, however, the United States and the West remained committed to a hold-down policy which, in the end, is bound to fail. The proliferation of nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction is a central phenomenon of the slow but ineluctable diffusion of power in a multi-civilizational world. Human rights and democracy. During the 1970s and 1980s, over 30 countries shifted from authoritarian to democratic political systems. Several causes were responsible for this wave of transitions. Economic development was undoubtedly the major underlying factor generating these political changes. In addition, however, the policies and action of the United States, the major Western European powers, and international institutions helped to bring democracy to Spain and Portugal, many Latin American countries, the Philippines, South Korea, and Eastern Europe. Democratization was most successful in countries where Christian and Western influences were strong. New democratic regimes appeared most likely to stabilize in the southern and central European countries that were predominantly Catholic or Protestant, and less certainly in Latin American countries. In East Asia, the Catholic and heavily American-influenced Philippines returned to democracy in the 1980s, while Christian leaders promoted movement toward democracy in South Korea and Taiwan. As has been pointed out previously, in the former Soviet Union, the Baltic republics appear to be successfully stabilizing democracy. The degree and stability of democracy in the Orthodox republics vary considerably and are uncertain. Democratic prospects in the Muslim republics are bleak. By the 1990s, except for Cuba, democratic transitions had occurred in most of the countries outside Africa whose peoples espoused Western Christianity or where major Christian influences existed. These transitions and the collapse of the Soviet Union generated in the West, particularly in the United States, the belief that a global democratic revolution was underway and that in short order, Western concepts of human rights and Western forms of political democracy would prevail throughout the world. Promoting this spread of democracy, hence, became a high priority goal for Westerners. It was endorsed by the Bush administration, with Secretary of State James Baker declaring in April 1990 that beyond containment lies democracy, and that for the post-Cold War world, President Bush has defined our new mission to be the promotion and consolidation of democracy. In his 1992 campaign, Bill Clinton repeatedly said that the promotion of democracy would be a top priority of the Clinton administration, and democratization was the only foreign policy topic to which he devoted an entire major campaign speech. Once in office, he recommended a 2/3 increase in funding for the National Endowment for Democracy. His assistant for national security defined the central theme of Clinton foreign policy as the enlargement of democracy. And his Secretary of Defense identified the promotion of democracy as one of 4 major goals and attempted to create a senior position in his department to promote that goal. To a lesser degree, and in less obvious ways, the promotion of human rights and democracy also assumed a prominent role in the foreign policies of European states and in the criteria used by the Western-controlled international economic institutions for loans and grants to developing countries. As of 1995, European and American efforts to achieve these goals had met with limited success. Almost all non-Western civilizations were resistant to this pressure from the West. These included Hindu, Orthodox, African, and in some measure even Latin American countries. The greatest resistance to Western democratization efforts, however, came from Islam and Asia. This resistance was rooted in the broader movements of cultural assertiveness embodied in the Islamic resurgence and the Asian affirmation. The failures of the United States with respect to Asia stemmed primarily from the increasing economic wealth and self-confidence of Asian governments. Asian publicists repeatedly reminded the West that the old age of dependence and subordination was past, and that the West, which produced half the world's economic product in the 1940s, dominated the United Nations, and wrote the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, had disappeared into history. Efforts to promote human rights in Asia, argued one Singaporean official, must also reckon with the altered distribution of power in the post-Cold War world. Western leverage over East and Southeast Asia has been greatly reduced. He is right. While the agreement on nuclear matters between the United States and North Korea might appropriately be termed a negotiated surrender, the capitulation of the United States on human rights issues with China and other Asian powers was unconditional surrender. After threatening China with the denial of most favored nation treatment if it was not more forthcoming on human rights, the Clinton administration first saw its Secretary of State humiliated in Beijing, denied even a face-saving gesture, and then responded to this behavior by renouncing its previous policy and separating MFN status from human rights concerns. China, in turn, reacted to this show of weakness by continuing and intensifying the behavior to which the Clinton administration objected. The administration beat similar retreats in its dealings with Singapore over the caning of an American citizen, and with Indonesia over its repressive violence in East Timor. The ability of Asian regimes to resist Western human rights pressures was reinforced by several factors. American and European businessmen were desperately anxious to expand their trade with and their investment in these rapidly growing countries and subjected their governments to intense pressure not to disrupt economic relations with them. In addition, Asian countries saw such pressure as an infringement on their sovereignty and rallied to each other's support when these issues arose. Taiwanese, Japanese, and Hong Kong businessmen who invested in China had a major interest in China's retaining its MFN privileges with the United States. The Japanese government generally distanced itself from American human rights policies. We will not let abstract notions of human rights affect our relations with China, Prime Minister Keiichi Miyazawa said not long after Tiananmen Square. The countries of ASEAN were unwilling to apply pressure to Myanmar and indeed, in 1994, welcomed the military junta to their meeting, while the European Union, as its spokesman said, had to recognize that its policy had not been very successful, and that it would have to go along with the ASEAN approach to Myanmar. In addition, their growing economic power allowed states such as Malaysia and Indonesia to apply reverse conditionalities to countries and firms which criticize them or engage in other behavior they find objectionable. Overall, the growing economic strength of the Asian countries renders them increasingly immune to Western pressure concerning human rights and democracy. Today, China's economic power, Richard Nixon observed in 1994, makes U.S. lectures about human rights imprudent. Within a decade, it will make them irrelevant. Within 2 decades, it will make them laughable. By that time, however, Chinese economic development could make Western lectures unnecessary. Economic growth is strengthening Asian governments in relation to Western governments. In the longer run, it will also strengthen Asian societies in relation to Asian governments. If democracy comes to additional Asian countries, it will come because the increasingly strong Asian bourgeoisie and middle classes want it to come. In contrast to agreement on the indefinite expansion of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Western efforts to promote human rights and democracy in UN agencies generally came to naught. With a few exceptions, such as those condemning Iraq, human rights resolutions were almost always defeated in UN votes. Apart from some Latin American countries, other governments were reluctant to enlist in efforts to promote what many saw as human rights imperialism. In 1990, for instance, Sweden submitted on behalf of 20 Western nations a resolution condemning the military regime in Myanmar, but opposition from Asian and other countries killed it. Resolutions condemning Iran for human rights abuses were also voted down, and for 5 straight years in the 1990s, China was able to mobilize Asian support to defeat Western-sponsored resolutions expressing concern over its human rights violations. In 1994, Pakistan tabled a resolution in the UN Commission on Human Rights condemning India's rights violations on Kashmir. Countries friendly to India rallied against it, but so also did 2 of Pakistan's closest friends, China and Iran, who had been the targets of similar measures and who persuaded Pakistan to withdraw the proposal. In failing to condemn Indian brutality in Kashmir, The Economist observed, the UN Human Rights Commission, by default, sanctioned it. Other countries, too, are getting away with murder. Turkey, Indonesia, Colombia, and Algeria have all escaped criticism. The Commission is thus giving succor to governments that practice butchery and torture, which is exactly the opposite of what its creators intended. The differences over human rights between the West and other civilizations, and the limited ability of the West to achieve its goals, were clearly revealed in the UN World Conference on Human Rights in Vienna in June 1993. On one side were the European and North American countries. On the other side was a bloc of about 50 non-Western states, the 15 most active members of which included the governments of 1 Latin American country, Cuba, 1 Buddhist country, Myanmar, 4 Confucian countries with widely varying political ideologies, economic systems, and levels of development, Singapore, Vietnam, North Korea, and China, and 9 Muslim countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, Pakistan, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Sudan, and Libya. The leadership of this Asian Islamic grouping came from China, Syria, and Iran. In between these two groupings were the Latin American countries, apart from Cuba, which often supported the West, and African and Orthodox countries, which sometimes supported, but more often opposed, Western positions. The issues on which countries divided along civilizational lines included universality versus cultural relativism with respect to human rights, the relative priority of economic and social rights, including the right to development versus political and civil rights, political conditionality with respect to economic assistance, the creation of a UN Commissioner for Human Rights, the extent to which the non-governmental human rights organizations simultaneously meeting in Vienna should be allowed to participate in the governmental conference, the particular rights which should be endorsed by the conference, and more specific issues, such as whether the Dalai Lama should be allowed to address the conference and whether human rights abuses in Bosnia should be explicitly condemned. Major differences existed between the Western countries and the Asian Islamic bloc on these issues. 2 months before the Vienna Conference, the Asian countries met in Bangkok and endorsed a declaration which emphasized that human rights must be considered in the context of national and regional particularities and various historical, religious, and cultural backgrounds, that human rights monitoring violated state sovereignty, and that conditioning economic assistance on human rights performance was contrary to the right to development. The differences over these and other issues were so great that almost the entire document produced by the final pre-Vienna Conference preparatory meeting in Geneva in early May was in brackets, indicating dissents by one or more countries. The Western nations were ill-prepared for Vienna, were outnumbered at the conference, and during its proceedings made more concessions than their opponents. As a result, apart from a strong endorsement of women's rights, the declaration approved by the conference was a minimal one. It was, one human rights supporter observed, a flawed and contradictory document, and represented a victory for the Asian Islamic coalition and a defeat for the West. The Vienna Declaration contained no explicit endorsement of the rights to freedom of speech, the press, assembly, and religion, and was thus in many respects weaker than the Universal Declaration of Human Rights the UN had adopted in 1948. This shift reflected the decline in the power of the West. The international human rights regime of 1945, an American human rights supporter remarked, is no more. American hegemony has eroded. Europe, even with the events of 1992, is little more than a peninsula. The world is now as Arab, Asian, and African as it is Western. Today, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the international covenants are less relevant to much of the planet than during the immediate post-World War II era. An Asian critic of the West had similar views. For the first time since the Universal Declaration was adopted in 1948, countries not thoroughly steeped in the Judeo-Christian and natural law traditions are in the first rank. That unprecedented situation will define the new international politics of human rights. It will also multiply the occasions for conflict. The big winner at Vienna, another observer commented, clearly was China. At least if success is measured by telling other people to get out of the way. Beijing kept winning throughout the meeting simply by tossing its weight around. Outvoted and outmaneuvered at Vienna, the West was nonetheless able a few months later to score a not insignificant victory against China. Securing the 2000 Summer Olympics for Beijing was a major goal of the Chinese government, which invested tremendous resources in trying to achieve it. In China, there was immense publicity about the Olympic bid, and public expectations were high. The government lobbied other governments to pressure their Olympic associations. Taiwan and Hong Kong joined in the campaign. On the other side, the United States Congress, the European Parliament, and human rights organizations all vigorously opposed selecting Beijing. Although voting in the International Olympic Committee is by secret ballot, it clearly was along civilizational lines. On the first ballot, Beijing, with reportedly widespread African support, was in first place with Sydney in second. On subsequent ballots, when Istanbul was eliminated, the Confucian-Islamic connection brought its votes overwhelmingly to Beijing. When Berlin and Manchester were eliminated, their votes went overwhelmingly to Sydney, giving it victory on the fourth ballot and imposing a humiliating defeat on China, which it blamed squarely on the United States. America and Britain, Lee Kuan Yew commented, succeeded in cutting China down to size. The apparent reason was human rights. The real reason was political, to show Western political clout. Undoubtedly, many more people in the world are concerned with sports than with human rights. But given the defeats on human rights the West suffered at Vienna and elsewhere, this isolated demonstration of Western clout was also a reminder of Western weakness. Not only is Western clout diminished, but the paradox of democracy also weakens Western will to promote democracy in the post-Cold War world. During the Cold War, the West, and the United States in particular, confronted the friendly tyrant problem, the dilemmas of coping with military juntas and dictators who were anti-communist and hence useful partners in the Cold War. Such cooperation produced uneasiness and at times embarrassment when these regimes engaged in outrageous violations of human rights. Cooperation could, however, be justified as the lesser evil. These governments were usually less thoroughly repressive than communist regimes and could be expected to be less durable, as well as more susceptible to American and other outside influences. Why not work with a less brutal friendly tyrant if the alternative was a more brutal, unfriendly one? In the post-Cold War world, the choice can be the more difficult one between a friendly tyrant and an unfriendly democracy. The West's easy assumption that democratically elected governments will be cooperative and pro-Western need not hold true in non-Western societies where electoral competition can bring anti-Western nationalists and fundamentalists to power. The West was relieved when the Algerian military intervened in 1992 and canceled the election which the fundamentalists' FIS clearly was going to win. Western governments also were reassured when the Fundamentalist Welfare Party in Turkey and the nationalist BJP Party in India were excluded from power after scoring electoral victories in 1995 and 1996. On the other hand, within the context of its revolution, Iran in some respects has one of the more democratic regimes in the Islamic world, and competitive elections in many Arab countries, including Saudi Arabia and Egypt, would almost surely produce governments far less sympathetic to Western interests than their undemocratic predecessors. A popularly elected government in China could well be a highly nationalistic one, as Western leaders realize that democratic processes in non-Western societies often produce governments unfriendly to the West. They both attempt to influence those elections and also lose their enthusiasm for promoting democracy in those societies. Immigration. If demography is destiny, population movements are the motor of history. In centuries past, differential growth rates, economic conditions, and governmental policies have produced massive migrations by Greeks, Jews, Germanic tribes, Norse, Turks, Russians, Chinese, and others. In some instances, these movements were relatively peaceful, in others, quite violent. 19th century Europeans were, however, the master race at demographic invasion. Between 1821 and 1924, approximately 55 million Europeans migrated overseas, 34 million of them to the United States. Westerners conquered and at times obliterated other peoples, explored and settled less densely populated lands. The export of people was perhaps the single most important dimension of the rise of the West between the 16th and 20th centuries. the late 20th century has seen a different and even larger surge in migration. In 1990, legal international migrants numbered about 100 million, refugees about 19 million, and illegal migrants probably at least 10 million more. This new wave of migration was in part the product of decolonization, the establishment of new states, and state policies that encouraged or forced people to move. It was also, however, the result of modernization and technological development. Transportation improvements made migration easier, quicker, and cheaper. Communications improvements enhanced the incentives to pursue economic opportunities and promoted relations between migrants and their home country families. In addition, as the economic growth of the West stimulated emigration in the 19th century, economic development in non-Western societies has stimulated emigration in the 20th century. Migration becomes a self-reinforcing process. If there is a single law in migration, Myron Weiner argues, it is that a migration flow, once begun, induces its own flow. Migrants enable their friends and relatives back home to migrate by providing them with information about how to migrate, resources to facilitate movement, and assistance in finding jobs and housing. The result is, in his phrase, a global migration crisis. Westerners consistently and overwhelmingly have opposed nuclear proliferation and supported democracy and human rights. Their views on immigration, in contrast, have been ambivalent and changing, with the balance shifting significantly in the last 2 decades of the 20th century. Until the 1970s, European countries generally were favorably disposed toward immigration and, in some cases, most notably Germany and Switzerland, encouraged it to remedy labor shortages. In 1965, the United States removed the European-oriented quotas dating from the 1920s and drastically revised its laws, making possible tremendous increases in and new sources of immigrants in the 1970s and 1980s. By the late 1980s, however, high unemployment rates, the increased numbers of immigrants, and their overwhelmingly non-European character produced sharp changes in European attitudes and policy. A few years later, similar concerns led to a comparable shift in the United States. A majority of late 20th century migrants and refugees have moved from one non-Western society to another. The influx of migrants to Western societies, however, has approached in absolute numbers 19th century Western emigration. In 1990, an estimated 20 million first-generation immigrants were in the United States, 15.5 million in Europe, and 8 million in Australia and Canada. The proportion of immigrants to total population reached 7% to 8% in major European countries. In the United States, immigrants constituted 8.7% of the population in 1994, twice that of 1970, and made up 25% of the people in California and 16% of those in New York. About 8.3 million people entered the United States in the 1980s and 4.5 million in the first 4 years of the 1990s. The new immigrants came overwhelmingly from non-Western societies. In Germany, Turkish foreign residents numbered 1,675,000 in 1990, with Yugoslavia, Italy, and Greece providing the next largest contingents. In Italy, the principal sources were Morocco, the United States, presumably largely Italian Americans going back, Tunisia, and the Philippines. By the mid-1990s, approximately 4 million Muslims lived in France, and up to 13 million in Western Europe overall. In the 1950s, 2/3 of the immigrants to the United States came from Europe and Canada. In the 1980s, roughly 35% of the much larger number of immigrants came from Asia, 45% from Latin America, and less than 15% from Europe and Canada. Natural population growth is low in the United States and virtually zero in Europe. Migrants have high fertility rates and hence account for most future population growth in Western societies. As a result, Westerners increasingly fear that they are now being invaded not by armies and tanks, but by migrants who speak other languages, worship other gods, belong to other cultures, and they fear, will take their jobs, occupy their land, live off the welfare system, and threaten their way of life. These phobias, rooted in relative demographic decline, Stanley Hoffman observes, are based on genuine cultural clashes and worries about national identity. By the early 1990s, 2/3 of the migrants in Europe were Muslim, and European concern with immigration is above all concern with Muslim immigration. The challenge is demographic. Migrants account for 10% of the births in Western Europe, Arabs 50% of those in Brussels, and cultural. Muslim communities, whether Turkish in Germany or Algerian in France, have not been integrated into their host cultures and, to the concern of Europeans, show few signs of becoming so. There is a fear growing all across Europe, Jean-Marie Domanac said in 1991, of a Muslim community that cuts across European lines, a sort of 13th nation of the European community. With respect to immigrants, an American journalist commented, European hostility is curiously selective. Few in France worry about an onslaught from the East. Poles, after all, are European and Catholic. And for the most part, non-Arab African immigrants are neither feared nor despised. The hostility is directed mostly at Muslims. The word émigré is virtually synonymous with Islam, now France's second largest religion, and reflects a cultural and ethnic racism deeply rooted in French history. The French, however, are more culturist than racist in any strict sense. They have accepted black Africans who speak perfect French in their legislature, but they do not accept Muslim girls who wear headscarves in their schools. In 1990, 76% of the French public thought there were too many Arabs in France, 46% too many blacks, 40% too many Asians, and 24% too many Jews. In 1994, 47% of Germans said they would prefer not to have Arabs living in their neighborhoods, 39% did not want Poles, 36% Turks, and 22% Jews. In Western Europe, anti-Semitism directed against Arabs has largely replaced anti-Semitism directed against Jews. Public opposition to immigration and hostility toward immigrants manifested itself at the extreme in acts of violence against immigrant communities and individuals, which particularly became an issue in Germany in the early 1990s. More significant were increases in the votes for right-wing, nationalist, anti-immigration parties. These votes were, however, seldom large. The Republican Party in Germany got over 7% of the vote in the European elections of 1989, but only 2.1% in the national elections in 1990. In France, the National Front vote, which had been negligible in 1981, went up to 9.6% in 1988, and thereafter stabilized between 12% and 15% in regional and parliamentary elections. In 1995, the two nationalist candidates for president captured 19.9% of the vote and the National Front election mayors in several cities, including Toulon and Nice. In Italy, the votes for the MSI, National Alliance, similarly rose from about 5% in the 1980s to between 10% and 15% in the early 1990s. In Belgium, the Flemish Bloc National Front vote increased to 9% in 1994 local elections, with the Bloc getting 28% of the vote in Antwerp. In Austria, the vote in the general elections for the Freedom Party increased from less than 10% in 1986 to over 15% in 1990 and almost 23% in 1994. The European parties opposing Muslim integration were in large part the mirror image of Islamist parties in Muslim countries. Both were outsiders, denouncing a corrupt establishment at its parties, exploiting economic grievances, particularly unemployment, making ethnic and religious appeals, and attacking foreign influences in their society. In both cases, an extremist fringe engaged in acts of terrorism and violence. In most instances, both Islamist and European nationalist parties tended to do better in local than in national elections. Muslim and European political establishments responded to these developments in similar fashion. In Muslim countries, as we have seen, governments universally became more Islamic in their orientations, symbols, policies, and practices. In Europe, mainstream parties adopted the rhetoric and promoted the measures of the right-wing anti-immigration parties. Where democratic politics was functioning effectively and two or more alternative parties existed to the Islamist or nationalist party, their vote hit a ceiling of about 20%. The protest parties broke through that ceiling only when no other effective alternative existed to the party or coalition in power, as was the case in Algeria, Austria, and in considerable measure, Italy. In the early 1990s, European political leaders competed with each other to respond to anti-immigration sentiment. In France, Jacques Chirac declared in 1990 that immigration must be totally stopped. Interior Minister Charles Pasqua argued in 1993 for zero immigration, and François Mitterrand, Edith Cresson, and Valéry Giscard d'Estaing and other mainstream politicians took anti-immigration stances. Immigration was a major issue in the parliamentary elections of 1993 and apparently contributed to the victory of the conservative parties. During the early 1990s, French government policy was changed to make it more difficult for the children of foreigners to become citizens, for families of foreigners to immigrate, for foreigners to ask for the right of asylum, and for Algerians to get visas to come to France. Illegal immigrants were deported, and the powers of the police and other government authorities dealing with immigration were strengthened. In Germany, Chancellor Helmut Kohl and other political leaders also expressed concerns about immigration, and in its most important move, the government amended Article 16 of the German Constitution guaranteeing asylum to people persecuted on political grounds and cut benefits to asylum seekers. In 1992, 438,000 people came to Germany for asylum. In 1994, only 127,000 did. In 1980, Britain had drastically cut back its immigration to about 50,000 a year, and hence, the issue raised less intense emotions and oppositions there than on the continent. Between 1992 and 1994, however, Britain reduced the number of asylum seekers permitted to stay from over 20,000 to less than 10,000. As barriers to movement within the European Union came down, British concerns were in large measure focused on the dangers of non-European migration from the continent. Overall, in the mid-1990s, Western European countries were moving inexorably toward reducing to a minimum, if not totally eliminating, immigration from non-European sources. The immigration issue came to the fore somewhat later in the United States than it did in Europe, and did not generate quite the same emotional intensity. The United States has always been a country of immigrants, has so conceived itself, and historically has developed highly successful processes for assimilating newcomers. In addition, in the 1980s and 1990s, unemployment was considerably lower in the United States than in Europe, and fear of losing jobs was not a decisive factor shaping attitudes toward immigration. The sources of American immigration were also more varied than in Europe, and thus, the fear of being swamped by a single foreign group was less nationally, although real in particular localities. The cultural distance of the two largest migrant groups from the host culture was also less than in Europe. Mexicans are Catholic and Spanish-speaking, Filipinos, Catholic, and English-speaking. Despite these factors, in the quarter-century after passage of the 1965 Act that permitted greatly increased Asian and Latin American immigration, American public opinion shifted decisively. In 1965, only 33% of the public wanted less immigration. In 1977, 42% did. In 1986, 49% did. And in 1990 and 1993, 61% did. Polls in the 1990s consistently show 60% or more of the public favoring reduced immigration. While economic concerns and economic conditions affect attitudes toward immigration, the steadily rising opposition in good times and bad suggests that culture, crime, and way of life were more important in this change of opinion. Many, perhaps most Americans, one observer commented in 1994, still see their nation as a European settled country, whose laws are an inheritance from England, whose language is and should remain English, whose institutions and public buildings find inspiration in Western classical norms, whose religion has Judeo-Christian roots, and whose greatness initially arose from the Protestant work ethic. Reflecting these concerns, 55% of a sample of the public said they thought immigration was a threat to American culture. While Europeans see the immigration threat as Muslim or Arab, Americans see it both Latin American and Asian, but primarily as Mexican. When asked in 1990 from which countries the United States was admitting too many immigrants, a sample of Americans identified Mexico twice as often as any other, followed in order by Cuba, the Orient, nonspecific, South America and Latin America, nonspecific, Japan, Vietnam, China, and Korea. Growing public opposition to immigration in the early 1990s prompted a political reaction comparable to that which occurred in Europe. Given the nature of the American political system, rightist and anti-immigration parties did not gain votes, but anti-immigration publicists and interest groups became more numerous, more active, and more vocal. Much of the resentment focused on the 3.5 million to 4 million illegal immigrants, and politicians responded. As in Europe, the strongest reaction was at the state and local levels, which bear most of the costs of the immigrants. As a result, in 1994, Florida, subsequently joined by 6 other states, sued the federal government for $884 million a year to cover the education, welfare, law enforcement, and other costs produced by illegal immigrants. In California, the state with the largest number of immigrants, absolutely and proportionately, Governor Pete Wilson won public support by urging the denial of public education to children of illegal immigrants, refusing citizenship to U.S.-born children of illegal immigrants, and ending state payments for emergency medical care for illegal immigrants. In November 1994, Californians overwhelmingly approved Proposition 187, denying health, education, and welfare benefits to illegal aliens and their children. Also in 1994, the Clinton administration, reversing its earlier stance, moved to toughen immigration controls, tighten rules governing political asylum, expand the Immigration and Naturalization Service, strengthen the Border Patrol, and construct physical barriers along the Mexican boundary. In 1995, the Commission on Immigration Reform, authorized by Congress in 1990, recommended reducing yearly legal immigration from over 800,000 to 550,000, giving preference to young children and spouses, but not other relatives of current citizens and residents, a provision that inflamed Asian American and Hispanic families. Legislation embodying many of the Commission's recommendations and other measures restricting immigration was on its way through Congress in 1995 through 1996. By the mid-1990s, immigration had thus become a major political issue in the United States, and in 1996, Patrick Buchanan made opposition to immigration a central plank in his presidential campaign. The United States is following Europe in moving to cut back substantially the entry of non-Westerners into its society. Can either Europe or the United States stem the migrant tide? France has experienced a significant strand of demographic pessimism, stretching from the searing novel of Jean Raspail in the 1970s to the scholarly analysis of Jean-Claude Chesnay in the 1990s, and summed up in the 1991 comments of Pierre Lalouche. History, proximity, and poverty ensure that France and Europe are destined to be overwhelmed by people from the failed societies of the South. Europe's past was white and Judeo-Christian. The future is not. The future, however, is not irrevocably determined, nor is any one future permanent. The issue is not whether Europe will be Islamicized or the United States Hispanicized. It is whether Europe and America will become cleft societies, encompassing 2 distinct and largely separate communities from 2 different civilizations, which in turn depends on the numbers of immigrants and the extent to which they are assimilated into the Western cultures prevailing in Europe and America. European societies generally either do not want to assimilate immigrants or have great difficulty doing so, and the degree to which Muslim immigrants and their children want to be assimilated is unclear. Hence, sustained substantial immigration is likely to produce countries divided into Christian and Muslim communities. This outcome can be avoided to the extent that European governments and peoples are willing to bear the costs of restricting such immigration, which include the direct fiscal costs of anti-immigration measures, the social costs of further alienating existing immigrant communities, and the potential long-term economic costs of labor shortages and lower rates of growth. The problem of Muslim demographic invasion is, however, likely to weaken as the population growth rates in North African and Middle Eastern societies peak, as they already have in some countries, and begin to decline. Insofar as demographic pressure stimulates immigration, Muslim immigration could be much less by 2025. This is not true for sub-Saharan Africa. If economic development occurs and promotes social mobilization in West and Central Africa, the incentives and capacities to migrate will increase, and the threat to Europe of Islamization will be succeeded by that of Africanization. The extent to which this threat materializes will also be significantly influenced by the degree to which African populations are reduced by AIDS and other plagues, and the degree to which South Africa attracts immigrants from elsewhere in Africa. While Muslims pose the immediate problem in Europe, Mexicans pose the problem for the United States. Assuming continuation of current trends and policies, the American population will change dramatically in the first half of the 21st century, becoming almost 50% white and 25% Hispanic. As in Europe, changes in immigration policy and effective enforcement of anti-immigration measures could change these projections. Even so, the central issue will remain the degree to which Hispanics are assimilated into American society, as previous immigrant groups have been. Second- and third-generation Hispanics face a wide array of incentives and pressures to do so. Mexican immigration, on the other hand, differs in potentially important ways from other immigrations. First, immigrants from Europe or Asia cross oceans. Mexicans walk across a border or wade across a river. This, plus the increasing ease of transportation and communication, enables them to maintain close contacts and identity with their home communities. Second, Mexican immigrants are concentrated in the southwestern United States and form part of a continuous Mexican society stretching from Yucatan to Colorado. Third, some evidence suggests that resistance to assimilation is stronger among Mexican migrants than it was with other immigrant groups, and that Mexicans tend to retain their Mexican identity, as was evident in the struggle over Proposition 187 in California in 1994. Fourth, the area settled by Mexican migrants was annexed by the United States after it defeated Mexico in the mid-19th century. Mexican economic development will almost certainly generate Mexican revanchist sentiments. In due course, the results of American military expansion in the 19th century could be threatened and possibly reversed by Mexican demographic expansion in the 21st century. The changing balance of power among civilizations makes it more and more difficult for the West to achieve its goals with respect to weapons proliferation, human rights, immigration, and other issues. To minimize its losses in this situation requires the West to wield skillfully its economic resources as carrots and sticks in dealing with other societies, to bolster its unity and coordinate its policies so as to make it more difficult for other societies to play one Western country off against another, and to promote and exploit differences among non-Western nations. The West's ability to pursue these strategies will be shaped by the nature and intensity of its conflicts with the challenger civilizations on the one hand, and the extent to which it can identify and develop common interests with the swing civilizations on the other. Chapter 9. The Global Politics of Civilizations. Core State and Fault Line Conflicts. Civilizations are the ultimate human tribes, and the clash of civilizations is tribal conflict on a global scale. In the emerging world, states and groups from two different civilizations may form limited, ad hoc, tactical connections and coalitions to advance their interests against entities from a third civilization or for other shared purposes. Relations between groups from different civilizations, however, will be almost never close, usually cool, and often hostile. Connections between states of different civilizations inherited from the past, such as Cold War military alliances, are likely to attenuate or evaporate. Hopes for close intercivilizational partnerships, such as were once articulated by their leaders for Russia and America, will not be realized. Emerging intercivilizational relations will normally vary from distant to violent, with most falling somewhere in between. In many cases, they are likely to approximate the Cold Peace that Boris Yeltsin warned could be the future of relations between Russia and the West. Other intercivilizational relations could approximate a condition of Cold War. The term La Guerra Fria was coined by 13th century Spaniards to describe their uneasy coexistence with Muslims in the Mediterranean, and in the 1990s, many saw a civilizational Cold War again developing between Islam and the West. In a world of civilizations, it will not be the only relationship characterized by that term. Cold Peace, Cold War, Trade War, Quasi-War, Uneasy Peace, Troubled Relations, Intense Rivalry, Competitive Coexistence, Arms Races. These phrases are the most probable descriptions of relations between entities from different civilizations. Trust and friendship will be rare. Intercivilizational conflict takes two forms. At the local or micro level, fault line conflicts occur between neighboring states from different civilizations, between groups from different civilizations within a state, and between groups which, as in the former Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, are attempting to create new states out of the wreckage of old. Fault line conflicts are particularly prevalent between Muslims and non-Muslims. At the global or macro level, core state conflicts occur among the major states of different civilizations. The issues in these conflicts are the classic ones of international politics, including 1. Relative influence in shaping global developments and the actions of global international organizations such as the UN, IMF, and World Bank. 2. Relative military power, which manifests itself in controversies over non-proliferation and arms control and in arms races. 3. Economic power and welfare, manifested in disputes over trade, investment, and other issues. 4. People, involving efforts by a state from one civilization to protect kinsmen in another civilization, to discriminate against people from another civilization, or to exclude from its territory people from another civilization. 5. Values and culture. Conflicts over which arise when a state attempts to promote or to impose its values on the people of another civilization. 6. Occasionally, territory, in which core states become front-line participants in fault-line conflicts. These issues are, of course, the sources of conflict between humans throughout history. When states from different civilizations are involved, however, cultural differences sharpen the conflict. In their competition with each other, core states attempt to rally their civilizational cohorts, to get support from states of third civilizations, to promote divisions within and defections from opposing civilizations, and to use the appropriate mix of diplomatic, political, economic, and covert actions and propaganda inducements and coercions to achieve their objectives. Core states are, however, unlikely to use military force directly against each other, except in situations such as have existed in the Middle East and the subcontinent, where they adjoin each other on a civilizational fault line. Core state wars are otherwise likely to arise under only two circumstances. First, they could develop from the escalation of fault line conflicts between local groups as kin groups, including core states, rally to the support of the local combatants. This possibility, however, creates a major incentive for the core states in the opposing civilizations to contain or to resolve the fault line conflict. Second, core state war could result from changes in the global balance of power among civilizations. Within Greek civilization, the increasing power of Athens, as Thucydides argued, led to the Peloponnesian War. Similarly, the history of Western civilization is one of hegemonic wars between rising and falling powers. The extent to which similar factors encourage conflict between the rising and falling core states of different civilizations depends in part on whether balancing or bandwagoning is the preferred way in these civilizations for states to adjust to the rise of a new power. While bandwagoning may be more characteristic of Asian civilizations, the rise of Chinese power could generate balancing efforts from states in other civilizations, such as the United States, India, and Russia. The missing hegemonic war in Western history is that between Great Britain and the United States, and presumably the peaceful shift from the Pax Britannica to the Pax Americana was in large part due to the close cultural kinship of the two societies. The absence of such kinship in the shifting power balance between the West and China does not make armed conflict certain, but does make it more probable. The dynamism of Islam is the ongoing source of many relatively small fault-line wars. The rise of China is the potential source of a big intercivilizational war of core states. Islam and the West. Some Westerners, including President Bill Clinton, have argued that the West does not have problems with Islam, but only with violent Islamist extremists. 1,400 years of history demonstrate otherwise. The relations between Islam and Christianity, both Orthodox and Western, have often been stormy. Each has been the other's other. The 20th century conflict between liberal democracy and Marxist-Leninism is only a fleeting and superficial historical phenomenon compared to the continuing and deeply conflictual relation between Islam and Christianity. At times, peaceful coexistence has prevailed. More often, the relation has been one of intense rivalry and of varying degrees of hot war. Their historical dynamics, John Esposito comments, often found the two communities in competition, and locked at times in deadly combat for power, land, and souls. Across the centuries, the fortunes of the two religions have risen and fallen in a sequence of momentous surges, pauses, and counter-surges. The initial Arab-Islamic sweep outward from the early 7th to the mid-8th century established Muslim rule in North Africa, Iberia, the Middle East, Persia, and northern India. For 2 centuries or so, the lines of division between Islam and Christianity stabilized. Then, in the late 11th century, Christians reasserted control of the western Mediterranean, conquered Sicily, and captured Toledo. In 1095, Christendom launched the Crusades, and for a century and a half, Christian potentates attempted, with decreasing success, to establish Christian rule in the Holy Land and adjoining areas in the Near East, losing Acre, their last foothold there, in 1291. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Turks had appeared on the scene. They first weakened Byzantium, and then conquered much of the Balkans as well as North Africa, captured Constantinople in 1453, and besieged Vienna in 1529. For almost 1,000 years, Bernard Lewis observes, from the first Moorish landing in Spain to the second Turkish siege of Vienna, Europe was under constant threat from Islam. Islam is the only civilization which has put the survival of the West in doubt, and it has done that at least twice. By the 15th century, however, the tide had begun to turn. The Christians gradually recovered Iberia, completing the task at Grenada in 1492. Meanwhile, European innovations in ocean navigation enabled the Portuguese and then others to circumvent the Muslim heartland and penetrate into the Indian Ocean and beyond. Simultaneously, the Russians brought to an end 2 centuries of Tartar rule. The Ottomans subsequently made one last push forward, besieging Vienna again in 1683. Their failure there marked the beginning of a long retreat, involving the struggle of Orthodox peoples in the Balkans to free themselves from Ottoman rule, the expansion of the Habsburg Empire, and the dramatic advance of the Russians to the Black Sea and the Caucasus. In the course of a century or so, the scourge of Christendom was transformed into the sick man of Europe. At the conclusion of World War I, Britain, France, and Italy administered the coup de grâce and established their direct or indirect rule throughout the remaining Ottoman lands except for the territory of the Turkish Republic. By 1920, only 4 Muslim countries, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Afghanistan, remained independent of some form of non-Muslim rule. The retreat of Western colonialism in turn began slowly in the 1920s and 1930s and accelerated dramatically in the aftermath of World War II. The collapse of the Soviet Union brought independence to additional Muslim societies. According to one count, some 92 acquisitions of Muslim territory by non-Muslim governments occurred between 1757 and 1919. By 1995, 69 of these territories were once again under Muslim rule, and about 45 independent states had overwhelmingly Muslim populations. The violent nature of these shifting relationships is reflected in the fact that 50% of wars involving pairs of states of different religions between 1820 and 1929 were wars between Muslims and Christians. The causes of this ongoing pattern of conflict lie not in transitory phenomena such as 12th century Christian passion or 20th century Muslim fundamentalism. They flow from the nature of the two religions and the civilizations based on them. Conflict was, on the one hand, a product of difference, particularly the Muslim concept of Islam as a way of life transcending and uniting religion and politics, versus the Western Christian concept of the separate realms of God and Caesar. The conflict also stemmed, however, from their similarities. Both are monotheistic religions, which, unlike polytheistic ones, cannot easily assimilate additional deities, and which see the world in dualistic us and them terms. Both are universalistic, claiming to be the one true faith to which all humans can adhere. Both are missionary religions, believing that their adherents have an obligation to convert non-believers to that one true faith. From its origins, Islam expanded by conquest, and when the opportunity existed, Christianity did also. The parallel concepts of jihad and crusade not only resemble each other, but distinguish these two faiths from other major world religions. Islam and Christianity, along with Judaism, also have teleological views of history in contrast to the cyclical or static views prevalent in other civilizations. The level of violent conflict between Islam and Christianity over time has been influenced by demographic growth and decline, economic developments, technological change, and intensity of religious commitment. The spread of Islam in the 7th century was accompanied by massive migrations of Arab peoples, the scale and speed of which were unprecedented into the lands of the Byzantine and Sasanian empires. A few centuries later, the Crusades were in large part a product of economic growth, population expansion, and the Cluniac revival in 11th century Europe, which made it possible to mobilize large numbers of knights and peasants for the march to the Holy Land. When the First Crusade reached Constantinople, one Byzantine observer wrote, "It seemed like the entire West, including all the tribes of the barbarians living beyond the Adriatic Sea to the Pillars of Hercules, had started a mass migration and was on the march, bursting forth into Asia in a solid mass with all its belongings." In the 19th century, spectacular population growth again produced a European eruption, generating the largest migration in history, which flowed into Muslim as well as other lands. A comparable mix of factors has increased the conflict between Islam and the West in the late 20th century. First, Muslim population growth has generated large numbers of unemployed and disaffected young people who became recruits to Islamist causes, exert pressure on neighboring societies, and migrate to the West. Second, the Islamic resurgence has given Muslims renewed confidence in the distinctive character and worth of their civilization and values compared to those of the West. Third, the West's simultaneous efforts to universalize its values and institutions, to maintain its military and economic superiority, and to intervene in conflicts in the Muslim world generate intense resentment among the Muslims. Fourth, the collapse of communism removed a common enemy of the West and Islam and left each the perceived major threat to the other. Fifth, the increasing contact between and intermingling of Muslims and Westerners stimulate in each a new sense of their own identity and how it differs from that of the other. Interaction and intermingling also exacerbate differences over the rights of the members of one civilization in a country dominated by members of the other civilization. Within both Muslim and Christian societies, tolerance for the other declined sharply in the 1980s and 1990s. The causes of the renewed conflict between Islam and the West thus lie in fundamental questions of power and cultures. Kito, Kavo. Who is to rule? Who is to be ruled? The central issue of politics defined by Lenin is the root of the contest between Islam and the West. There is, however, the additional conflict which Lenin would have considered meaningless, between two different versions of what is right and what is wrong, and, as a consequence, who is right and who is wrong. So long as Islam remains Islam, which it will, and the West remains the West, which is more dubious, this fundamental conflict between two great civilizations and ways of life will continue to define their relations in the future, even as it has defined them for the past 14 centuries. These relations are further roiled by a number of substantive issues on which their positions differ or conflict. Historically, one major issue was the control of territory, but that is now relatively insignificant. 19 of 28 fault line conflicts in the mid-1990s between Muslims and non-Muslims were between Muslims and Christians. 11 were with Orthodox Christians, and 7 with adherents of Western Christianity in Africa and Southeast Asia. Only one of these violent or potentially violent conflicts, that between Croats and Bosnians, occurred directly along the fault line between the West and Islam. The effective end of Western territorial imperialism and the absence so far of renewed Muslim territorial expansion have produced a geographical segregation so that only in a few places in the Balkans do Western and Muslim communities directly border on each other. Conflicts between the West and Islam thus focused less on territory than on broader intercivilizational issues such as weapons proliferation, human rights and democracy, control of oil, migration, Islamist terrorism, and Western intervention. In the wake of the Cold War, the increasing intensity of this historical antagonism has been widely recognized by members of both communities. In 1991, for instance, Barry Buzan saw many reasons why a societal Cold War was emerging between the West and Islam, in which Europe would be on the front line. This development is partly to do with secular versus religious values, partly to do with the historical rivalry between Christendom and Islam, partly to do with jealousy of Western power, partly to do with resentments over Western domination of the post-colonial political structuring of the Middle East, and partly to do with the bitterness and humiliation of the invidious comparison between the accomplishments of Islamic and Western civilizations in the last 2 centuries. In addition, he noted, a societal Cold War with Islam would serve to strengthen the European identity all round at a crucial time for the process of European union. Hence, there may well be a substantial community in the West prepared not only to support a societal Cold War with Islam, but to adopt policies that encourage it. In 1990, Bernard Lewis, a leading Western scholar of Islam, analyzed the roots of Muslim rage and concluded, "It should now be clear that we are facing a mood and a movement far transcending the level of issues and policies and the governments that pursue them. This is no less than a clash of civilizations, that perhaps irrational but surely historic reaction of an ancient rival against our Judeo-Christian heritage, our secular present, and the worldwide expansion of both. It is crucially important that we on our side should not be provoked into an equally historic, but also equally irrational, reaction against that rival. Similar observations came from the Islamic community. There are unmistakable signs, argued a leading Egyptian journalist, Mohammed Sid Ahmed, in 1994, of a growing clash between the Judeo-Christian Western ethic and the Islamic revival movement, which is now stretching from the Atlantic in the west to China in the east. A prominent Indian Muslim predicted in 1992 that the West's next confrontation is definitely going to come from the Muslim world. It is in the sweep of the Islamic nations from the Maghreb to Pakistan that the struggle for a new world order will begin. For a leading Tunisian lawyer, the struggle was already underway. Colonialism tried to deform all the cultural traditions of Islam. I am not an Islamist. I don't think there is a conflict between religions. There is a conflict between civilizations. In the 1980s and 1990s, the overall trend in Islam has been in an anti-Western direction. In part, this is the natural consequence of the Islamic resurgence and the reaction against the perceived garb-zadegi of West-toxification of Muslim societies. The reaffirmation of Islam, whatever its specific sectarian form, means the repudiation of European and American influence upon local society, politics, and morals. On occasion in the past, Muslim leaders did tell their people, "We must Westernize." If any Muslim leader has said that in the last quarter of the 20th century, however, he is a lonely figure. Indeed, it is hard to find statements by any Muslims, whether politicians, officials, academics, business persons, or journalists, praising Western values and institutions. They instead stress the differences between their civilization and Western civilization, the superiority of their culture, and the need to maintain the integrity of that culture against Western onslaught. Muslims fear and resent Western power and the threat which this poses to their society and beliefs. They see Western culture as materialistic, corrupt, decadent, and immoral. They also see it as seductive, and hence stress all the more the need to restrain its impact on their way of life. Increasingly, Muslims attack the West not for adhering to an imperfect, erroneous religion which is nonetheless a religion of the book, but for not adhering to any religion at all. In Muslim eyes, Western secularism, irreligiosity, and hence immorality are worse evils than the Western Christianity that produced them. In the Cold War, the West labeled its opponent godless communism. In the post-Cold War conflict of civilizations, Muslims see their opponent as the godless West. These images of the West as arrogant, materialistic, repressive, brutal, and decadent are held not only by fundamentalist imams, but also by those whom many in the West would consider their natural allies and supporters. Few books by Muslim authors published in the 1990s in the West received the praise given to Fatima Mernisি's Islam and Democracy, generally hailed by Westerners as the courageous statement of a modern, liberal, female Muslim. The portrayal of the West in that volume, however, could hardly be less flattering. The West is militaristic and imperialistic and has traumatized other nations through colonial terror. Individualism, the hallmark of Western culture, is the source of all trouble. Western power is fearful. The West alone decides if satellites will be used to educate Arabs or to drop bombs on them. It crushes our potentialities and invades our lives with its imported products and televised movies that swamp the airwaves. It is a power that crushes us, besieges our markets, and controls our merest resources, initiatives, and potentialities. That was how we perceived our situation, and the Gulf War turned our perception into certitude. The West creates its power through military research, and then sells the products of that research to underdeveloped countries who are its passive consumers. To liberate themselves from this subservience, Islam must develop its own engineers and scientists, build its own weapons, whether nuclear or conventional, she does not specify, and free itself from military dependence on the West. These, to repeat, are not the views of a bearded, hooded Ayatollah. Whatever their political or religious opinions, Muslims agree that basic differences exist between their culture and Western culture. The bottom line, as Sheikh Ghannouchi put it, is that our societies are based on values other than those of the West. Americans come here, an Egyptian government official said, and want us to be like them. They understand nothing of our values or our culture. We are different, an Egyptian journalist agreed. We have a different background, a different history. Accordingly, we have the right to different futures. Both popular and intellectually serious Muslim publications repeatedly describe what are alleged to be Western plots and designs to subordinate, humiliate, and undermine Islamic institutions and culture. The reaction against the West can be seen not only in the central intellectual thrust of the Islamic resurgence, but also in the shift in the attitudes toward the West of governments in Muslim countries. The immediate post-colonial governments were generally Western in their political and economic ideologies and policies, and pro-Western in their foreign policies, with partial exceptions like Algeria and Indonesia, where independence resulted from a nationalist revolution. One by one, however, pro-Western governments gave way to governments less identified with the West or explicitly anti-Western in Iraq, Libya, Yemen, Syria, Iran, Sudan, Lebanon, and Afghanistan. Less dramatic changes in the same direction occurred in the orientation and alignment of other states, including Tunisia, Indonesia, and Malaysia. The two staunchest Cold War Muslim military allies of the United States, Turkey and Pakistan, are under Islamist political pressure internally, and their ties with the West subject to increased strain. In 1995, the only Muslim state which was clearly more pro-Western than it had been in 10 years previously was Kuwait. The West's close friends in the Muslim world are now either like Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the Gulf Sheikdoms dependent on the West militarily, or like Egypt and Algeria, dependent on it economically. In the late 1980s, the communist regimes of Eastern Europe collapsed when it became apparent that the Soviet Union no longer could or would provide them with economic and military support. If it became apparent that the West would no longer maintain its Muslim satellite regimes, they are likely to suffer a comparable fate. Growing Muslim anti-Westernism has been paralleled by expanding Western concern with the Islamic threat, posed particularly by Muslim extremism. Islam is seen as a source of nuclear proliferation, terrorism, and in Europe, unwanted migrants. These concerns are shared by both publics and leaders. Asked in November 1994 whether the Islamic revival was a threat to U.S. interests in the Middle East, for instance, 61% of a sample of 35,000 Americans interested in foreign policy said yes, and only 28% no. A year earlier, when asked what country posed the greatest danger to the United States, a random sample of the public picked Iran, China, and Iraq as the top three. Similarly, asked in 1994 to identify critical threats to the United States, 72% of the public and 61% of foreign policy leaders said nuclear proliferation, and 69% of the public and 33% of leaders, international terrorism. Two issues widely associated with Islam. In addition, 33% of the public and 39% of the leaders saw a threat in the possible expansion of Islamic fundamentalism. Europeans have similar attitudes. In the spring of 1991, for instance, 51% of the French public said the principal threat to France was from the south, with only 8% saying it would come from the east. The four countries which the French public most feared were all Muslim: Iraq, 52%, Iran, 35%, Libya, 26%, and Algeria, 22%. Western political leaders, including the German Chancellor and the French Prime Minister, expressed similar concerns, with the Secretary-General of NATO declaring in 1995 that Islamic fundamentalism was at least as dangerous as communism had been to the West, and a very senior member of the Clinton administration pointing to Islam as the global rival of the West. With the virtual disappearance of a military threat from the East, NATO's planning is increasingly directed toward potential threats from the South. The Southern Tier, one U.S. Army analyst observed in 1992, is replacing the Central Front and is rapidly becoming NATO's new front line. To meet these southern threats, NATO's southern members, Italy, France, Spain, and Portugal, began joint military planning and operations, and at the same time enlisted the Maghreb governments in consultations on ways of countering Islamist extremists. These perceived threats also provided a rationale for continuing a substantial U.S. military presence in Europe. While U.S. forces in Europe are not a panacea for the problems created by fundamentalist Islam, one former senior U.S. official observed, these forces do cast a powerful shadow on military planning throughout the area. Remember the successful deployment of U.S., French, and British forces from Europe in the Gulf War of 1990 and 1991? Those in the region do. And, he might have added, they remember it with fear, resentment, and hate. Given the prevailing perceptions Muslims and Westerns have of each other, plus the rise of Islamist extremism, it is hardly surprising that following the 1979 Iranian Revolution, an intercivilizational quasi-war developed between Islam and the West. It is a quasi-war for three reasons. First, all of Islam has not been fighting all of the West. Two fundamentalist states, Iran, Sudan, three non-fundamentalist states, Iraq, Libya, Syria, plus a wide range of Islamist organizations with financial support from other Muslim countries such as Saudi Arabia, have been fighting the United States and, at times, Britain, France, and other Western states and groups, as well as Israel and Jews generally. Second, it is a quasi-war because, apart from the Gulf War of 1990 to 1991, it has been fought with limited means, terrorism on one side, and air power, covert action, and economic sanctions on the other. Third, it is a quasi-war because, while the violence has been continuing, it has also not been continuous. It has involved intermittent actions by one side which provoke responses by the other. Yet a quasi-war is still a war. Even excluding the tens of thousands of Iraqi soldiers and civilians killed by Western bombing in January through February 1991, the deaths and other casualties number well into the thousands, and they occurred in virtually every year after 1979. Many more Westerners have been killed in this quasi-war than were killed in the real war in the Gulf. Both sides have, moreover, recognized this conflict to be a war. Early on, Khomeini declared, quite accurately, that Iran is effectively at war with America, and Gaddafi regularly proclaims holy war against the West. Muslim leaders of other extremist groups and states have spoken in similar terms. On the Western side, the United States has classified 7 countries as terrorist states, 5 of which are Muslim: Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Sudan. Cuba and North Korea are the others. This, in effect, identifies them as enemies because they are attacking the United States and its friends with the most effective weapon at their disposal, and thus recognizes the existence of a state of war with them. U.S. officials repeatedly refer to these states as outlaw, backlash, and rogue states, thereby placing them outside the civilized international order and making them legitimate targets for multilateral or unilateral countermeasures. The United States government charged the World Trade Center bombers with intending to levy a war of urban terrorism against the United States, and argued that conspirators charged with planning further bombings in Manhattan were soldiers in a struggle involving a war against the United States. If Muslims allege that the West wars on Islam, and if Westerners allege that Islamic groups war on the West, it seems reasonable to conclude that something very much like a war is underway. In this quasi-war, each side has capitalized on its own strengths and the other side's weaknesses. Militarily, it has been largely a war of terrorism versus air power. Dedicated Islamic militants exploit the open societies of the West and plant car bombs at selected targets. Western military professionals exploit the open skies of Islam and drop smart bombs on selected targets. The Islamic participants plot the assassination of prominent Westerners. The United States plots the overthrow of extremist Islamic regimes. During the 15 years between 1980 and 1995, according to the U.S. Defense Department, the United States engaged in 17 military operations in the Middle East, all of them directed against Muslims. No comparable pattern of U.S. military operations occurred against the people of any other civilization. To date, each side has, apart from the Gulf War, kept the intensity of the violence at reasonably low levels and refrained from labeling violent acts as acts of war requiring an all-out response. If Libya ordered one of its submarines to sink an American liner, The Economist observed, the United States would treat it as an act of war by a government, not seek the extradition of the submarine commander. In principle, the bombing of an airliner by Libya's Secret Service is no different. Yet the participants in this war employ much more violent tactics against each other than the United States and Soviet Union directly employed against each other in the Cold War. With rare exceptions, neither superpower purposefully killed civilians or even military belonging to the other. This, however, repeatedly happens in the quasi-war. American leaders allege that the Muslims involved in the quasi-war are a small minority whose use of violence is rejected by the great majority of moderate Muslims. This may be true, but evidence to support it is lacking. Protests against anti-Western violence have been totally absent in Muslim countries. Muslim governments, even the bunker governments friendly to and dependent on the West, have been strikingly reticent when it comes to condemning terrorist acts against the West. On the other side, European governments and publics have largely supported and rarely criticized actions the United States has taken against its Muslim opponents, in striking contrast to the strenuous opposition they often expressed to American actions against the Soviet Union and communism during the Cold War. In civilizational conflicts, unlike ideological ones, kin stand by their kin. The underlying problem for the West is not Islamic fundamentalism. It is Islam, a different civilization whose people are convinced of the superiority of their culture and are obsessed with the inferiority of their power. The problem for Islam is not the CIA or the U.S. Department of Defense. It is the West, a different civilization whose people are convinced of the universality of their culture and believe that their superior, if declining, power imposes on them the obligation to extend that culture throughout the world. These are the basic ingredients that fuel conflict between Islam and the West. Asia, China, and America. The cauldron of civilizations. The economic changes in Asia, particularly East Asia, are one of the most significant developments in the world in the second half of the 20th century. By the 1990s, this economic development had generated economic euphoria among many observers who saw East Asia and the entire Pacific Rim linked together in an ever-expanding commercial networks that would ensure peace and harmony among nations. This optimism was based on the highly dubious assumption that commercial interchange is invariably a force for peace. Such, however, is not the case. Economic growth creates political instability within countries and between countries, altering the balance of power among countries and regions. Economic exchange brings people into contact. It does not bring them into agreement. Historically, it has often produced a deeper awareness of the differences between peoples and stimulated mutual fears. Trade between countries produces conflict as well as profit. If past experience holds, the Asia of economic sunshine will generate an Asia of political shadows, an Asia of instability and conflict. The economic development of Asia and the growing self-confidence of Asian societies are disrupting international politics in at least 3 ways. First, economic development enables Asian states to expand their military capabilities, promotes uncertainty as to the future relationships among these countries, and brings to the fore issues and rivalries that had been suppressed during the Cold War, thus enhancing the probability of conflict and instability in the region. Second, economic development increases the intensity of conflicts between Asian societies in the West, primarily the United States, and strengthens the ability of Asian societies to prevail in those struggles. Third, the economic growth of Asia's largest power increases Chinese influence in that region and the likelihood of China reasserting its traditional hegemony in East Asia, thereby compelling other nations either to bandwagon and to accommodate themselves to this development, or to balance and to attempt to contain Chinese influence. During the several centuries of Western ascendancy, the international relations that counted were a Western game played out among the major Western powers, supplemented in some degree first by Russia in the 18th century and then by Japan in the 20th century. Europe was the principal arena of great power conflict and cooperation, and even during the Cold War, the principal line of superpower confrontation was in the heart of Europe. Insofar as the international relations that count in the post-Cold War world have a primary turf, that turf is Asia, and particularly East Asia. Asia is the cauldron of civilizations. East Asia alone contains societies belonging to 6 civilizations: Japanese, Sinic, Orthodox, Buddhist, Muslim, and Western. And South Asia adds Hinduism. The core states of 4 civilizations, Japan, China, Russia, and the United States, are major actors in East Asia. South Asia adds India, and Indonesia is a rising Muslim power. In addition, East Asia contains several middle-level powers with increasing economic clout, such as South Korea, Taiwan, and Malaysia, plus a potentially strong Vietnam. The result is a highly complex pattern of international relationships, comparable in many ways to those which existed in the 18th and 19th centuries in Europe, and fraught with all the fluidity and uncertainty that characterize multipolar situations. The multi-power, multi-civilizational nature of East Asia distinguishes it from Western Europe, and economic and political differences reinforce this contrast. All of the countries in Western Europe are stable democracies, have market economies, and are at high levels of economic development. In the mid-1990s, East Asia includes 1 stable democracy, several new and unstable democracies, 4 of the 5 communist dictatorships remaining in the world, plus military governments, personal dictatorships, and one-party dominant authoritarian systems. Levels of economic development varied from those of Japan and Singapore to those of Vietnam and North Korea. A general trend exists toward marketization and economic opening, but economic systems still run the gamut from the command economy of North Korea through various mixes of state control and private enterprise to the laissez-faire economy of Hong Kong. Apart from the extent to which Chinese hegemony at times brought occasional order to the region, and international society, in the British sense of the term, has not existed in East Asia as it has in Western Europe. In the late 20th century, Europe has been bound together by an extraordinarily dense complex of international institutions: the European Union, NATO, Western European Union, Council of Europe, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and others. East Asia has had nothing comparable except ASEAN, which does not include any major powers, has generally eschewed security matters, and is only beginning to move toward the most primitive forms of economic integration. In the 1990s, the much broader organization, APEC, incorporating most of the Pacific Rim countries, came into existence, but it was an even weaker talking shop than ASEAN. No other major multilateral institutions bring together the principal Asian powers. Again, in contrast to Western Europe, the seeds for conflict among states are plentiful in East Asia. Two widely identified danger spots have involved the two Koreas and the two Chinas. These are, however, leftovers from the Cold War. Ideological differences are of declining significance, and by 1995, relations had expanded significantly between the two Chinas and had begun to develop between the two Koreas. The probability of Koreans fighting Koreans exists, but is low. The prospects of Chinese fighting Chinese are higher, but still limited, unless the Taiwanese should renounce their Chinese identity and formally constitute an independent Republic of Taiwan. As a Chinese military document approvingly quoted one general saying, "There should be limits to fights among family members. While violence between the two Koreas or the two Chinas remains possible, cultural commonalities are likely to erode that possibility over time." In East Asia, conflicts inherited from the Cold War are being supplemented and supplanted by other possible conflicts reflecting old rivalries and new economic relationships. Analysis of East Asian security in the early 1990s regularly referred to East Asia as a dangerous neighborhood, as ripe for rivalry, as a region of several Cold Wars, as heading back to the future, in which war and instability would prevail. In contrast to Western Europe, East Asia in the 1990s has unresolved territorial disputes, the most important of which include those between Russia and Japan over the Northern Islands, and between China, Vietnam, the Philippines, and potentially other Southeast Asian states over the South China Sea. The differences over boundaries between China on the one hand and Russia and India on the other were reduced in the mid-1990s, but could resurface, as could Chinese claims to Mongolia. Insurgencies or secessionist movements, in most cases supported from abroad, exist in Mindanao, East Timor, Tibet, southern Thailand, and eastern Myanmar. In addition, while interstate peace exists in East Asia in the mid-1990s, during the previous 50 years major wars have occurred in Korea and Vietnam, and the central power in Asia, China, has fought Americans, plus almost all its neighbors, including Koreans, Vietnamese, nationalist Chinese, Indians, Tibetans, and Russians. In 1993, an analysis by the Chinese military identified 8 regional hotspots that threaten China's military security. And the Chinese Central Military Commission concluded that generally the East Asian security outlook was very grim. After centuries of strife, Western Europe is peaceful and war is unthinkable. In East Asia, it is not, and as Aaron Friedberg has suggested, Europe's past could be Asia's future. Economic dynamism, territorial disputes, resurrected rivalries, and political uncertainties fueled significant increases in East Asian military budgets and military capabilities in the 1980s and 1990s. Exploiting their new wealth and in many cases well-educated populations, East Asian governments have moved to replace large, poorly equipped peasant armies with smaller, more professional, technologically sophisticated military forces. With doubt increasing concerning the extent of American commitment in East Asia, countries aim to become militarily self-reliant. While East Asian states continued to import substantial amounts of weapons from Europe, the United States, and the former Soviet Union, They gave preference to the import of technology which would enable them to produce at home sophisticated aircraft, missiles, and electronics equipment. Japan and the Sinic states, China, Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea, have increasingly sophisticated arms industries. Given the literal geography of East Asia, their emphasis has been on force projection and air and naval capabilities. As a result, nations that previously were not militarily capable of fighting each other are increasingly able to do so. These military buildups have involved little transparency and hence have fostered more suspicion and uncertainty. In the situation of changing power relationships, every government necessarily and legitimately wonders, 10 years from now, who will be my enemy, and who, if anyone, will be my friend? Asian-American Cold Wars. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, relationships between the United States and Asian countries, apart from Vietnam, increasingly became antagonistic, and the ability of the United States to prevail in these controversies declined. These tendencies were particularly marked with respect to the major powers in East Asia, and American relations with China and Japan evolved along parallel paths. Americans on the one hand, and Chinese and Japanese on the other, spoke of Cold Wars developing between their countries. These simultaneous trends began in the Bush administration and accelerated in the Clinton administration. By the mid-1990s, American relations with two major Asian powers could at best be described as strained, and there seemed to be little prospect for them to become less so. It should be noted that, at least in the United States, terminological confusion exists with respect to relations between countries. Good relations are thought to be friendly cooperative relations. Bad relations are hostile antagonistic relations. This usage conflates two very different dimensions, friendliness versus hostility, and desirability versus undesirability. It reflects the peculiarly American assumption that harmony in international relations is always good, and conflict always bad. The identification of good relations with friendly relations, however, is valid only if conflict is never desirable. Most Americans think it was good that the Bush administration made U.S. relations with Iraq bad by going to war over Kuwait. To avoid the confusion over whether good means desirable or harmonious, and bad undesirable or hostile, I will use good and bad only to mean desirable and undesirable. Interestingly, if perplexingly, Americans endorse competition in American society between opinions, groups, parties, branches of government, businesses. Why Americans believe that conflict is good within their own society, and yet bad between societies, is a fascinating question which, to the best of my knowledge, no one has seriously studied. In the early 1990s, Japanese-American relations became increasingly heated, with controversies over a wide range of issues, including Japan's role in the Gulf War, the American military presence in Japan, Japanese attitudes toward American human rights policies with respect to China and other countries, Japanese participation in peacekeeping missions, and, most important, economic relations, especially trade. References to trade wars became commonplace. American officials, particularly in the Clinton administration, demanded more and more concessions from Japan. Japanese officials resisted these demands more and more forcefully. Each Japanese-American trade controversy was more acrimonious and more difficult to resolve than the previous one. In March 1994, for instance, President Clinton signed an order giving him authority to apply stricter trade sanctions on Japan, which brought protests not only from Japanese, but also from the head of GATT, the principal World Trading Organization. A short while later, Japan responded with a blistering attack on U.S. policies, and shortly after that, the United States formally accused Japan of discriminating against U.S. companies in awarding government contracts. In the spring of 1995, the Clinton administration threatened to impose 100% tariffs on Japanese luxury cars, with an agreement averting this being reached just before the sanctions would have gone into effect. Something closely resembling a trade war was clearly underway between the two countries. By the mid-1990s, the acrimony had reached the point where leading Japanese political figures began to question the U.S. military presence in Japan. During these years, the public in each country became steadily less favorably disposed toward the other country. In 1985, 87% of the American public said they had a generally friendly attitude toward Japan. By 1990, this had dropped to 67%, and by 1993, a bare 50% of Americans felt favorably disposed toward Japan, and almost two-thirds said they tried to avoid buying Japanese products. In 1985, 73% of Japanese described U.S.-Japanese relations as friendly. By 1993, 64% said they were unfriendly. The year 1991 marked the crucial turning point in the shift of public opinion out of its Cold War mode. In that year, each country displaced the Soviet Union in the perceptions of the other. For the first time, Americans rated Japan ahead of the Soviet Union as a threat to American security, and for the first time, Japanese rated the United States ahead of the Soviet Union as a threat to Japan's security. Changes in public attitudes were matched by changes in elite perceptions. In the United States, a significant group of academic, intellectual, and political revisionists emerged to emphasize the cultural and structural differences between the two countries and the need for the United States to take a much tougher line in dealing with Japan on economic issues. The images of Japan in the media, non-fiction publications, and popular novels became increasingly derogatory. In parallel fashion, in Japan, a new generation of political leaders appeared who had not experienced American power in and benevolence after World War II, who took great pride in Japanese economic successes, and who were quite willing to resist American demands in ways their elders had not been. These Japanese resistors were the counterpart to the American revisionists, and in both countries, candidates found that advocating a tough line on issues affecting Japanese-American relations went over well with the voters. During the late 1980s and early 1990s, American relations with China also became increasingly antagonistic. The conflicts between the two countries, Deng Xiaoping said in September 1991, constituted a new Cold War, a phrase regularly repeated in the Chinese press. In August 1995, the government's press agency declared that Sino-American relationships are at the lowest ebb since the two countries established diplomatic relations in 1979. Chinese officials regularly denounced alleged interference in Chinese affairs. We should point out, a 1992 Chinese government internal document argued, that since becoming the sole superpower, the United States has been grasping wildly for new hegemonism and power politics, and also that its strength is in relative decline and that there are no limits to what it can do. Western hostile forces, President Jiang Zemin said in August 1995, have not for a moment abandoned their plot to westernize and divide our country. By 1995, a broad consensus reportedly existed among the Chinese leaders and scholars that the United States was trying to divide China territorially, subvert it politically, contain it strategically, and frustrate it economically. Evidence existed for all these charges. The United States allowed President Lee of Taiwan to come to the United States, sold 150 F-16s to Taiwan, designated Tibet an occupied sovereign territory, denounced China for its human rights abuses, denied Beijing the 2000 Olympics, normalized relations with Vietnam, accused China of exporting chemical weapons components to Iran, imposed trade sanctions on China for sales of missile equipment to Pakistan, and threatened China with additional sanctions over economic issues while at the same time barring China's admission to the World Trade Organization. Each side accused the other of bad faith. China, according to Americans, violated understandings on missile exports, intellectual property rights, and prison labor. The United States, according to the Chinese, violated agreements in letting President Lee come to the United States and selling advanced fighter aircraft to Taiwan. The most important group in China with an antagonistic view toward the United States was the military, who apparently regularly pressured the government to take a tougher line with the United States. In June 1993, 100 Chinese generals reportedly sent a letter to Deng complaining of the government's passive policy toward the United States and its failure to resist U.S. efforts to blackmail China. In the fall of that year, a confidential Chinese government document outlined the military's reasons for conflict with the United States. Because China and the United States have long-standing conflicts over their different ideologies, social systems, and foreign policies, it will prove impossible to fundamentally improve Sino-U.S. relations. Since Americans believe that East Asia will become the heart of the world economy, the United States cannot tolerate a powerful adversary in East Asia. By the mid-1990s, Chinese officials and agencies routinely portrayed the United States as a hostile power. The growing antagonism between China and the United States was in part driven by domestic politics in both countries. As was the case with Japan, informed American opinion was divided. Many establishment figures argued for constructive engagement with China, expanding economic relations, and drawing China into the so-called community of nations. Others emphasized the potential Chinese threat to American interests, argued that conciliatory moves toward China produced negative results, and urged a policy of firm containment. In 1993, the American public ranked China second only to Iran as the country that posed the greatest danger to the United States. American politics often operated so as to produce symbolic gestures, such as Lee's visit to Cornell and Clinton's meeting with the Dalai Lama, that outraged the Chinese, while at the same time leading the administration to sacrifice human rights considerations for economic interests, as in the extension of the MFN treatment. On the Chinese side, the government needed a new enemy to bolster its appeal to Chinese nationalism and to legitimize its power. As the succession struggle lengthened, the political influence of the military rose, and President Jiang and other contestants for post-Deng power could not afford to be lax in promoting Chinese interests. In the course of a decade, American relations thus deteriorated with both Japan and China. This shift in Asian-American relations was so broad and encompassed so many different issue areas that it seemed unlikely that its causes can be found in individual conflicts of interest over auto parts, camera sales, or military bases on the one hand, or dissident jailings, weapons transfers, or intellectual piracy on the other. In addition, it was clearly against American national interest to allow its relations simultaneously to become more conflictual with both major Asian powers. The elementary rules of diplomacy and power politics dictate that the United States should attempt to play one off against the other, or at least to sweeten relations with one if they were becoming more conflictual with the other. Yet this did not happen. Broader factors were at work promoting conflict in Asian-American relations and making it more difficult to resolve the individual issues that came up in those relations. This general phenomenon had general causes. First, increased interaction between Asian societies in the United States in the form of expanded communications, trade, investment, and knowledge of each other multiplied the issues and subjects where interests could and did clash. This increased interaction made threatening to each society practices and beliefs of the other which at a distance had seemed harmlessly exotic. Second, the Soviet threat of the 1950s led to the U.S.-Japan Mutual Security Treaty. The growth of Soviet power in the 1970s led to the establishment of diplomatic relations between the United States and China in 1979, and ad hoc cooperation between the two countries to promote their common interest in neutralizing that threat. The end of the Cold War removed this overriding common interest in the United States and the Asian powers and left nothing in its place. Consequently, other issues where significant conflicts of interest existed came to the fore. Third, the economic development of the East Asian countries shifted the overall balance of power between them and the United States. Asians, as we have seen, increasingly affirmed the validity of their values and institutions and the superiority of their culture to Western culture. Americans, on the other hand, tended to assume, particularly after the Cold War victory, that their values and institutions were universally relevant and that they still had the power to shape the foreign and domestic policies of Asian societies. This changing international environment brought to the fore the fundamental cultural differences between Asian and American civilizations. At the broadest level, the Confucian ethos pervading many Asian societies stressed the values of authority, hierarchy, the subordination of individual rights and interests, the importance of consensus, the avoidance of confrontation, saving face, and in general, the supremacy of the state over society and of society over the individual. In addition, Asians tended to think of the evolution of their societies in terms of centuries and millennia, and to give priority to maximizing long-term gains. These attitudes contrasted with the primacy in American beliefs of liberty, equality, democracy, and individualism, and the American propensity to distrust government, oppose authority, promote checks and balances, encourage competition, sanctify human rights, and to forget the past, ignore the future, and focus on maximizing immediate gains. The sources of conflict are in fundamental differences in society and culture. These differences had particular consequences for the relations between the United States and the major Asian societies. Diplomats made great efforts to resolve American conflicts with Japan over economic issues, particularly Japan's trade surplus and the resistance of Japan to American products and investment. Japanese-American trade negotiations took on many of the characteristics of Cold War Soviet-American arms control negotiations. As of 1995, the former had produced even fewer results than the latter because these conflicts stem from the fundamental differences in the two economies, and particularly the unique nature of the Japanese economy among those of the major industrialized countries. Japan's imports of manufactured goods have amounted to about 3.1% of its GNP, compared to an average 7.4% of the other major industrialized powers. Foreign direct investment in Japan has been a minuscule 0.7% of GDP, compared to 28.6% for the United States and 38.5% for Europe. Alone among the big industrial countries, Japan ran budget surpluses in the early 1990s. Overall, the Japanese economy has not operated in the way the supposedly universal laws of Western economics dictate. The easy assumption by Western economists in the 1980s that devaluing the dollar would reduce the Japanese trade surplus proved false. While the Plaza Agreement of 1985 rectified the American trade deficit with Europe, it had little effect on the deficit with Japan. As the yen appreciated to less than 100 to the dollar, the Japanese trade surplus remained high and even increased. The Japanese were thus able to sustain both a strong currency and a trade surplus. Western economic thinking tends to posit a negative trade-off between unemployment and inflation, with an unemployment rate significantly less than 5% thought to trigger inflationary pressures. Yet for years, Japan had unemployment averaging less than 3% and inflation averaging 1.5%. By the 1990s, both American and Japanese economists had come to recognize and to conceptualize the basic differences in these two economic systems. Japan's uniquely low level of manufactured imports, one careful study concluded, cannot be explained through standard economic factors. The Japanese economy does not follow Western logic, another analyst argued. Whatever Western forecasters say, for the simple reason that it is not a Western free market economy. The Japanese have invented a type of economics that behaves in ways that confound the predictive powers of Western observers. What explains the distinctive character of the Japanese economy? Among major industrialized countries, the Japanese economy is unique because Japanese society is uniquely non-Western. Japanese society and culture differ from Western and particularly American society and culture. These differences have been highlighted in every serious comparative analysis of Japan and America. Resolution of economic issues between Japan and the United States depends on fundamental changes in the nature of one or both economies, which, in turn, depend upon basic changes in the society and culture of one or both countries. Such changes are not impossible. Societies and cultures do change. This may result from a major traumatic event. Total defeat in World War II made two of the world's most militaristic countries into two of its most pacifist ones. It seems unlikely, however, that either the United States or Japan will impose an economic Hiroshima on the other. Economic development also can change a country's social structure and culture profoundly, as occurred in Spain between the early 1950s and the late 1970s, and perhaps economic wealth will make Japan into a more American-like consumption-oriented society. In the late 1980s, people in both Japan and America argued that their country should become more like the other country. In a limited way, the Japanese-American Agreement on Structural Impediment Initiatives was designed to promote this convergence. The failure of this and similar efforts testifies to the extent to which economic differences are deeply rooted in the cultures of the two societies. While the conflicts between the United States and Asia had their sources in cultural differences, the outcomes of their conflicts reflected the changing power relations between the United States and Asia. The United States scored some victories in these disputes, but the trend was in an Asian direction, and the shift in power further exacerbated the conflicts. The United States expected the Asian governments to accept it as the leader of the international community and to acquiesce in the application of Western principles and values to their societies. The Asians, on the other hand, as Assistant Secretary of State Winston Lord said, were increasingly conscious and proud of their accomplishments, expected to be treated as equals, and tended to regard the United States as an international nanny, if not bully. Deep imperatives within American culture, however, impel the United States to be at least a nanny, if not a bully in American affairs, and as a result, American expectations were increasingly at odds with Asian ones. Across a wide range of issues, Japanese and other Asian leaders learned to say no to their American counterparts, expressed at times in polite Asian versions of "buzz off." The symbolic turning point in Asian-American relations was perhaps what one senior Japanese official termed the first big train wreck in U.S.-Japanese relations, which occurred in February 1994. When Prime Minister Morihiro Hasakawa firmly rejected President Clinton's demand for numerical targets for Japanese imports of American-manufactured goods. "We could not have imagined something like this happening even a year ago," commented another Japanese official. A year later, Japan's foreign minister underlined this change, stating that in an era of economic competition among nations and regions, Japan's national interest was more important than its mere identity as a member of the West. Gradual American accommodation to the changed balance of power was reflected in American policy toward Asia in the 1990s. First, in effect conceding that it lacked the will and/or the ability to pressure Asian societies, the United States separated issue areas where it might have leverage from issue areas where it had conflicts. Although Clinton had proclaimed human rights a top priority of American foreign policy toward China, in 1994 he responded to pressure from U.S. businesses, Taiwan, and other sources, delinked human rights from economic issues, and abandoned the effort to use extension of most favored nation status as a means of influencing Chinese behavior toward its political dissidents. In a parallel move, the administration explicitly separated security policy toward Japan, where presumably it could exert leverage, from trade and other economic issues where its relations with Japan were most conflictual. The United States thus surrendered weapons it could have used to promote human rights in China and trade concessions from Japan. Second, the United States repeatedly pursued a course of anticipated reciprocity with the Asian nations, making concessions with the expectation they would induce comparable ones from the Asians. This course was often justified by reference to the need to maintain constructive engagement or dialogue with the Asian country. More times than not, however, the Asian country interpreted the concession as a sign of American weakness, and hence that it could go still further in rejecting American demands. This pattern was particularly noticeable with respect to China, which responded to the U.S. delinkage of MFN status by a new and intensive round of human rights violations. Because of the American penchant to identify good relations with friendly relations, the United States is at a considerable disadvantage in competing with Asian societies who identify good relations with ones that produce victories for them. To the Asians, American concessions are not to be reciprocated. They are to be exploited. Third, a pattern developed in the recurring U.S.-Japan conflicts over trade issues in which the United States would make demands on Japan and threaten sanctions if they were not met. Prolonged negotiations would ensue, and then at the last moment, before the sanctions were to go into effect, agreement would be announced. The agreements were generally so ambiguously phrased that the United States could claim a victory in principle, and the Japanese could implement or not implement the agreement as they wished, and everything would go on as before. In similar fashion, the Chinese would reluctantly agree to statements of broad principles concerning human rights, intellectual property, or proliferation, only to interpret them very differently from the United States and continue with their previous policies. These differences in culture and the shifting power balance between Asia and America encouraged Asian societies to support each other in their conflicts with the United States. In 1994, for instance, virtually all Asian countries, from Australia to Malaysia to South Korea, rallied behind Japan in its resistance to the U.S. demand for numerical targets for imports. A similar rallying simultaneously took place in favor of MFN treatment for China, with Japan's Prime Minister Hosokawa in the lead, arguing that Western human rights concepts could not be blindly applied to Asia, and Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew warning that if it pressured China, the United States will find itself all alone in the Pacific. In another show of solidarity, Asians, Africans, and others rallied behind the Japanese in backing re-election of the Japanese incumbent as head of the World Health Organization against the opposition of the West, and Japan promoted a South Korean to head the World Trade Organization against the American candidate, former President of Mexico Carlos Salinas. The record shows indisputably that by the 1990s on trans-Pacific issues, each country in East Asia felt that it had much more in common with other East Asian countries than it had in common with the United States. The end of the Cold War, the increasing interaction between Asia and America, and the relative decline in American power thus brought to the surface the clash of cultures between the United States and Japan and other Asian societies, and enabled the latter to resist American pressure. The rise of China posed a more fundamental challenge to the United States. U.S. conflicts with China covered a much broader range of issues than those with Japan, including economic questions, human rights, Tibet, Taiwan, the South China Sea, and weapons proliferation. On almost no major policy issue did the United States and China share common objectives. The differences go across the board. As with Japan, these conflicts were in large part rooted in the different cultures of the two societies. The conflicts between the United States and China, however, also involved fundamental issues of power. China is unwilling to accept American leadership or hegemony in the world. The United States is unwilling to accept Chinese leadership or hegemony in Asia. For over 200 years, the United States has attempted to prevent the emergence of an overwhelmingly dominant power in Europe. For almost 100 years, beginning with its open-door policy toward China, it has attempted to do the same in East Asia. To achieve these goals, it has fought 2 world wars and a Cold War against Imperial Germany, Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, the Soviet Union, and Communist China. This American interest remains, and was reaffirmed by Presidents Reagan and Bush. The emergence of China as the dominant regional power in East Asia, if it continues, challenges that Central American interest. The underlying cause of conflict between America and China is their basic difference over what should be the future balance of power in East Asia. Chinese hegemony, balancing the bandwagon. With 6 civilizations, 18 countries, rapidly growing economies, and a major political, economic, and social differences among its societies, East Asia could develop any one of several patterns of international relations in the early 21st century. Conceivably, an extremely complex set of cooperative and conflictual relations could emerge involving most of the major and middle-level powers of the region. Or, a major power, multipolar international system could take shape, with China, Japan, the United States, Russia, and possibly India balancing and competing with each other. Alternatively, East Asian politics could be dominated by a sustained bipolar rivalry between China and Japan, or between China and the United States, with other countries aligning themselves with one side or the other, or opting for non-alignment. Or, conceivably, East Asian politics could return to its traditional unipolar pattern with a hierarchy of power centered on Beijing. If China sustains its high levels of economic growth into the 21st century, maintains its unity in the post-Deng era, and is not hamstrung by succession struggles, it is likely to attempt to realize the last of these outcomes. Whether it succeeds depends upon the reactions of the other players in the East Asian power politics game. China's history, culture, traditions, size, economic dynamism, and self-image all impel it to assume a hegemonic position in East Asia. This goal is a natural result of its rapid economic development. Every other major power, Britain and France, Germany and Japan, the United States and the Soviet Union, has engaged in outward expansion, assertion, and imperialism coincidental with or immediately following the years in which it went through rapid industrialization and economic growth. No reason exists to think that the acquisition of economic and military power will not have comparable effects in China. For 2,000 years, China was the preeminent power in East Asia. Chinese now increasingly assert their intention to resume that historic role and to bring to an end the overlong century of humiliation and subordination to the West and Japan that began with the British imposition of the Treaty of Nanking in 1842. In the late 1980s, China began converting its growing economic resources into military power and political influence. If its economic development continues, this conversion process will assume major proportions. According to official figures, during most of the 1980s, Chinese military spending declined. Between 1988 and 1993, however, military expenditures doubled in current amounts and increased by 50% in real terms. A 21% rise was planned for 1995. Estimates of Chinese military expenditures for 1993 range from roughly $22 billion to $37 billion at official exchange rates and up to $90 billion in terms of purchasing power parity. In the late 1980s, China redrafted its military strategy, shifting from defense against invasion in a major war with the Soviet Union to a regional strategy emphasizing power projection. In accordance with this shift, it began developing its naval capabilities, acquiring modernized, long-range combat aircraft, developing an in-flight refueling capability, and deciding to acquire an aircraft carrier. China also entered into a mutually beneficial arms purchasing relationship with Russia. China is on its way to becoming the dominant power in East Asia. East Asian economic development is becoming more and more China-oriented, fueled by the rapid growth of the mainland and the 3 other Chinas, plus the central role which ethnic Chinese have played in developing the economies of Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. More threateningly, China is increasingly vigorous in asserting its claim to the South China Sea, developing its base in the Paracel Islands, fighting the Vietnamese over a handful of islands in 1988, establishing a military presence on Misc Reef off the Philippines, and laying claim to the gas field adjoining Indonesia's Natuna Island. China also ended its low-key support for a continued U.S. military presence in East Asia and began actively to oppose that deployment. Similarly, although during the Cold War China quietly urged Japan to strengthen its military power, in the post-Cold War years it has expressed increased concern over Japanese military buildup. Acting in classic fashion as a regional hegemon, China is attempting to minimize obstacles to its achievement of regional military superiority. With rare exceptions, such as possibly the South China Sea, Chinese hegemony in East Asia is unlikely to involve expansion of territorial control through the direct use of military force. It is likely to mean, however, that China will expect other East Asian countries in varying degrees to do some or all of the following. Support Chinese territorial integrity, Chinese control of Tibet, Xinjiang, and the integration of Hong Kong and Taiwan into China. Acquiesce in Chinese sovereignty over the South China Sea and possibly Mongolia. Generally support China in conflicts with the West over economics, human rights, weapons proliferation, and other issues. Accept Chinese military predominance in the region and refrain from acquiring nuclear weapons or conventional forces that could challenge that predominance. Adopt trade and investment policies compatible with Chinese interests and conducive to Chinese economic development. Defer to Chinese leadership in dealing with regional problems. Be generally open to immigration from China. Prohibit or suppress anti-China and anti-Chinese movements within their societies. Respect the rights of Chinese within their societies, including their right to maintain close relations with their kin and provinces of origin in China. Abstain from military alliances or anti-China coalitions with other powers. Promote the use of Mandarin as a supplement to and eventually a replacement for English as the language of wider communication in East Asia. Analysts compare the emergence of China to the rise of Wilhelmine Germany as the dominant power in Europe in the late 19th century. The emergence of new great powers is always highly destabilizing, and if it occurs, China's emergence as a major power will dwarf any comparable phenomena during the last half of the second millennium. The size of China's displacement of the world, Lee Kuan Yew observed in 1994, is such that the world must find a new balance in 30 or 40 years. It's not possible to pretend that this is just another big player. This is the biggest player in the history of man. If Chinese economic development continues for another decade, as seems possible, and if China maintains its unity during the succession period, as seems probable, East Asian countries and the world will have to respond to the increasingly assertive role of this biggest player in human history. Broadly speaking, states can react in one or a combination of two ways to the rise of a new power. Alone, or in coalition with other states, they can attempt to ensure their security by balancing against the emerging power, containing it, and if necessary, going to war to defeat it. Alternatively, states can try to bandwagon with the emerging power, accommodating it, and assuming a secondary or subordinate position in relation to the emerging power with the expectation that their core interests will be protected. Or, conceivably, states could attempt some mixture of balancing and bandwagoning, although this runs the risk of both antagonizing the rising power and having no protection against it. According to Western international relations theory, balancing is usually a more desirable option and, in fact, has been more frequently resorted to than bandwagoning, as Stephen Walt has argued. In general, calculations of intent should encourage states to balance. Bandwagoning is risky because it requires trust. One assists a dominant power in the hope that it will remain benevolent. It is safer to balance, in case the dominant power turns out to be aggressive. Furthermore, alignment with the weaker side enhances one's influence with the resulting coalition because the weaker side has greater need of assistance. Walt's analysis of alliance formation in Southeast Asia shows that states almost always attempted to balance against external threats. It has also been generally assumed that balancing behavior was the norm throughout most modern European history, with the several powers shifting their alliances so as to balance and contain the threats they saw posed by Philip II, Louis XIV, Frederick the Great, Napoleon, the Kaiser, and Hitler. Walt concedes, however, that states may choose bandwagoning under some conditions, and as Randall Schweller argues, revisionist states are likely to bandwagon with a rising power because they are dissatisfied and hope to gain from changes in the status quo. In addition, as Walt suggests, bandwagoning does require a degree of trust in the non-malevolent intentions of the more powerful state. In balancing power, states can either play primary or secondary roles. First, State A can attempt to balance power against State B, which it perceives to be a potential adversary, by making alliances with States C and D, by developing its own military and other powers, which is likely to lead to an arms race, or by some combination of these means. In this situation, States A and B are the primary balances of each other. Second, State A may not perceive any other state as an immediate adversary, but it may have an interest in promoting a balance of power between States B and C, either of which, if it became too powerful, could pose a threat to State A. In this situation, State A acts as a secondary balancer with respect to States B and C, which may be primary balancers of each other. How will states react to China if it begins to emerge as the hegemonic power in East Asia? The responses will undoubtedly vary widely. Since China has defined the United States as its principal enemy, the predominant American inclination will be to act as a primary balancer and prevent Chinese hegemony. Assuming such a role would be in keeping with the traditional American concern with preventing the domination of either Europe or Asia by any single power. That goal is no longer relevant in Europe, but it could be in Asia. A loose federation in Western Europe, closely linked to the United States culturally, politically, and economically, will not threaten American security. A unified, powerful, and assertive China could. Is it in American interest to be ready to go to war if necessary to prevent Chinese hegemony in East Asia? If Chinese economic development continues, this could be the single most serious security issue American policymakers confront in the early 21st century. If the United States does not want to stop Chinese domination of East Asia, it will need to redirect the Japanese alliance to that purpose, develop close military ties with other Asian nations, and enhance its military presence in Asia and the military power it can bring to bear in Asia. If the United States is not willing to fight against Chinese hegemony, it will need to forswear its universalism, learn to live with that hegemony, and reconcile itself to a marked reduction in its ability to shape events on the far side of the Pacific. Either course involves major costs and risks. The greatest danger is that the United States will make no clear choice and stumble into a war with China without considering carefully whether that is in its national interest and without being prepared to wage such a war effectively. Theoretically, the United States could attempt to contain China by playing a secondary balancing role if some other major power acted as the primary balancer of China. The only conceivable possibility is Japan, and this would require major changes in Japanese policy, intensified Japanese rearmament, acquisition of nuclear weapons, and active competition with China for support among other Asian powers. While Japan might be willing to participate in a U.S.-led coalition to counter China, although that also is unsure, it is unlikely to become the primary balancer of China. In addition, the United States has not shown much interest or ability at playing a secondary balancing role. As a new small country, it attempted to do so during the Napoleonic era and ended up fighting wars with both Britain and France. During the first part of the 20th century, the United States made only minimum efforts to promote balances among European and Asian countries and as a result became engaged in world wars to restore balances that had been disrupted. During the Cold War, the United States had no alternative to being the primary balancer of the Soviet Union. The United States has thus never been a secondary balancer as a great power. Becoming one means playing a subtle, flexible, ambiguous, and even disingenuous role. It could mean shifting support from one side to another, refusing to support or opposing a state that, in terms of American values, seems to be morally right, and supporting a state that is morally wrong. Even if Japan did emerge as the primary balancer of China in Asia, the ability of the United States to support that balance is open to question. The United States is far more able to mobilize directly against one existing threat than it is to balance off two potential threats. Finally, a bandwagoning propensity is likely to exist among Asian powers, which would preclude any U.S. effort at secondary balancing. To the extent that bandwagoning depends on trust, three propositions follow. First, bandwagoning is more likely to occur between states belonging to the same civilization or otherwise sharing cultural commonalities than between states lacking any cultural commonality. Second, levels of trust are likely to vary with the context. A younger boy will bandwagon with his older brother when they confront other boys. He is less likely to trust his older brother when they are alone at home. Hence, more frequent interactions between states of different civilizations will further encourage bandwagoning within civilizations. Third, bandwagoning and balancing propensities may vary between civilizations because the levels of trust among their members differ. The prevalence of balancing in the Middle East, for instance, may reflect the proverbial low levels of trust in Arab and other Middle Eastern cultures. In addition to these influences, the propensity to bandwagon or balance will be shaped by expectations and preferences concerning the distribution of power. European societies went through a phase of absolutism, but avoided the sustained bureaucratic empires or Oriental despotisms that characterized Asia for much of history. Feudalism provided a basis for pluralism and the assumption that some dispersion of power was both natural and desirable. So also at the international level, a balance of power was thought natural and desirable, and the responsibility of statesmen was to protect and sustain it. Hence, when the equilibrium was threatened, balancing behavior was called for to restore it. The European model of international society, in short, reflected the European model of domestic society. The Asian bureaucratic empires, in contrast, had little room for social or political pluralism and the division of power. Within China, bandwagoning appears to have been far more important compared with balancing than was the case in Europe. During the 1920s, Lucian Pye notes, the warlords first sought to learn what they could gain by identifying with strength, and only then would they explore the payoffs of allying with the weak. For the Chinese warlords, autonomy was not the ultimate value, as it was in the traditional European balance of power calculations. Rather, they based their decisions upon associating with power. In a similar vein, Avery Goldstein argues that bandwagoning characterized politics in communist China, while the authority structure was relatively clear from 1949 to 1966. When the Cultural Revolution then created conditions of near anarchy and uncertainty concerning authority and threatened the survival of political actors, balancing behavior began to prevail. Presumably, the restoration of a more clearly defined structure of authority after 1978 also restored bandwagoning as the prevailing pattern of political behavior. Historically, the Chinese did not draw a sharp distinction between domestic and external affairs. Their image of world order was no more than a corollary of the Chinese internal order, and thus an extended projection of the Chinese civilizational identity, which was presumed to produce itself in a concentrically larger expandable circle as the correct cosmic order. Or, as Roderick MacFarquhar phrased it, the traditional Chinese worldview was a reflection of the Confucian vision of a carefully articulated hierarchical society. Foreign monarchs and states were assumed to be the tributaries of the Middle Kingdom. There are not two suns in the sky. There cannot be two emperors on earth. As a result, the Chinese have not been sympathetic to multipolar or even multilateral concepts of security. Asians generally are willing to accept hierarchy in international relations, and European-type hegemonic wars have been absent from East Asian history. A functioning balance of power system that was typical of Europe historically was foreign to Asia. Until the arrival of the Western powers in the mid-19th century, East Asian international relations were sinocentric with other societies arranged in varying degrees of subordination to, cooperation with, or autonomy from Beijing. The Confucian ideal of world order was, of course, never fully realized in practice. Nonetheless, the Asian hierarchy of power model for international politics contrasts dramatically with the European balance of power model. As a consequence of this image of world order, the Chinese propensity toward bandwagoning in domestic politics also exists in international relations. The degree to which it shapes the foreign policies of individual states tends to vary with the extent they share in Confucian culture and with their historical relationships with China. Korea culturally has much in common with China, and historically has tilted toward China. For Singapore, Communist China was an enemy during the Cold War. In the 1980s, however, Singapore began to shift its position, and its leaders actively argued the need for the United States and other countries to come to terms with the realities of Chinese power. With its large Chinese population and the anti-Western proclivities of its leaders, Malaysia also strongly tilted in the Chinese direction. Thailand maintained its independence in the 19th and 20th centuries by accommodating itself to European and Japanese imperialism, and has shown every intention of doing the same with China, an inclination reinforced by the potential security threat it sees from Vietnam. Indonesia and Vietnam are the two countries of Southeast Asia most inclined toward balancing and containing China. Indonesia is large, Muslim, and distant from China. But without the help of others, it cannot prevent Chinese assertion of control over the South China Sea. In the fall of 1995, Indonesia and Australia joined in a security agreement that committed them to consult with each other in the event of adverse challenges to their security. Although both parties denied that this was an anti-China arrangement, they did identify China as the most likely source of adverse challenges. Vietnam has a largely Confucian culture, but historically has had highly antagonistic relations with China, and in 1979 fought a brief war with China. Both Vietnam and China have claimed sovereignty over all the Spratly Islands, and their navies engaged each other on occasion in the 1970s and 1980s. In the early 1990s, Vietnam's military capabilities declined in relation to those of China. More than any other East Asian state, Vietnam consequently has the motive to seek partners to balance China. Its admission into ASEAN and normalization of its relations with the United States in 1995 were two steps in this direction. The divisions within ASEAN and that association's reluctance to challenge China make it highly unlikely, however, that ASEAN will become an anti-China alliance, or that it will provide much support to Vietnam in a confrontation with China. The United States would be a more willing container of China, but in the mid-1990s, it is unclear how far it will go to contest an assertion of Chinese control over the South China Sea. In the end, for Vietnam, the least bad alternative could be to accommodate China and accept Finlandization, which, while it would wound Vietnamese pride, might guarantee survival. In the 1990s, virtually all East Asian nations, other than China and North Korea, have expressed support for a continued U.S. military presence in the region. In practice, however, except for Vietnam, they tend to accommodate China. the Philippines ended the major U.S. air and naval bases there, and opposition has mounted in Okinawa to the extensive U.S. military forces on the island. In 1994, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia rejected U.S. requests to moor 6 supply ships in their waters as a floating base to facilitate U.S. military intervention in either Southeast or Southwest Asia. In another manifestation of deference, at its first meeting, the ASEAN Regional Forum acquiesced to China's demands that the Spratly Islands issues be kept off the agenda, and China's occupation of Mischief Reef off the Philippines in 1995 elicited protests from no other ASEAN countries. In 1995 to 1996, when China verbally and militarily threatened Taiwan, Asian governments again responded with a deafening silence. Their bandwagoning propensity was neatly summed up by Michael Oxenberg. Asian leaders do worry that the balance of power could shift in China's favor, but in anxious anticipation of the future, they do not want to confront Beijing now, and they will not join the United States in an anti-China crusade. The rise of China will pose a major challenge to Japan, and the Japanese will be deeply divided as to which strategy Japan should pursue. Should it attempt to accommodate China, perhaps with some trade-off acknowledging China's political, military dominance in return for recognition of Japan's primacy in economic matters? Should it attempt to give new meaning and vigor to the U.S.-Japanese alliance as the core of a coalition to balance and contain China? Should it attempt to develop its own military power to defend its interests against any Chinese incursions? Japan will probably avoid as long as it can any clear-cut answer to these questions. The core of any meaningful effort to balance and contain China would have to be the American-Japanese military alliance. Conceivably, Japan might slowly acquiesce in redirecting the alliance to this purpose. Its doing so would depend upon Japan's having confidence in, 1, the overall American ability to sustain itself as the world's only superpower and to maintain its active leadership in world affairs, 2, the American commitment to maintain its presence in Asia and actively to combat China's efforts to expand its influence, and 3, the ability of the United States and Japan to contain China without high costs in terms of resources or high risks in terms of war. In the absence of a major and improbable show of resolution by and commitment from the United States, Japan is likely to accommodate China. Except for the 1930s and 1940s, when it pursued a unilateral policy of conquest in East Asia with disastrous consequences, Japan has historically sought security by allying itself with what it perceives to be the relevant dominant power. Even in the 1930s and joining with the Axis, it was aligning itself with what appeared to be then the most dynamic military ideological force in global politics. Earlier in the century, it had quite consciously entered into the Anglo-Japanese alliance because Great Britain was the leading power in world affairs. In the 1950s, Japan similarly associated itself with the United States as the most powerful country in the world and the one that could ensure Japan's security. Like the Chinese, the Japanese see international politics as hierarchical because their domestic politics are. As one leading Japanese scholar has observed, when the Japanese think of their nation in international society, Japanese domestic models often offer analogies. The Japanese tend to see an international order as giving expression externally to cultural patterns that are manifested internally within Japanese society, which is characterized by the relevance of vertically organized structures. Such an image of international order has been influenced by Japan's long experience with pre-modern Sino-Japanese relations, a tribute system. Hence, Japanese alliance behavior has been basically bandwagoning, not balancing and alignment with the dominant power. The Japanese, one long-time Western resident there agreed, are quicker than most to bow to force majeure and cooperate with perceived moral superiors. and quickest to resent abuse from a morally flabby, retreating hegemon. As the U.S. role in Asia subsides and China's becomes paramount, Japanese policy will adapt accordingly. Indeed, it has begun to do so. The key question in Sino-Japanese relations, Kishore Mahbubani has observed, is, who is number one? And the answer is becoming clear. There will be no explicit statements or understandings, but it was significant that the Japanese emperor chose to visit China in 1992 at a time when Beijing was still relatively isolated internationally. Ideally, Japanese leaders and people would undoubtedly prefer the pattern of the past several decades and to remain under the sheltering arm of a predominant United States. As U.S. involvement in Asia declines, however, the forces in Japan urging that Japan re-Asianize will gain strength, and the Japanese will come to accept as inevitable the renewed dominance of China on the East Asia scene. When asked in 1994, for instance, which nation would have the greatest influence in Asia in the 21st century, 44% of the Japanese public said China, 30% said the United States, and only 16% said Japan. Japan, as one high Japanese official predicted in 1995, will have the discipline to adapt to the rise of China. He then asked whether the United States would. His initial proposition is plausible. The answer to his subsequent question is uncertain. Chinese hegemony will reduce instability and conflict in East Asia. It also will reduce American and Western influence there and compel the United States to accept what it has historically attempted to prevent: domination of a key region of the world by another power. The extent to which this hegemony threatens the interests of other Asian countries or the United States, however, depends in part on what happens in China. Economic growth generates military power and political influence, but it can also stimulate political development and movement toward a more open, pluralistic, and possibly democratic form of politics. Arguably, it already has had that effect in South Korea and Taiwan. In both countries, however, the political leaders most active in pushing for democracy were Christians. China's Confucian heritage, with its emphasis on authority, order, hierarchy, and the supremacy of the collectivity over the individual, creates obstacles to democratization. Yet economic growth is creating in South China increasingly high levels of wealth, a dynamic bourgeoisie, accumulations of economic power outside governmental control, and a rapidly expanding middle class. In addition, Chinese people are deeply involved in the outside world in terms of trade, investment, and education. All this creates a social basis for movement toward political pluralism. The precondition for political opening usually is the coming to power of reform elements within the authoritarian system. Will this happen to China? Probably not in the first succession after Deng, but possibly in the second. The new century could see the creation in South China of groups with political agendas, which in fact, if not in name, will be embryonic political parties, and which are likely to have close ties with and be supported by Chinese in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. If such movements emerge in South China, and if a reform faction took power in Beijing, some form of a political transition could occur. Democratization could encourage politicians to make nationalist appeals and increase the possibility of war, although in the long run, a stable pluralistic system in China is likely to ease its relations with other powers. Perhaps, as Friedberg suggested, Europe's past is Asia's future. More probably, Asia's past will be Asia's future. The choice for Asia is between power balanced at the price of conflict or peace secured at the price of hegemony. Western societies might go for conflict of balance. History, culture, and the realities of power strongly suggest that Asia will opt for peace and hegemony. The era that began with the Western intrusions of the 1840s and 1850s is ending. China is resuming its place as regional hegemon, and the East is coming into its own. Civilizations and core states. Emerging alignments. The post-Cold War multipolar, multi-civilizational world lacks an overwhelmingly dominant cleavage such as existed in the Cold War. So long as the Muslim demographic and Asian economic surges continue, however, the conflicts between the West and the challenger civilizations will be more central to global politics than other lines of cleavage. The governments of Muslim countries are likely to continue to become less friendly to the West, and intermittent, low-intensity and at times perhaps high-intensity violence will occur between Islamic groups and Western societies. Relations between the United States on the one hand and China, Japan, and other Asian countries will be highly conflictual, and a major war could occur if the United States challenges China's rise as the hegemonic power in Asia. Under these conditions, the Confucian-Islamic connection will continue and perhaps broaden and deepen. Central to this connection has been the cooperation of Muslim and Sinic societies opposing the West on weapons proliferation, human rights, and other issues. At its core have been the close relations among Pakistan, Iran, and China, which crystallized in the early 1990s with the visits of President Yang Shangkun to Iran and Pakistan and of President Rafsanjani to Pakistan and China. These pointed to the emergence of the embryonic alliance between Pakistan, Iran, and China. On his way to China, Rafsanjani declared in Islamabad that a strategic alliance existed between Iran and Pakistan, and that an attack on Pakistan would be considered an attack on Iran. Reinforcing this pattern, Benazir Bhutto visited Iran and China immediately after becoming Prime Minister in October 1993. This cooperation among the three countries has included regular exchanges among political, military, and bureaucratic officials, and joint efforts in a variety of civil and military areas, including defense production, in addition to the weapons transfers from China to the other states. The development of this relationship has been strongly supported by those in Pakistan belonging to the independence and Muslim schools of thought on foreign policy, who looked forward to Tehran-Islamabad-Beijing axis, while in Tehran it was argued that the distinctive nature of the contemporary world required close and consistent cooperation among Iran, China, Pakistan, and Kazakhstan. By the mid-1990s, something like a de facto alliance had come into existence among the three countries rooted in opposition to the West, security concerns over India, and the desire to counter Turkish and Russian influence in Central Asia. Are these three states likely to become the core of a broader grouping involving other Muslim and Asian countries? An informal Confucian-Islamist alliance, Graham Fuller argues, could materialize not because Muhammad and Confucius are anti-West, but because these cultures offer a vehicle for the expression of grievances for which the West is partly blamed, a West whose political, military, economic, and cultural dominance increasingly rankles in a world where states feel they don't have to take it anymore. The most passionate call for such cooperation came from Muammar Gaddafi, who in March 1994 declared, "The New World Order means that Jews and Christians control Muslims, and if they can, they will after that dominate Confucianism and other religions in India, China, and Japan. What the Christians and Jews are now saying, we were determined to crush communism, and the West must now crush Islam and Confucianism. Now we hope to see a confrontation between China, that heads the Confucianist camp, and America, that heads the Christian Crusader camp. We have no justification but to be biased against the Crusaders. We are standing with Confucianism, and by allying ourselves with it and fighting alongside it in one international front, we will eliminate our mutual opponent. So we as Muslims will support China in its struggle against our mutual enemy. We wish China victory." Enthusiasm for a close anti-Western alliance of Confucian and Islamic states, however, has been rather muted on the Chinese side, with President Jiang Zemin declaring in 1995 that China would not establish an alliance with any other country. This position presumably reflected the classical Chinese view that, as the Middle Kingdom, the central power, China did not need formal allies, and other countries would find it in their interest to cooperate with China. China's conflicts with the West, on the other hand, mean that it will value partnership with other anti-Western states, of which Islam furnishes the largest and most influential number. In addition, China's increasing needs for oil are likely to impel it to expand its relations with Iran, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, as well as Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan. Such an arms-for-oil axis, one energy expert observed in 1994, won't have to take orders from London, Paris, or Washington anymore. The relations of other civilizations and their core states to the West and its challengers will vary widely. The southern civilizations, Latin America and Africa, lack core states, have been dependent on the West, and are relatively weak militarily and economically, although that is changing rapidly for Latin America. In their relations with the West, they probably will move in opposite directions. Latin America is culturally close to the West. During the 1980s and 1990s, its political and economic systems came more and more to resemble Western ones. The two Latin American states that once pursued nuclear weapons abandoned those attempts. With the lowest levels of overall military effort of any civilization, Latin Americans may resent the military dominance of the United States, but show no intention of challenging it. The rapid rise of Protestantism in many Latin American societies is both making them more like the mixed Catholic Protestant societies of the West and expanding Latin American Western religious ties beyond those that go through Rome. Conversely, the influx into the United States of Mexicans, Central Americans, and Caribbeans, and the resulting Hispanic impact on American society also promotes cultural convergence. The principal conflictual issues between Latin America and the West, which in practice means the United States, are immigration, drugs, and drug-related terrorism, and economic integration, i.e., admission of Latin American states to NAFTA versus expansion of Latin American groupings such as Mercosur and the Andean Pact. As the problems that developed with respect to Mexico joining NAFTA indicate, the marriage of Latin American and Western civilizations will not be easy, will probably take shape slowly through much of the 21st century, and may never be consummated. Yet the differences between the West and Latin America remain small compared to those between the West and other civilizations. The West's relations with Africa should involve only slightly higher levels of conflict, primarily because Africa is so weak. Yet some significant issues exist. South Africa did not, like Brazil and Argentina, abandon a program to develop nuclear weapons. It destroyed nuclear weapons it had already built. These weapons were produced by a white government to deter foreign attacks on apartheid, and that government did not wish to bequeath them to a black government which might use them for other purposes. The ability to build nuclear weapons cannot be destroyed, however, and it is possible that a post-apartheid government could construct a new nuclear arsenal to ensure its role as the core state of Africa and to deter the West from intervention in Africa. Human rights, immigration, economic issues, and terrorism are also on the agenda between Africa and the West. Despite France's efforts to maintain close ties with its former colonies, a long-term process of de-Westernization appears to be underway in Africa. The interest and influence of Western powers receding, indigenous culture reasserting itself, and South Africa over time subordinating the Afrikaner English elements in its culture to African ones. While Latin America is becoming more Western, Africa is becoming less so. Both, however, remain in different ways dependent on the West and unable, apart from UN votes, to affect decisively the balance between the West and its challengers. That is clearly not the case with the three swing civilizations. Their core states are major actors in world affairs and are likely to have mixed, ambivalent, and fluctuating relationships with the West and the challengers. They also will have varying relations with each other. Japan, as we have argued, over time and with great anguish and soul-searching, is likely to shift away from the United States in the direction of China. Like other trans-civilizational Cold War alliances, Japan's security ties to the United States will weaken, although probably never be formally renounced. its relations with Russia will remain difficult so long as Russia refuses to compromise on the Kuril Islands it occupied in 1945. The moment at the end of the Cold War, when this issue might have been resolved, passed quickly with the rise of Russian nationalism, and no reason exists for the United States to back the Japanese claim in the future as it has in the past. In the last decades of the Cold War, China effectively played the China card against the Soviet Union and the United States. In the post-Cold War world, Russia has a Russia card to play. Russia and China united would decisively tilt the Eurasian balance against the West and arouse all the concerns that existed about the Sino-Soviet relationship in the 1950s. A Russia working closely with the West would provide additional counterbalance to the Confucian-Islamic connection on global issues and reawaken in China its Cold War fears concerning an invasion from the North. Russia, however, also has problems with both these neighboring civilizations, with respect to the West. They tend to be more short-term, a consequence of the end of the Cold War and the need for a redefinition of the balance between Russia and the West, and agreement by both sides on their basic equality and their respective spheres of influence. In practice, this would mean 1. Russian acceptance of the expansion of the European Union and NATO to include the Western Christian states of Central and Eastern Europe, and Western commitment not to expand NATO further unless Ukraine splits into 2 countries. 2. A partnership treaty between Russia and NATO pledging non-aggression, regular consultations on security issues, cooperative efforts to avoid arms competition, and negotiation of arms control agreements appropriate to their post-Cold War security needs. 3. Western recognition of Russia as primarily responsible for the maintenance of security among Orthodox countries and in areas where orthodoxy predominates. 4. Western acknowledgement of the security problems, actual and potential, which Russia faces from Muslim peoples to its south, and willingness to revise the CFE treaty and to be favorably disposed toward other steps Russia might need to take to deal with such threats. 5. Agreement between Russia and the West to cooperate as equals in dealing with issues, such as Bosnia, involving both Western and Orthodox interests. If an arrangement emerges along these or similar lines, neither Russia nor the West is likely to pose any longer-term security challenge to the other. Europe and Russia are demographically mature societies with low birth rates and aging populations. Such societies do not have the youthful vigor to be expansionist and offensively oriented. In the immediate post-Cold War period, Russian-Chinese relations became significantly more cooperative. Border disputes were resolved, military forces on both sides of the border were reduced, trade expanded, each stopped targeting the other with nuclear missiles, and their foreign ministers explored their common interests in combating fundamentalist Islam. Most importantly, Russia found in China an eager and substantial customer for military equipment and technology, including tanks, fighter aircraft, long-range bombers, and surface-to-air missiles. From the Russian viewpoint, this warming of relations represented both a conscious decision to work with China as its Asian partner, given the stagnant coolness of its relations with Japan, and a reaction to its conflicts with the West over NATO expansion, economic reform, arms control, economic assistance, and membership in Western international institutions. For its part, China was able to demonstrate to the West that it was not alone in the world and could acquire the military capabilities necessary to implement its power projection regional strategy. For both countries, a Russian-Chinese connection is, like the Confucian-Islamic connection, a means of countering Western power and universalism. Whether that connection survives into the longer term depends largely on, first, the extent to which Russian relations with the West stabilize on a mutually satisfactory basis, and second, the extent to which China's rise to hegemony in East Asia threatens Russian interests economically, demographically, militarily. The economic dynamism of China has spilled over into Siberia, and Chinese, along with Korean and Japanese businesspersons, are exploring and exploiting opportunities there. Russians in Siberia increasingly see their economic future connected to East Asia, rather than to European Russia. More threatening for Russia is Chinese immigration into Siberia, with illegal Chinese migrants there purportedly numbering in 1995 3 million to 5 million, compared to a Russian population in eastern Siberia of about 7 million. The Chinese, Russian Defense Minister Pavel Grachev warned, are in the process of making a peaceful conquest of the Russian Far East. Russia's top immigration official echoed him, saying, "We must resist Chinese expansionism." In addition, China's developing economic relations with the former Soviet republics of Central Asia may exacerbate relations with Russia. Chinese expansion could also become military if China decided that it should attempt to reclaim Mongolia, which the Russians detached from China after World War I and which was for decades a Soviet satellite. At some point, the yellow hordes, which have haunted Russian imagination since the Mongol invasions, may again become a reality. Russia's relations with Islam are shaped by the historical legacy of centuries of expansion through war against the Turks, North Caucasus peoples, and Central Asian emirates. Russia now collaborates with its Orthodox allies, Serbia and Greece, to counter Turkish influence in the Balkans, and with its Orthodox ally Armenia to restrict that influence in the Transcaucasus. It has actively attempted to maintain its political, economic, and military influence in the Central Asian republics, has enlisted them in the Commonwealth of Independent States, and deploys military forces in all of them. Central to Russian concerns are the Caspian Sea oil and gas reserves, and the routes by which these resources will reach the West and East Asia. Russia has also been fighting one war in the North Caucasus against the Muslim people of Chechnya, and a second war in Tajikistan supporting the government against an insurgency that includes Islamic fundamentalists. These security concerns provide a further incentive for cooperation with China in containing the Islamic threat in Central Asia, and they also are a major motive for the Russian rapprochement with Iran. Russia has sold Iran submarines, sophisticated fighter aircraft, fighter bombers, surface-to-air missiles, and reconnaissance and electronic warfare equipment. In addition, Russia agreed to build light-water nuclear reactors in Iran and to provide Iran with uranium enrichment equipment. In return, Russia quite explicitly expects Iran to constrain the spread of fundamentalism in Central Asia and implicitly to cooperate in countering the spread of Turkish influence there and in the Caucasus. For the coming decades, Russia's relations with Islam will be decisively shaped by its perceptions of the threats posed by the booming Muslim populations along its southern periphery. During the Cold War, India, the third swing core state, was an ally of the Soviet Union and fought one war with China and several with Pakistan. Its relations with the West, particularly the United States, were distant when they were not acrimonious. In the post-Cold War world, India's relations with Pakistan are likely to remain highly conflictual over Kashmir, nuclear weapons, and the overall military balance on the subcontinent. To the extent that Pakistan is able to win support from other Muslim countries, India's relations with Islam generally will be difficult. To counter this, India is likely to make special efforts, as it has in the past, to persuade individual Muslim countries to distance themselves from Pakistan. With the end of the Cold War, China's efforts to establish more friendly relations with its neighbors extended to India, and tensions between the two lessened. This trend, however, is unlikely to continue for long. China has actively involved itself in South Asian politics and presumably will continue to do so. Maintaining a close relation with Pakistan, strengthening Pakistan's nuclear and conventional military capabilities, and courting Myanmar with economic assistance, investment, and military aid, while possibly developing naval facilities there. Chinese power is expanding at the moment. India's power could grow substantially in the early 21st century. Conflict seems highly probable. The underlying power rivalry between the two Asian giants and their self-images as natural great powers and centers of civilization and culture, one analyst has observed, will continue to drive them to support different countries and causes. India will strive to emerge not only as an independent power center in the multipolar world, but as a counterweight to Chinese power and influence. Confronting at least a China-Pakistan alliance, if not a broader Confucian-Islamic connection, it clearly will be in India's interests to maintain its close relationship with Russia and to remain a major purchaser of Russian military equipment. In the mid-1990s, India was acquiring from Russia almost every major type of weapon, including an aircraft carrier and cryogenic rocket technology, which led to U.S. sanctions. In addition to weapons proliferation, other issues between India and the United States included human rights, Kashmir, and economic liberalization. Over time, however, the cooling of U.S.-Pakistan relations and their common interests in containing China are likely to bring India and the United States closer together. The expansion of Indian power in southern Asia cannot harm U.S. interests and could serve them. The relations between civilizations and their core states are complicated, often ambivalent, and they do change. Most countries in any one civilization will generally follow the lead of the core state in shaping their relations with countries in another civilization. But this will not always be the case, and obviously, all the countries of one civilization do not have identical relations with all the countries in a second civilization. Common interests, usually a common enemy from a third civilization, can generate cooperation between countries of different civilizations. Conflicts also obviously occur within civilizations, particularly Islam. In addition, the relations between groups along fault lines may differ significantly from the relations between the core states of the same civilizations. Yet broad trends are evident, and plausible generalizations can be made about what seem to be the emerging alignments and antagonisms among civilizations and core states. The relatively simple bipolarity of the Cold War is giving way to the much more complex relationships of a multipolar, multi-civilizational world. Chapter 11. The Dynamics of Fault Line Wars. Identity. The Rise of Civilization Consciousness. Fault line wars go through processes of intensification, expansion, containment, interruption, and rarely resolution. These processes usually begin sequentially, but they also often overlap and may be repeated. Once started, fault line wars, like other communal conflicts, tend to take on a life of their own and to develop in an action-reaction pattern. Identities which had previously been multiple and casual become focused and hardened. Communal conflicts are appropriately termed identity wars. As violence increases, the initial issues at stake tend to get redefined more exclusively as us against them, and group cohesion and commitment are enhanced. Political leaders expand and deepen their appeals to ethnic and religious loyalties, and civilization consciousness strengthens in relation to other identities. A hate dynamic emerges, comparable to the security dilemma in international relations, in which mutual fears, distrust, and hatred feed on each other. Each side dramatizes and magnifies the distinction between the forces of virtue and the forces of evil, and eventually attempts to transform this distinction into the ultimate distinction between the quick and the dead. As revolutions evolve, moderates, Girondins, and Mensheviks lose out to the radicals, Jacobins, and Bolsheviks. A similar process tends to occur in fault line wars. Moderates with more limited goals, such as autonomy rather than independence, do not achieve these goals through negotiation, which almost always initially fails, and get supplemented or supplanted by radicals committed to achieving more extreme goals through violence. In the Moro-Philippine conflict, the principal insurgent group, the Moro National Libertarian Front, was first supplemented by the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, which had a more extreme position, and then by the Ubu Saif, which was still more extreme and rejected the ceasefires other groups negotiated with the Philippine government. In Sudan, during the 1980s, the government adopted increasingly extreme Islamist positions, and in the early 1990s, the Christian insurgency split with a new group, the Southern Sudan Independence Movement, advocating independence rather than simply autonomy. In the ongoing conflict between Israelis and Arabs, as the mainstream Palestine Liberation Organization moved toward negotiations with the Israeli government, the Muslim Brotherhood's Hamas challenged it for the loyalty of Palestinians. Simultaneously, the engagement of the Israeli government in negotiations generated protests and violence from extremist religious groups in Israel. As the Chechen conflict with Russia intensified in 1992 to 93, the Dudayev government came to be dominated by the most radical factions of the Chechen nationalists opposed to any accommodation with Moscow, with the more moderate forces pushed into opposition. In Tajikistan, a similar shift occurred. As the conflict escalated during 1992, the Tajik nationalist democratic groups gradually ceded influence to the Islamist groups who were more successful in mobilizing the rural poor and the disaffected urban youth. The Islamist message also became progressively more radicalized as younger leaders emerged to challenge the traditional and more pragmatic religious hierarchy. "I am shutting the dictionary of diplomacy," one Tajik leader said. "I am beginning to speak the language of the battlefield, which is the only appropriate language given the situation created by Russia in my homeland." In Bosnia, within the Muslim Party of Democratic Action, SDA, the more extreme nationalist faction led by Elijah Izetbegovic became more influential than the more tolerant, multiculturally oriented faction led by Haris Silajic. The victory of the extremists is not necessarily permanent. Extremist violence is no more likely than moderate compromise to end a fault-line war. As the costs in death and destruction escalate, with little to show for them, on each side, moderates are likely to reappear, again pointing to the senselessness of it all and urging another attempt to end it through negotiations. In the course of the war, multiple identities fade, and the identity most meaningful in relation to the conflict comes to dominate. That identity almost always is defined by religion. Psychologically, religion provides the most reassuring and supportive justification for struggle against godless forces which are seen as threatening. Practically, its religious or civilizational community is the broadest community to which the local group involved in the conflict can appeal for support. If, in a local war between two African tribes, one tribe can define itself as Muslim and the other as Christian, the former can hope to be bolstered by Saudi money, Afghan mujahideen, and Iranian weapons and military advisors, while the latter can look for Western economic and humanitarian aid and political and diplomatic support from Western governments. Unless a group can do as the Bosnian Muslims did and convincingly portray itself as a victim of genocide and thereby arouse Western sympathy, it can only expect to receive significant assistance from its civilizational kin, and apart from the Bosnian Muslims, that has been the case. Fault-line wars are by definition local wars between local groups with wider connections, and hence promote civilizational identities among their participants. The strengthening of civilizational identities has occurred among fault-line war participants from other civilizations, but was particularly prevalent among Muslims. A fault-line war may have its origins in family, clan, or tribal conflicts, but because identities in the Muslim world tend to be U-shaped, as the struggle progresses, the Muslim participants quickly seek to broaden their identity and appeal to all of Islam, as was the case even with an anti-fundamentalist secularist like Saddam Hussein. The Azerbaijan government similarly, one Westerner observed, played the Islamic card. In Tajikistan, in a war which began as an intra-Tajikistan regional conflict, the insurgents increasingly defined their cause as the cause of Islam. In the 19th century, wars between the North Caucasus peoples and the Russians, the Muslim leader Shamil termed himself an Islamist, and united dozens of ethnic and linguistic groups on the basis of Islam and resistance to Russian conquest. In the 1990s, Dudayev capitalized on the Islamic resurgence that had taken place in the Caucasus in the 1980s to pursue a similar strategy. He was supported by Muslim clerics and Islamist parties, took his oath of office on the Koran, even as Yeltsin was blessed by the Orthodox Patriarch, and in 1994 proposed that Chechnya become an Islamic state governed by Sharia. Chechen troops wore green scarves emblazoned with the word Gavazat, Holy War, in Chechen, and shouted Allahu Akbar as they went off to battle. In similar fashion, the self-definition of Kashmir Muslims shifted from either a regional identity encompassing Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists, or an identification with Indian secularism, to a third identity reflected in the rise of Muslim nationalism in Kashmir and the spread of transnational Islamic fundamentalist values, which made Kashmiri Muslims feel a part of both Islamic Pakistan and the Islamic world. The 1989 insurgency against India was originally led by a relatively secular organization supported by the Pakistan government. Pakistan's support then shifted to Islamic fundamentalist groups, which became dominant. These groups included hardcore insurgents who seemed committed to continuing their jihad for its own sake, whatever the hope and the outcome. Another observer reported, nationalist feelings have been heightened by religious differences. The global rise of Islamic militancy has given courage to Kashmiri insurgents and eroded Kashmir's tradition of Hindu-Muslim tolerance. A dramatic rise of civilizational identities occurred in Bosnia, particularly in its Muslim community. Historically, communal identities in Bosnia had not been strong. Serbs, Croats, and Muslims lived peacefully together as neighbors. Intergroup marriages were common. Religious identifications were weak. Muslims, it was said, were Bosnians who did not go to mosque. Croats were Bosnians who did not go to the cathedral. And Serbs were Bosnians who did not go to the Orthodox Church. Once the broader Yugoslav identity collapsed, however, these casual religious identities assumed new relevance, and once fighting began, they intensified. Multi-communalism evaporated, and each group increasingly identified itself with its broader cultural community and defined itself in religious terms. Bosnian Serbs became extreme Serbian nationalists, identifying themselves with Greater Serbia, the Serbian Orthodox Church, and the more widespread Orthodox community. Bosnian Croats were the most fervent Croatian nationalists, considered themselves to be citizens of Croatia, emphasized their Catholicism, and together with the Croats of Croatia, their identity with the Catholic West. The Muslims' shift towards civilizational consciousness was even more marked. Until the war got underway, Bosnian Muslims were highly secular in their outlook, viewed themselves as Europeans, and were the strongest supporters of multicultural Bosnian society and state. This began to change, however, as Yugoslavia broke up. Like the Croats and Serbs, in the 1990 elections, the Muslims rejected the multi-communal parties, voting overwhelmingly for the Muslim Party of the Democratic Action, SDA, led by Izetbegovic. He is a devout Muslim, was imprisoned for his Islamic activities by the communist government, and in a book, The Islamic Declaration, published in 1970, argues for the incompatibility of Islam with non-Islamic systems. There can be neither peace nor coexistence between the Islamic religion and non-Islamic social and political institutions. When the Islamic movement is strong enough, it must take power and create an Islamic republic. In this new state, it is particularly important that education and the media should be in the hands of people whose Islamic moral and intellectual authority is indisputable. As Bosnia became independent, Izetbegovic promoted a multi-ethnic state, in which the Muslims would be the dominant group, although short of a majority. He was not, however, a person to resist the Islamization of his country produced by the war. His reluctance to repudiate publicly and explicitly the Islamic declaration generated fear among non-Muslims. As the war went on, Bosnian Serbs and Croats moved from areas controlled by the Bosnian government, and those who remained found themselves gradually excluded from desirable jobs and participation in social institutions. Islam gained greater importance within the Muslim national community, and a strong Muslim national identity became a part of politics and religion. Muslim nationalism, as opposed to Bosnian multicultural nationalism, was increasingly expressed in the media. Religious teaching expanded in the schools, and new textbooks emphasized the benefits of Ottoman rule. The Bosnian language was promoted as distinct from Serbo-Croatian, and more Turkish and Arabic words were incorporated into it. Government officials attacked mixed marriages and the broadcasting of aggressor or Serbian music. The government encouraged the Islamic religion and gave Muslims preference in hiring and promotions. Most important, the Bosnian army became Islamicized, with Muslims constituting over 90% of its personnel by 1995. More and more army units identified themselves with Islam, engaged in Islamic practices, and made use of Muslim symbols, with the elite units being the most thoroughly Islamicized ones and expanding in number. This trend led to a protest from 5 members, including 2 Croats and 2 Serbs, of the Bosnian presidency to Izetbegovic, which he rejected, and to the resignation in 1995 of the multicultural-oriented Prime Minister Haris Siladzic. Politically, Izetbegovic's Muslim party, the SDA, extended its control over Bosnian state and society. By 1995, it dominated the army, the civil service, and public enterprises. Muslims who do not belong to the party, it was reported, let alone non-Muslims, find it hard to get decent jobs. The party, its critics charged, had become a vehicle for an Islamic authoritarianism marked by the habits of communist government. Overall, another observer reported, Muslim nationalism is becoming more extreme. It now takes no account of other national sensibilities. It is the property, privilege, and political instrument of the newly predominant Muslim nation. The main result of this new Muslim nationalism is a movement toward national homogenization. Increasingly, Islamic religious fundamentalism is also gaining dominance in determining Muslim national interests. The intensification of religious identity produced by war and ethnic cleansing, the preferences of its leaders, and the support and pressure from other Muslim states were slowly but clearly transforming Bosnia from the Switzerland of the Balkans into the Iran of the Balkans. In fault line wars, each side has incentives not only to emphasize its own civilizational identity, but also that of the other side. In its local war, it sees itself not just fighting another local ethnic group, but fighting another civilization. The threat is thus magnified and enhanced by the resources of a major civilization, and defeat has consequences not just for itself, but for all of its own civilization. Hence, the urgent need for its own civilization to rally behind it in the conflict. The local war becomes redefined as a war of religions, a clash of civilizations fraught with consequences for huge segments of humankind. In the early 1990s, as the Orthodox religion and the Orthodox Church again became central elements in Russian national identity, which squeezed out other Russian confessions, of which Islam is the most important, the Russians found it in their interest to define the war between clans and regions in Tajikistan and the war with Chechnya as parts of a broader clash going back centuries between Orthodoxy and Islam, with its local opponents now committed to Islamic fundamentalism and jihad and the proxies for Islamabad, Tehran, Riyadh, and Ankara. In the former Yugoslavia, Croats saw themselves as the gallant frontier guardians of the West against the onslaught of orthodoxy in Islam. The Serbs defined their enemies not just as Bosnian Croats and Muslims, but as the Vatican and as Islamic fundamentalists and infamous Turks who have been threatening Christianity for centuries. Karadzic, one Western diplomat said of the Bosnian Serb leader, sees this as the anti-imperialist war in Europe. He talks about having a mission to eradicate the last traces of the Ottoman Turkish Empire in Europe. The Bosnian Muslims, in turn, identified themselves as the victims of genocide, ignored by the West because of their religion, and hence deserving of support from the Muslim world. All the parties to, and most outside observers of, the Yugoslav wars, thus came to see them as religious and ethno-religious wars. The conflict, Misha Glenny pointed out, increasingly assimilated the characteristics of a religious struggle, defined by three great European faiths: Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, and Islam, the confessional detritus of the empires whose frontiers collided in Bosnia. The perception of fault line wars as civilizational clashes also gave new life to the domino theory which had existed during the Cold War. Now, however, it was the major states of civilizations who saw the need to prevent defeat in a local conflict, which could trigger a sequence of escalating losses leading to disaster. The Indian government's tough stand on Kashmir derived, in large part, from the fear that its loss would stimulate other ethnic and religious minorities to push for independence, and thus lead to the breakup of India. If Russia did not end the political violence in Tajikistan, Foreign Minister Kozyrev warned, it was likely to spread to Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. This, it was argued, could then promote secessionist movements in the Muslim republics of the Russian Federation, with some people suggesting the ultimate result might be Islamic fundamentalism in Red Square. Hence, the Afghan-Tajik border, Yeltsin said, is, in effect, Russia's. Europeans, in turn, expressed concern that the establishment of a Muslim state in the former Yugoslavia would create a base for the spread of Muslim immigrants and Islamic fundamentalism, reinforcing what the French press, interpreting Jacques Chirac, termed les odeurs d'Islam in Europe. Croatia's border is, in effect, Europe's. As a fault line war intensifies, each side demonizes its opponents, often portraying them as subhuman, and thereby legitimates killing them. Mad dogs must be shot, said Yeltsin in reference to the Chechen guerrillas. These ill-bred people have to be shot, and we will shoot them, said Indonesian General Tri Sutrisno, referring to the massacre of East Timorese in 1991. The devils of the past are resurrected in the present. Croats become Ustash, Muslims, Turks, and Serbs, Chetniks. Mass murder, torture, rape, and the brutal expulsion of civilians all are justifiable as communal hate feeds on communal hate. The central symbols and artifacts of the opposing culture become targets. Serbs systematically destroyed mosques and Franciscan monasteries, while Croats blew up Orthodox monasteries. As repositories of culture, museums and libraries are vulnerable, with the Sinhalese security forces burning the Jaffna Public Library, destroying irreplaceable literary and historical documents related to the Tamil culture, and Serbian gunners shelling and destroying the National Library in Sarajevo. The Serbs cleansed the Bosnian town of Zvornik of its 40,000 Muslims and plant a cross on the site of the Ottoman tower they have just blown up, which had replaced the Orthodox Church razed by the Turks in 1463. In wars between cultures, culture loses. Civilization rallying, kin countries and diasporas. For the 40 years of the Cold War, conflict permeated downward as the superpowers attempted to recruit allies and partners and to subvert, convert, or neutralize the allies and partners of the other superpower. Competition was, of course, most intense in the Third World, with new and weak states pressured by the superpowers to join the great global contest. In the post-Cold War world, multiple communal conflicts have superseded the single superpower conflict. When these communal conflicts involve groups from different civilizations, they tend to expand and to escalate. As the conflict becomes more intense, each side attempts to rally support from countries and groups belonging to its civilization. Support in one form or another, official or unofficial, overt or covert, material, human, diplomatic, financial, symbolic, or military, is always forthcoming from one or more kin countries or groups. The longer a fault line conflict continues, the more kin countries are likely to become involved in supporting, constraining, and mediating roles. As a result of this kin country syndrome, fault line conflicts have a much higher potential for escalation than do inter-civilizational conflicts, and usually require inter-civilizational cooperation to contain and end them. In contrast to the Cold War, conflict does not flow down from above, it bubbles up from below. States and groups have different levels of involvement in fault line wars. At the primary level are those parties actually fighting and killing each other. These may be states, as in the wars between India and Pakistan and between Israel and its neighbors. But they may also be local groups, which are not states or are at best embryonic states, as was the case in Bosnia and with Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians. These conflicts may also involve secondary level participants, usually states directly related to the primary parties, such as the governments of Serbia and Croatia in the former Yugoslavia, and those of Armenia and Azerbaijan in the Caucasus. Still more remotely connected with the conflict are tertiary states, further removed from the actual fighting, but having civilizational ties with the participants, such as Germany, Russia, and the Islamic states with respect to the former Yugoslavia, and Russia, Turkey, and Iran in the case of the Armenian-Azeri dispute. These third-level participants often are the core states of their civilizations. Where they exist, the diasporas of primary-level participants also play a role in fault line wars. Given the small numbers of people and weapons usually involved at the primary level, relatively modest amounts of external aid, in the form of money, weapons, or volunteers, can often have a significant impact on the outcome of the war. The stakes of the other parties to the conflict are not identical with those of primary-level participants. The most devoted and wholehearted support for the primary-level parties normally comes from diaspora communities who intensely identify with the cause of their kin and become more Catholic than the Pope. The interests of second- and third-level governments are more complicated. They also usually provide support to the first-level participants, and even if they do not do so, they are suspected of doing so by opposing groups, which justifies the latter supporting their kin. In addition, however, second- and third-level governments have an interest in containing the fighting and not becoming directly involved themselves. Hence, while supporting primary-level participants, they also attempt to restrain those participants and to induce them to moderate their objectives. They also usually attempt to negotiate with their second- and third-level counterparts on the other side of the fault line and thus prevent a local war from escalating into a broader war involving core states. Not all such wars have had this full cast of characters, but several have, including those in the former Yugoslavia and the Transcaucasus, and almost any fault line war potentially could expand to involve all levels of participants. In one way or another, diasporas in kin countries have been involved in every fault line war of the 1990s. Given the extensive primary role of Muslim groups in such wars, Muslim governments and associations are the most frequent secondary and tertiary participants. The most active have been the governments of Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Iran, Turkey, and Libya, who together, at times with other Muslim states, have contributed varying degrees of support to Muslims fighting non-Muslims in Palestine, Lebanon, Bosnia, Chechnya, the Transcaucasus, Tajikistan, Kashmir, Sudan, and the Philippines. In addition to governmental support, many primary-level Muslim groups have been bolstered by the floating Islamist International of Fighters from the Afghanistan War, who have joined in conflicts ranging from the civil war in Algeria to Chechnya to the Philippines. This Islamist International was involved, one analyst noted, in the dispatch of volunteers in order to establish Islamist rule in Afghanistan, Kashmir, and Bosnia. joint propaganda wars against governments opposing Islamists in one country or another, the establishment of Islamic centers in the diaspora that serve jointly as political headquarters for all of those parties. The Arab League and the Organization of the Islamic Conference have also provided support for and attempted to coordinate the efforts of their members in reinforcing Muslim groups in intercivilizational conflicts. The Soviet Union was a primary participant in the Afghanistan War, and in the post-Cold War years, Russia has been a primary participant in the Chechen War, a secondary participant in the Tajikistan fighting, and a tertiary participant in the former Yugoslav wars. India has had a primary involvement in Kashmir and a secondary one in Sri Lanka. The principal Western states have been tertiary participants in the Yugoslav contests. Diasporas have played a major role on both sides of the prolonged struggles between Israelis and Palestinians, as well as in supporting Armenians, Croatians, and Chechens in their conflicts. Through television, faxes, and electronic mail, the commitments of diasporas are reinvigorated and sometimes polarized by constant contact with their former homes. Former no longer means what it did. In the Kashmir War, Pakistan provided explicit diplomatic and political support to the insurgents and, according to Pakistani military sources, substantial amounts of money and weapons, as well as training, logistical support, and a sanctuary. It also lobbied other Muslim governments on their behalf. By 1995, the insurgents had reportedly been reinforced by at least 1,200 Mujahideen fighters from Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Sudan, equipped with Stinger missiles and other weapons supplied by the Americans for the war against the Soviet Union. The Moro insurgency in the Philippines benefited for a time from funds and equipment from Malaysia. Arab governments provided additional funds. Several thousand insurgents were trained in Libya, and the extremist insurgent group, Abu Sayyaf, was organized by Pakistani and Afghan fundamentalists. In Africa, Sudan regularly helped the Muslim Eritrean rebels fighting Ethiopia, and in retaliation, Ethiopia supplied logistic and sanctuary support to the rebel Christians fighting Sudan. The latter also received similar aid from Uganda, reflecting in part its strong religious, racial, and ethnic ties to the Sudanese rebels. The Sudanese government, on the other hand, got $300 million in Chinese arms from Iran and training from Iranian military advisors, which enabled it to launch a major offensive against the rebels in 1992. A variety of Western Christian organizations provided food, medicine, supplies, and, according to the Sudanese government, arms to the Christian rebels. In the war between the Hindu Tamil insurgents and the Buddhist Sinhalese government of Sri Lanka, the Indian government originally provided substantial support to the insurgents, training them in southern India and giving them weapons and money. In 1987, when Sri Lankan government forces were on the verge of defeating the Tamil Tigers, Indian public opinion was aroused against this genocide, and the Indian government airlifted food to the Tamils, in effect, signaling President Jayawardene that India intended to prevent him from crushing the Tigers by force. The Indian and Sri Lankan governments then reached an agreement that Sri Lanka would grant a considerable measure of autonomy to the Tamil areas, and the insurgents would turn in their weapons to the Indian army. India deployed 50,000 troops to the island to enforce the agreement, but the Tigers refused to surrender their arms, and the Indian military soon found themselves engaged in a war with the guerrilla forces they had previously supported. The Indian forces were withdrawn beginning in 1988. In 1991, the Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was murdered, according to Indians, by a supporter of the Tamil insurgents, and the Indian government's attitude toward the insurgency became increasingly hostile. Yet the government could not stop the sympathy and support for the insurgents among the 50 million Tamils in southern India. Reflecting this opinion, officials of the Tamil Nadu government, in defiance of New Delhi, allowed the Tamil Tigers to operate in their state with a virtually free run of their 500-mile coast, and to send supplies and weapons across the narrow Polk Strait to the insurgents in Sri Lanka. Beginning in 1979, the Soviets, and then the Russians, became engaged in three major fault-line wars with their Muslim neighbors to the south: the Afghan War of 1979 to 1989, its sequel, the Tajikistan War that began in 1992, and the Chechen War that began in 1994. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, a successor communist government came to power in Tajikistan. This government was challenged in the spring of 1922 by the opposition composed of rival regional and ethnic groups, including both secularists and Islamists. The opposition, bolstered by weapons from Afghanistan, drove the pro-Russian government out of the capital, Dushanbe, in September 1992. The Russian and Uzbekistan governments reacted vigorously, warning of the spread of Islamic fundamentalism. The Russian 201st Motorized Rifle Division, which had remained in Tajikistan, provided arms to the pro-government forces, and Russia dispatched additional troops to guard the border with Afghanistan. In November 1992, Russia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan agreed on Russian and Uzbek military intervention, ostensibly for peacekeeping, but actually to participate in the war. With this support, plus Russian arms and money, the forces of the former government were able to recapture Dushanbe and establish control over much of the country. A process of ethnic cleansing followed, and opposition refugees and troops retreated into Afghanistan. Middle Eastern Muslim governments protested the Russian military intervention. Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan assisted the increasingly Islamist opposition with money, arms, and training. In 1993, reportedly many thousand fighters were being trained by the Afghan Mujahideen, and in the spring and summer of 1993, the Tajik insurgents launched several attacks across the border from Afghanistan, killing a number of Russian border guards. Russia responded by deploying more troops to Tajikistan and delivering a massive artillery and mortar barrage and air attacks on targets in Afghanistan. Arab governments, however, supplied the insurgents with funds to purchase Stinger missiles to counter the aircraft. By 1995, Russia had about 25,000 troops deployed in Tajikistan and was providing well over half the funds necessary to support its government. The insurgents, on the other hand, were actively supported by the Afghanistan government and other Muslim states. As Barnett Rubin pointed out, the failure of international agencies or the West to provide significant aid to either Tajikistan or Afghanistan made the former totally dependent on the Russians and the latter dependent upon their Muslim civilizational kin. Any Afghan commander who hopes for foreign aid today must either cater to the wishes of the Arab and Pakistani funders who wish to spread the jihad to Central Asia or join the drug trade. Russia's third anti-Muslim war, in the North Caucasus with the Chechens, had a prologue in the fighting in 1992 to 1993 between the neighboring Orthodox Ossetians and Muslim Ingush. The latter, together with the Chechens and other Muslim peoples, were deported to Central Asia during World War II. The Ossetians remained and took over Ingush properties. In 1956 to 1957, the deported peoples were allowed to return, and disputes commenced over the ownership of property and the control of territory. In November 1992, the Ingush launched attacks from their republic to regain the Prigorodny region, which the Soviet government had assigned to the Ossetians. The Russians responded with a massive intervention, including Cossack units to support the Orthodox Ossetians. As one outside commentator described it, in November 1992, Ingush villages in Ossetia were surrounded and shelled by Russian tanks. Those who survived the bombing were killed or taken away. The massacre was carried out by Ossetian Oman special police squads, but Russian troops sent to the region to keep peace provided their cover. It was, The Economist reported, hard to comprehend that so much destruction had taken place in less than a week. This was the first ethnic cleansing operation in the Russian Federation. Russia then used this conflict to threaten the Chechen allies of the Ingush, which in turn led to the immediate mobilization of Chechnya and the overwhelmingly Muslim Confederation of the Peoples of the Caucasus, KNK. The KNK threatened to send 500,000 volunteers against the Russian forces if they did not withdraw from Chechen territory. After a tense standoff, Moscow backed down to avoid the escalation of the North Ossetian Ingush conflict into a region-wide conflagration. A more intense and extensive conflagration broke out in December 1994 when Russia launched a full-scale military attack on Chechnya. The leaders of two Orthodox republics, Georgia and Armenia, supported the Russian action, while the Ukrainian president was diplomatically bland, merely calling for a peaceful settlement of the crisis. The Russian action was also endorsed by the Orthodox North Ossetian government and 55 to 60% of the North Ossetian people. In contrast, Muslims within and without the Russian Federation overwhelmingly sided with the Chechens. The Islamist International immediately contributed fighters from Azerbaijan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sudan, and elsewhere. Muslim states endorsed the Chechen cause, and Turkey and Iran reportedly supplied material help, providing Russia with further incentives to attempt to conciliate Iran. A steady stream of arms for the Chechens began to enter the Russian Federation from Azerbaijan, causing Russia to close its border with that country, thereby also shutting off medical and other supplies to Chechnya. Muslims in the Russian Federation rallied behind the Chechens. While calls for a Caucasus-wide Muslim holy war against Russia did not produce that result, the leaders of the 6 Volga-Ural republics demanded Russia end its military action, and representatives of the Muslim Caucasus republics called for a civil disobedience campaign against Russian rule. The president of the Chuvash Republic exempted Chuvash draftees from serving against their fellow Muslims. The strongest protests against the war occurred in Chechenya's 2 neighboring republics of Ingushetia and Dagestan. The Ingush attacked Russian troops on their way to Chechnya, leading the Russian defense minister to declare that the Ingush government had virtually declared war on Russia, and attacks on Russian forces also occurred in Dagestan. The Russians responded by shelling Ingush and Dagestani villages. The Russian leveling of the village of Pervomayetskoye after the Chechen raid into the city of Kazlyar in January 1996 further aroused Dagestani hostility to the Russians. The Chechen cause was also helped by the Chechen diaspora, which had in large part been produced by the 19th century Russian aggression against the Caucasus mountain peoples. The diaspora raised funds, procured weapons, and provided volunteers for the Chechen forces. It was particularly numerous in Jordan and Turkey, which led Jordan to take a strong stand against the Russians and reinforced Turkey's willingness to assist the Chechens. In January 1996, when the war spread to Turkey, Turkish public opinion sympathized with the seizure of a ferry and Russian hostages by members of the diaspora. With the help of Chechen leaders, the Turkish government negotiated resolution of the crisis in a way which further worsened the already strained relations between Turkey and Russia. The Chechen incursion into Dagestan, the Russian response, and the ferry seizure at the start of 1996 highlighted the possible expansion of the conflict into a general conflict between the Russians and the mountain peoples along the lines of the struggle that went on for decades in the 19th century. The North Caucasus is a tinderbox, Fiona Hill warned in 1995, where a conflict in one republic has the potential to spark a regional conflagration that will spread beyond its borders into the rest of the Russian Federation and will invite involvement of Georgia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Iran and their North Caucasian diasporas. As the war in Chechnya demonstrates, conflict in the region is not easily contained, and the fighting has spilled into republics and territories adjacent to Chechnya. A Russian analyst agreed, arguing that informal coalitions were developing along civilizational lines. Christian Georgia, Armenia, Nagorno-Karabakh, and Northern Ossetia are lining up against Muslim Azerbaijan, Abkhazia, Chechnya, and Ingushetia. Already fighting in Tajikistan, Russia was running the risk of being drawn into a prolonged confrontation with the Muslim world. In another Orthodox Muslim fault line war, the primary participants were the Armenians of the Nagorno-Karabakh enclave and the government and people of Azerbaijan, with the former fighting for independence from the latter. The government of Armenia was a secondary participant, and Russia, Turkey, and Iran had tertiary involvements. In addition, a major role was played by the substantial Armenian diaspora in Western Europe and North America. The fighting began in 1988, before the end of the Soviet Union, intensified during 1992 to 1993, and subsided after negotiation of a ceasefire in 1994. The Turks and other Muslims backed Azerbaijan, while Russia supported the Armenians, but then used its influence with them also to contest Turkish influence in Azerbaijan. This war was the latest episode in both the struggle going back centuries to those between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire for control of the Black Sea region and the Caucasus, and the intense antagonism between Armenians and Turks going back to the early 20th century massacres of the former by the latter. In this war, Turkey was a consistent supporter of Azerbaijan and opponent of the Armenians. The first recognition by any country of the independence of a non-Baltic Soviet republic was Turkey's recognition of Azerbaijan. Throughout the conflict, Turkey provided financial and material support to Azerbaijan and trained Azerbaijani soldiers. As violence intensified in 1991 to 1992, and Armenians advanced into Azerbaijani territory, Turkish public opinion became aroused, and the Turkish government came under pressure to support its ethnic religious kinspeople. It also feared that this would highlight the Muslim-Christian divide, produce an outpouring of Western support for Armenia, and antagonize its NATO allies. Turkey thus faced the classic cross pressures of a secondary participant in a fault line war. The Turkish government, however, found it in its interest to support Azerbaijan and confront Armenia. It's impossible not to be affected when your kin are killed, one Turkish official said, and another added, "We are under pressure. Our newspapers are full of the photos of atrocities. Maybe we should show Armenia that there's a big Turkey in this region." President Turgut Özal agreed, saying that Turkey should scare the Armenians a little bit. Turkey, along with Iran, warned the Armenians it would not countenance any change in borders. Özal blocked food and other supplies from getting to Armenia through Turkey, as a result of which the population of Armenia was on the verge of famine during the winter of 1992 to 1993. Also as a result, Russian Marshal Yevgeny Shaposhnikov warned that if another side, i.e. Turkey, gets involved in the war, we will be on the edge of World War III. A year later, Özal was still belligerent. What can the Armenians do, he taunted, if shots happened to be fired? March into Turkey? Turkey will show its fangs. In the summer and fall of 1993, the Armenian offensive, which was approaching the Iranian border, produced additional reactions from both Turkey and Iran, who were competing for influence with Azerbaijan and the Central Asian Muslim states. Turkey declared that the offensive threatened Turkey's security, demanded that the Armenian forces immediately and unconditionally withdraw from Azerbaijani territory, and sent reinforcements to its border with Armenia. Russian and Turkish groups reportedly exchanged gunfire across that border. Prime Minister Tansu Çiller of Turkey declared she would ask for a declaration of war if Armenian troops went into the Azerbaijani enclave of Nakhchivan, close to Turkey. Iran also moved forces forward and into Azerbaijan, allegedly to establish camps for the refugees from the Armenian offensives. The Iranian action reportedly led the Turks to believe they could take additional measures without stimulating Russian countermoves, and also gave them further incentive to compete with Iran in providing protection to Azerbaijan. The crisis was eventually eased by negotiations in Moscow by the leaders of Turkey, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, by American pressure on the Armenian government, and by Armenian government pressure on the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians. Inhabiting a small, landlocked country with meager resources bordered by hostile Turkic peoples, Armenians have historically looked for protection to their Orthodox kin, Georgia and Russia. Russia, in particular, has been viewed as a big brother. As the Soviet Union was collapsing, however, and the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians launched their drive for independence, the Gorbachev regime rejected their demands and dispatched troops to the region to support what was viewed as a loyal communist government in Baku. After the end of the Soviet Union, these considerations gave way to more long-standing historical and cultural ones, with Azerbaijan accusing the Russian government of turning 180 degrees and actively supporting Christian Armenia. Russian military assistance to the Armenians actually had begun earlier in the Soviet Army, in which Armenians were promoted to higher ranks and assigned to combat units much more frequently than Muslims. After the war began, the 366th Motorized Rifle Regiment in the Russian Army, based in Nagorno-Karabakh, played a leading role in the Armenian attack on the town of Kojalai, in which allegedly up to 1,000 Azeris were massacred. Subsequently, Russian Spetsnaz troops also participated in the fighting. During the winter of 1992 to 1993, when Armenians suffered from the Turkish embargo, it was rescued from total economic collapse by an infusion of billions of rubles in credits from Russia. That spring, Russian troops joined regular Armenian forces to open a corridor connecting Armenia to Nagorno-Karabakh. A Russian armored force of 40 tanks then reportedly participated in the Karabakh offensive in the summer of 1993. Armenia, in turn, as Hill and Jewett observe, had little option but to ally itself closely with Russia. It is dependent upon Russia for raw materials, energy, and food supplies, and defense against historic enemies on its borders, such as Azerbaijan and Turkey. Armenia has signed all of the CIS economic and military accords, permitted Russian troops to be stationed in its territory, and relinquished all claims to former Soviet assets in Russia's favor. Russian support for the Armenians enhanced Russian influence with Azerbaijan. In June 1993, the Azerbaijani nationalist leader Albufez Elchibay was ousted in a coup and replaced by the former communist and presumably pro-Russian Gaidar Aliyev. Aliyev recognized the need to propitiate Russia in order to restrain Armenia. He reversed Azerbaijan's refusal to join the Commonwealth of Independent States and to allow Russian troops to be stationed on its territory. He also opened the way to Russian participation in an international consortium to develop Azerbaijan's oil. In return, Russia began to train Azerbaijani troops and pressured Armenia to end its support of the Karabakh forces and to induce them to withdraw from Azerbaijan territory. By shifting its weight from one side to the other, Russia was able to produce results for Azerbaijan and counter Iranian and Turkish influence in that country. Russian support for Armenia thus not only strengthened its closest ally in the Caucasus, but also weakened its principal Muslim rivals in that region. Apart from Russia, Armenia's major source of support was its large, wealthy, and influential diaspora in Western Europe and North America, including roughly 1 million Armenians in the United States and 450,000 in France. These provided money and supplies to help Armenia survive the Turkish blockade. Officials for the Armenian government and volunteers for the Armenian armed forces. Contributions to Armenian relief from the American community amounted to $50 million to $75 million a year in the mid-1990s. The diasporas also exercised considerable political influence with their host governments. The largest Armenian communities in the United States are in key states like California, Massachusetts, and New Jersey. As a result, Congress prohibited any foreign aid to Azerbaijan and made Armenia the third largest per capita recipient of U.S. assistance. This backing from abroad was essential to Armenia's survival and appropriately earned it the sobriquet of the Israel of the Caucasus. Just as the 19th century Russian attacks on the North Caucasians generated the diaspora that helped the Chechens to resist the Russians, the early 20th century Turkish massacres of Armenians produced a diaspora that enabled Armenia to resist Turkey and defeat Azerbaijan. The former Yugoslavia was the site of the most complex, confused, and complete set of fault line wars in the early 1990s. At the primary level, in Croatia, the Croatian government and Croats fought the Croatian Serbs, and in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the Bosnian government fought the Bosnian Serbs and Bosnian Croats, who also fought each other. At the secondary level, the Serbian government promoted a Greater Siberia by helping Bosnian and Croatian Serbs, and the Croatian government aspired to a Greater Croatia and supported the Bosnian Croats. At the tertiary level, massive civilization rallying included Germany, Austria, the Vatican, other European Catholic countries and groups, and later, the United States on behalf of Croatia, Russia, Greece, and other Orthodox countries and groups behind the Serbs, and Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Libya, the Islamist International, and Islamic countries generally on behalf of the Bosnian Muslims. The latter also received help from the United States, a non-civilization anomaly in the otherwise universal pattern of kin backing kin. The Croatian diaspora in Germany and the Bosnian diaspora in Turkey came to the support of their homelands. Churches and religious groups were active on all three sides. The actions of at least the German, Turkish, Russian, and American governments were significantly influenced by pressure groups and public opinion in their societies. The support provided by secondary and tertiary parties was essential to the conduct of the war and the constraints they imposed essential to halting it. The Croatian and Serbian governments supplied weapons, supplies, funding, sanctuary, and at times military forces to their people fighting in other republics. Serbs, Croats, and Muslims all received substantial help from civilizational kin outside the former Yugoslavia in the form of money, weapons, supplies, volunteers, military training, and political and diplomatic support. The non-governmental primary-level Serbs and Croats were generally most extreme in their nationalism, unrelenting in their demands, and militant in pursuing their goals. The second-level Croatian and Serbian governments initially vigorously supported their primary-level kin, but their own more diversified interests then led them to play more mediating and containing roles. In parallel fashion, the third-level Russian, German, and American governments pushed the second-level governments they had been backing toward restraint and compromise. The breakup of Yugoslavia began in 1991, when Slovenia and Croatia moved toward independence and pleaded with Western European powers for support. The response of the West was defined by Germany, and the response of Germany was in large part defined by the Catholic connection. The Bonn government came under pressure to act from the German Catholic hierarchy, its coalition partner in Christian Social Union Party in Bavaria, and the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung and other media. The Bavarian media, in particular, played a crucial role in developing German public sentiment for recognition. Bavarian TV, Flora Lewis noted, much weighed upon the very conservative Bavarian government and the strong, assertive Bavarian Catholic Church, which had close connections with the Church in Croatia, provided the television reports for all of Germany when the war with the Serbs began in earnest. The coverage was very one-sided. The German government was hesitant about granting recognition, but, given the pressures in German society, it had little choice. Support for recognizing Croatia in Germany was opinion-pushed, not government-pulled. Germany pressured the European Union to recognize the independence of Slovenia and Croatia, and then, having secured that, pushed forward on its own to recognize them before the Union did in December 1991. Throughout the conflict, one German scholar observed in 1995, Bonn, considered Croatia and its leader, Franjo Tuđman, as something of a German foreign policy protege, whose erratic behavior was irritating, but who could still rely on Germany's firm support. Austria and Italy promptly moved to recognize the two new states, and very quickly the other Western countries, including the United States, followed. The Vatican also played a central role. The Pope declared Croatia to be the rampart of Western Christianity and rushed to extend diplomatic recognition to the two states before the European Union did. The Vatican thus became a partisan in the conflict, which had its consequences in 1994 when the Pope planned visits to the three republics. Opposition by the Serbian Orthodox Church prevented his going to Belgrade, and Serb unwillingness to guarantee his security led to the cancellation of his visit to Sarajevo. He did go to Zagreb, however, where he honored Cardinal Aloysius Septinjak, who was associated with the fascist Croatian regime in World War II that persecuted and slaughtered Serbs, Gypsies, and Jews. Having secured recognition by the West of its independence, Croatia began to develop its military strength despite the UN arms embargo levied on all the former Yugoslav republics in September 1991. Arms flowed into Croatia from European Catholic countries such as Germany, Poland, and Hungary, as well as from Latin American countries such as Panama, Chile, and Bolivia. As the war escalated in 1991, Spanish arms exports, allegedly in large part controlled by the Opus Dei, increased sixfold in a short period of time, with most of these presumably finding their way to Ljubljana and Zagreb. In 1993, Croatia reportedly acquired several MiG-21s from Germany and Poland with the knowledge of their governments. The Croatian defense forces were joined by hundreds and perhaps thousands of volunteers from Western Europe, the Croatian diaspora, and the Catholic countries of Eastern Europe, who were eager to fight in a Christian crusade against both Serbian communism and Islamic fundamentalism. Military professionals from Western countries provided technical assistance. Thanks in part to this kin-country help, the Croatians were able to strengthen their military forces and create a counter to the Serb-dominated Yugoslav army. Western support for Croatia also included overlooking the ethnic cleansing and the violations of human rights and the laws of war for which the Serbs were regularly denounced. The West was silent when in 1995 the revamped Croatian army launched an attack on the Serbs in Krajina, who had been there for centuries and drove hundreds of thousands of them into exile in Bosnia and Serbia. Croatia also benefited from its sizable diaspora. Wealthy Croatians in Western Europe and North America contributed funds for arms and equipment. Associations of Croatians in the United States lobbied Congress and the President on their homeland's behalf. Particularly important and influential were the 600,000 Croatians in Germany, supplying hundreds of volunteers for the Croatian army. Croat communities in Canada, the United States, Australia, and Germany mobilized to defend their newly independent homeland. In 1994, the United States joined in supporting the Croatian military buildup. Ignoring the massive Croatian violations of the UN arms embargo, the United States provided military training to the Croatians and authorized top-ranking retired U.S. generals to advise them. The U.S. and German governments gave the green light to the Croatian offensive in Krajina in 1995. American military advisors participated in planning this American-style attack, which, according to the Croatians, also benefited from intelligence supplied by American spy satellites. Croatia has become our de facto strategic ally, a State Department official declared. This development, it was argued, reflected a long-term calculation that ultimately two local powers will dominate this part of the world, one in Zagreb, one in Belgrade, one tied to Washington, the other locked into a Slavic bloc extending to Moscow. The Yugoslav wars also produced a virtually unanimous rallying of the Orthodox world behind Serbia. Russian nationalists, military officers, parliamentarians, and Orthodox church leaders were outspoken in their support for Serbia, their disparaging of the Bosnian Turks, and their criticism of Western and NATO imperialism. Russian and Serbian nationalists worked together, arousing opposition in both countries to the Western New World Order. In considerable measure, these sentiments were shared by the Russian populace, with over 60% of Muscovites, for instance, opposing NATO airstrikes in the summer of 1995. Russian nationalist groups successfully recruited young Russians in several major cities to join the cause of Slavic brotherhood. Reportedly, 1,000 or more Russians, along with volunteers from Romania and Greece, enlisted in the Serbian forces to fight what they described as the Catholic fascists and Islamic militants. In 1992, a Russian unit in Cossack uniforms was reported operating in Bosnia. In 1995, Russians were serving in elite Serbian military units and, according to a UN report, Russian and Greek fighters participated in the Serbian attack on the UN safe area of Zipa. Despite the arms embargo, its Orthodox friends supplied Serbia with the weapons and equipment it needed. In early 1993, Russian military and intelligence organizations apparently sold $300 million worth of T-55 tanks, anti-missile missiles, and anti-aircraft missiles to the Serbs. Russian military technicians reportedly went to Serbia to operate this equipment and to train Serbs to do so. Serbia acquired arms from other Orthodox countries, with Romania and Bulgaria the most active suppliers and Ukraine also a source. In addition, Russian peacekeeping troops in eastern Slavonia diverted UN supplies to the Serbs, facilitated Serbian military movements, and helped the Serbian forces acquire weapons. Despite economic sanctions, Serbia was able to sustain itself reasonably well off as a result of massive smuggling of fuel and other goods from Timișoara, organized by Romanian government officials, and from Albania, organized by first Italian and then Greek companies with the connivance of the Greek government. Shipments of food, chemicals, computers, and other goods from Greece went into Serbia through Macedonia, and comparable amounts of Serbian exports came out. The combination of the lure of the dollar and sympathy for cultural kin made a mockery of UN economic sanctions against Serbia, as they also did to the UN arms embargo against all the former Yugoslav republics. Throughout the Yugoslav wars, the Greek government distanced itself from the measures endorsed by Western members of NATO, opposed NATO military action in Bosnia, supported the Serbs at the United Nations, and lobbied the U.S. government to lift the economic sanctions against Serbia. In 1994, the Greek Prime Minister, Andreas Papandreou, emphasizing the importance of the Orthodox connection with Serbia, publicly attacked the Vatican, Germany, and the European Union for their haste in extending diplomatic recognition to Slovenia and Croatia at the end of 1991. As the leader of a tertiary participant, Boris Yeltsin was cross-pressured by the desire, on the one hand, to maintain, expand, and benefit from good relations with the West, and, on the other hand, to help the Serbs and to disarm his political opposition, which regularly accused him of caving into the West. Overall, the latter concern won out, and Russian diplomatic support for the Serbs was frequent and consistent. In 1993 and 1995, the Russian government vigorously opposed imposing more strategic economic sanctions on Serbia, and the Russian parliament voted almost unanimously in favor of lifting the existing sanctions on the Serbs. Russia also pushed for the tightening of the arms embargo against the Muslims and for applying economic sanctions against Croatia. In December 1993, Russia urged weakening the economic sanctions so as to permit it to supply Serbia with natural gas for the winter, a proposal which was blocked by the United States and Great Britain. In 1994 and again in 1995, Russia staunchly opposed NATO airstrikes against the Bosnian Serbs. In the latter year, the Russian Duma denounced the bombing by an almost unanimous vote and demanded the resignation of Foreign Minister Andrei Kotsirev for his ineffectual defense of Russian national interests in the Balkans. Also in 1995, Russia accused NATO of genocide against the Serbs, and President Yeltsin warned that sustained bombing would drastically affect Russia's cooperation with the West, including its participation in NATO's Partnership for Peace. How can we conclude an agreement with NATO, he asked, when NATO is bombing Serbs? the West was clearly applying a double standard. How is it that when Muslims attack, no action is taken against them, or when the Croats attack? Russia also consistently opposed efforts to suspend the arms embargo against the former Yugoslav republics, which had its principal impact on the Bosnian Muslims, and regularly attempted to tighten that embargo. In a variety of other ways, Russia employed its position in the UN and elsewhere to defend Serbian interests. In December 1994, it vetoed a UN Security Council resolution advanced by the Muslim countries that would have prohibited the movement of fuel from Serbia to the Bosnian and Croatian Serbs. In April 1994, Russia blocked a UN resolution condemning the Serbs for ethnic cleansing. It also prevented appointment of anyone from a NATO country as UN war crimes prosecutor because of probable bias against the Serbs, objected to the indictment of Bosnian Serb military commander Ratko Mladic by the International War Crimes Tribunal, and offered Mladic asylum in Russia. In September 1993, Russia held up renewal of UN authorization for the 22,000 UN peacekeepers in the former Yugoslavia. In the summer of 1995, Russia opposed but did not veto a Security Council resolution authorizing 12,000 more UN peacekeepers and attacked both the Croat offensive against the Krajina Serbs and the failure of Western governments to take action against that offensive. The broadest and most effective civilization rallying was by the Muslim world on behalf of the Bosnian Muslims. The Bosnian cause was universally popular in Muslim countries. Aid to the Bosnians came from a variety of sources, public and private. Muslim governments, most notably those of Iran and Saudi Arabia, competed with each other in providing support and in attempting to gain the influence that generated. Sunni and Shiite, fundamentalist and secular, Arab and non-Arab Muslim societies from Morocco to Malaysia all joined in. Manifestations of Muslim support for the Bosnians varied from humanitarian aid, including $90 million raised in 1995 in Saudi Arabia, through diplomatic support and massive military assistance to acts of violence, such as the killing of 12 Croatians in 1993 in Algeria by Islamist extremists in response to the massacre of our Muslim co-religionalists whose throats have been cut in Bosnia. The rallying had a major impact on the course of the war. It was essential to the survival of the Bosnian state and its success in regaining territory after the initial sweeping victories of the Serbs. It greatly stimulated the Islamization of Bosnian society and identification of Bosnian Muslims with the global Islamic community, and it provided an incentive for the United States to be sympathetic to Bosnian needs. Individually and collectively, Muslim governments repeatedly expressed their solidarity with their Bosnian co-religionalists. Iran took the lead in 1992, describing the war as a religious conflict with Christian Serbs engaging in genocide against Bosnian Muslims. In taking this lead, Fuad Ajami observed, Iran made a down payment on the gratitude of the Bosnian state, and set the model and provided the stimulus for other Muslim powers such as Turkey and Saudi Arabia to follow. At Iran's prodding, the Organization of the Islamic Conference took up the issue and created a group to lobby for the Bosnian cause at the United Nations. In August 1992, Islamic representatives denounced the alleged genocide in the UN General Assembly, and on behalf of the OIC, Turkey introduced a resolution calling for military intervention under Article 7 of the UN Charter. The Muslim countries set a deadline in early 1993 for the West to take action to protect the Bosnians, after which they would feel free to provide Bosnia with arms. In May 1993, the OIC denounced the plan devised by the Western nations and Russia to provide safe havens for Muslims and to monitor the border with Serbia, but to forswear any military intervention. It demanded the end of the arms embargo, the use of force against Serbian heavy weapons, aggressive patrolling of the Serbian border, and inclusion of troops from Muslim countries in the peacekeeping forces. The following month, the OIC, over Western and Russian objections, got the UN Conference on Human Rights to approve a resolution denouncing Serb and Croat aggression and calling for an end to the arms embargo. In July 1993, somewhat to the embarrassment of the West, the OIC offered to provide 18,000 peacekeeping troops to the UN, the soldiers to come from Iran, Turkey, Malaysia, Tunisia, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. The United States vetoed Iran, and the Serbs objected vigorously to Turkish troops. The latter, nonetheless, arrived in Bosnia in the summer of 1994, and by 1995, the UN protection force of 25,000 troops included 7,000 from Turkey, Pakistan, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Bangladesh. In August 1993, the OIC delegation, led by the Turkish foreign minister, lobbied Boutros Boutros-Ghali and Warren Christopher to back immediate NATO airstrikes to protect the Bosnians against Serb attacks. The failure of the West to take this action, it was reported, created serious strains between Turkey and its NATO allies. Subsequently, the prime ministers of Turkey and Pakistan made a well-publicized visit to Sarajevo to dramatize Muslim concern, and the OIC again repeated its demands for military assistance to the Bosnians. In the summer of 1995, the failure of the West to defend the safe areas against Serb attacks led Turkey to approve military aid to Bosnia and to train Bosnian troops. Malaysia to commit itself to selling them arms in violations of the UN embargo, and the United Arab Emirates to agree to supply funds for military and humanitarian purposes. In August 1995, the foreign ministers of 9 OIC countries declared the UN arms embargo invalid, and in September, the 52 members of the OIC approved arms and economic assistance for the Bosnians. While no other issue generated more unanimous support throughout Islam, the plight of the Bosnian Muslims had special resonance in Turkey. Bosnia had been part of the Ottoman Empire until 1878, in practice, and 1908 in theory. And Bosnian immigrants and refugees make up roughly 5% of Turkey's population. Sympathy for the Bosnian cause and outrage at the perceived failure of the West to protect the Bosnians were pervasive among the Turkish people, and the opposition Islamist Welfare Party exploited this issue against the government. Government officials, in turn, emphasized Turkey's special responsibilities with respect to all Balkan Muslims, and the government regularly pushed for UN military intervention to safeguard the Bosnian Muslims. By far, the most important help the UMA gave the Bosnian Muslims was military assistance. Weapons, money to buy weapons, military training, and volunteers. Immediately after the war started, the Bosnian government invited in the Mujahideen, and the total number of volunteers reportedly came to about 4,000, more than the foreigners who fought for either the Serbs or the Croats. They included units from the Iranian Republican Guards and many who had fought in Afghanistan. Among them were natives of Pakistan, Turkey, Iran, Algeria, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Sudan, plus Albanian and Turkish guest workers from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Saudi religious organizations sponsored many volunteers. 24 Saudis were killed in the very early months of the war in 1992, and the World Assembly of Muslim Youth flew wounded fighters back to Jeddah for medical care. In the fall of 1992, guerrillas from the Shiite Lebanese Hezbollah arrived to train the Bosnian army, training which was subsequently largely taken over by Iranian Republican Guards. In the spring of 1994, Western intelligence reported that an Iranian Republican Guard unit of 400 men was organizing extremist guerrilla and terrorist units. The Iranians, a U.S. official said, see this as a way to get at the soft underbelly of Europe. According to the United Nations, the Mujahideen trained 3,000 to 5,000 Bosnians for special Islamist brigades. The Bosnian government used the Mujahideen for terrorist, illegal, and shock troop activities, although these units often harassed the local population and caused other problems for the government. The Dayton agreements required all foreign combatants to leave Bosnia, but the Bosnian government helped some fighters stay by giving them Bosnian citizenship and enrolling the Iranian Republican Guards as relief workers. The Bosnian government owes these groups, and especially the Iranians, a lot, warned an American official in early 1996. The government has proved incapable of confronting them. In 12 months, we will be gone, but the Mujahideen intend to remain. The wealthy states of the Umma, led by Saudi Arabia and Iran, contributed immense amounts of money to develop Bosnian military strength. In the early months of the war in 1992, Saudi government and private sources provided $150 million in aid to the Bosnians, ostensibly for humanitarian purposes, but widely acknowledged to have been used largely for military ones. Reportedly, the Bosnians got $160 million worth of weapons during the first 2 years of the war. During 1993 to 1995, the Bosnians received an additional $300 million for arms from the Saudis, plus $500 million in purportedly humanitarian aid. Iran was also a major source of military assistance, and according to American officials, spent hundreds of millions of dollars a year on arms for the Bosnians. According to another report, 80% to 90% of a total of $2 billion worth of arms that went into Bosnia during the early years of the fighting went to the Muslims. As a result of this financial aid, the Bosnians were able to buy thousands of tons of weapons. Intercepted shipments included one of 4,000 rifles and 1 million rounds of ammunition, a second of 11,000 rifles, 30 mortars, and 750,000 rounds of ammunition, and a third with surface-to-surface rockets, ammunition, jeeps, and pistols. All these shipments originated in Iran, which was the principal source of arms, but Turkey and Malaysia also were significant suppliers of weapons. Some weapons were flown directly to Bosnia, but most of them came through Croatia, either by air to Zagreb and then overland, or by sea to Split or other Croatian ports, and then overland. In return for permitting this, the Croatians appropriated a portion, reportedly 1/3 of the weapons and, mindful that they could well be fighting Bosnia in the future, prohibited the transport of tanks and heavy artillery through their territory. The money, men, training, and weapons from Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and other Muslim countries enabled the Bosnians to convert what everyone called a ragtag army into a modestly well-equipped, competent military force. By the winter of 1994, outside observers reported dramatic increases in its organizational coherence and military effectiveness. Putting their new military strength to work, the Bosnians broke a ceasefire and launched successful offensive first against Croatian militias and then later in the spring against the Serbs. In the fall of 1994, the Bosnian Fifth Corps moved out from the UN safe area of Bihać and drove back Serb forces, producing the biggest Bosnian victory up to that time and regaining substantial territory from the Serbs, who were hampered by President Milosevic's embargo on support for them. In March 1995, the Bosnian army again broke a truce and began a major advance near Tuzla, which was followed by an offensive in June around Sarajevo. The support of their Muslim kin was a necessary and decisive factor enabling the Bosnian government to make these changes in the military balance in Bosnia. The war in Bosnia was a war of civilizations. The 3 primary participants came from different civilizations and adhered to different religions. With one partial exception, the participation of secondary and tertiary actors exactly followed the civilizational model. Muslim states and organizations universally rallied behind the Bosnian Muslims and opposed the Croats and Serbs. Orthodox countries and organizations universally backed the Serbs and opposed the Croats and Muslims. Western governments and elites backed the Croats, castigated the Serbs, and were generally indifferent to or fearful of the Muslims. As the war continued, the hatreds and cleavages among the groups deepened, and their religious and civilizational identities intensified, most notably among the Muslims. Overall, the lessons of the Bosnian War are, first, primary participants in fault line wars can count on receiving help, which may be substantial from their civilizational kin. Second, such help can significantly affect the course of the war. And third, governments and people of one civilization do not expend blood or treasure to help people of another civilization fight a fault-line war. The one partial exception to this civilizational pattern was the United States, whose leaders rhetorically favored the Muslims. In practice, however, American support was limited. The Clinton administration approved the use of American air power, but not ground troops to protect UN safe areas, and advocated the end of the arms embargo. It did not seriously pressure its allies to support the latter, but it did condone both Iranian shipments of arms to the Bosnians and Saudi funding of Bosnian arms purchases, and in 1994 it ceased enforcing the embargo. By doing these things, the United States antagonized its allies and gave rise to what was widely perceived to be a major crisis in NATO. After the Dayton Accords were signed, the United States agreed to cooperate with Saudi Arabia and other Muslim countries in training and equipping the Bosnian forces. The question thus is, why during and after the war was the United States the only country to break the civilizational mold and become the single non-Muslim country promoting the interests of the Bosnian Muslims and working with Muslim countries on their behalf? What explains this American anomaly? One possibility is that it really was not an anomaly, but rather carefully calculated civilizational realpolitik. By siding with the Bosnians and proposing unsuccessfully to end the embargo, the United States was attempting to reduce the influence of fundamentalist Muslim countries like Iran and Saudi Arabia, with the previously secular and Europe-oriented Bosnians. If this was the motive, however, why did the United States acquiesce in Iranian and Saudi aid, and why did it not push more vigorously to end the embargo, which would have legitimized Western aid? Why did not American officials publicly warn of the dangers of Islamist fundamentalism in the Balkans? An alternative explanation for American behavior is that the U.S. government was under pressure from its friends in the Muslim world, most notably Turkey and Saudi Arabia, and acceded to their wishes in order to maintain good relations with them. Those relations, however, are rooted in convergences of interests unrelated to Bosnia, and were unlikely to be significantly damaged by American failure to help Bosnia. In addition, this explanation would not explain why the United States implicitly approved huge quantities of Iranian arms going into Bosnia at a time when it was regularly challenging Iran on the other fronts, and Saudi Arabia was competing with Iran for influence in Bosnia. While considerations of civilizational realpolitik may have played some role in shaping American attitudes, other factors appear to have been more influential. Americans want to identify the forces of good and the forces of evil in any foreign conflict and align themselves with the former. The atrocities of the Serbs early in the war led them to be portrayed as the bad guys, killing innocents and engaging in genocide, while the Bosnians were able to promote an image of themselves as helpless victims. Throughout the war, the American press paid little attention to Croat and Muslim ethnic cleansing and war crimes or the violations of UN safe areas and ceasefires by the Bosnian forces. For Americans, the Bosnians became, in Rebecca West's phrase, their pet Balkan people established in their hearts as suffering and innocent, eternally the massacree and never the massacrer. American elites were also favorably disposed toward the Bosnians because they liked the idea of a multicultural country, and in the early stages of the war, the Bosnian government successfully promoted this image. Throughout the war, the American policy remained stubbornly committed to a multi-ethnic Bosnia, despite the fact that the Bosnian Serbs and the Bosnian Croats overwhelmingly rejected it. Although creation of a multi-ethnic state was obviously impossible if, as they also believed, one ethnic group was committing genocide against another, American elites combined these contradictory images in their minds to produce widespread sympathy for the Bosnian cause. American idealism, moralism, humanitarian instincts, naivete, and ignorance concerning the Balkans thus led them to be pro-Bosnian and anti-Serb. At the same time, the absence of both significant American security interests in Bosnia and any cultural connection gave the U.S. government no reason to do much to help the Bosnians except to allow the Iranians and Saudis to arm them. By refusing to recognize the war for what it was, the American government alienated its allies, prolonged the fighting, and helped to create in the Balkans a Muslim state heavily influenced by Iran. In the end, the Bosnians felt deep bitterness toward the United States, which had talked grandly but delivered little, and profound gratitude toward their Muslim kin, who had come through with the money and weapons necessary for them to survive and score military victories. "Bosnia is our Spain," observed Bernard-Henri Lévy, and a Saudi editor agreed. "The war in Bosnia and Herzegovina has become the emotional equivalent of the fight against fascism in the Spanish Civil War. Those who died there are regarded as martyrs who tried to save their fellow Muslims. The comparison is apt. In an age of civilizations, Bosnia is everyone's Spain." The Spanish Civil War was a war between political systems and ideologies. The Bosnian War, a war between civilizations and religions. Democrats, communists, and fascists went to Spain to fight alongside their ideological brethren, and democratic, communist, and most actively fascist governments provided aid. The Yugoslav wars saw a similar massive mobilization of outside support by Western Christians, Orthodox Christians, and Muslims on behalf of their civilizational kin. The principal powers of Orthodoxy, Islam, and the West all became deeply involved. After 4 years, the Spanish Civil War came to a definitive end with the victory of the Franco forces. The wars among the religious communities in the Balkans may subside and even halt temporarily, but no one is likely to score a decisive victory, and no victory means no end. The Spanish Civil War was a prelude to World War II. The Bosnian War is one more bloody episode in an ongoing clash of civilizations. Halting fault line wars. Every war must end. Such is the conventional wisdom. Is it true of fault line wars? Yes and no. Fault line violence may stop entirely for a period of time, but it rarely ends permanently. Fault line wars are marked by frequent truces, ceasefires, armistices, but not by comprehensive peace treaties that resolve central political issues. They have this off-again, on-again quality because they are rooted in deep fault line conflicts involving sustained antagonistic relations between groups of different civilizations. The conflicts, in turn, stem from the geographical proximity, different religions and cultures, separate social structures, and historical memories of the two societies. In the course of centuries, these may evolve, and the underlying conflict may evaporate, or the conflict may disappear quickly and brutally if one group exterminates the other. If neither of these happens, however, the conflict continues, and so do recurring periods of violence. Fault line wars are intermittent. Fault line conflicts are interminable. Producing even a temporary halt in a fault line war usually depends on two developments. The first is exhaustion of the primary participants. At some point, when the casualties have mounted into tens of thousands, refugees into the hundreds of thousands, and cities, Beirut, Grozny, Vukovar, reduced to rubble, people cry, "Madness, madness, enough is enough." The radicals on both sides are no longer able to mobilize popular fury. Negotiations which have sputtered along unproductively for years come to life, and moderates reassert themselves and reach some sort of agreement for a halt to the carnage. By the spring of 1994, the 6-year war over Nagorno-Karabakh had exhausted both Armenians and Azerbaijanis, and hence they agreed to a truce. In the fall of 1995, it was similarly reported that in Bosnia, all sides are exhausted, and the Dayton Accords materialized. Such halts, however, are self-limiting. They enable both sides to rest and replenish their resources. Then, when one side sees the opportunity for gain, the war is renewed. Achieving a temporary pause also requires a second factor, the involvement of non-primary level participants with the interest and the clout to bring the fighters together. Fault line wars are almost never halted by direct negotiations between primary parties alone, and only rarely by the mediation of disinterested parties. The cultural distance, intense hatreds, and mutual violence they have inflicted on each other make it extremely difficult for primary parties to sit down and engage in productive discussion, looking towards some form of ceasefire. The underlying political issues, who controls what territory and people on what terms, keep surfacing and prevent agreement on more limited questions. Conflicts between countries or groups with a common culture can at times be resolved through mediation by a disinterested third party who shares that culture, has recognized legitimacy within that culture, and hence can be trusted by both parties to find a solution rooted in the values of that culture. The Pope could successfully mediate the Argentine-Chilean boundary dispute. In conflicts between groups from different civilizations, however, there are no disinterested parties. Finding an individual, institution, or state whom both parties think trustworthy is extremely difficult. Any potential mediator belongs to one of the conflicting civilizations or to a third civilization with still another culture and other interests which inspire trust in neither party to the conflict. The Pope will not be called in by Chechens and Russians or by Tamils and Sinhalese. International organizations also usually fail because they lack the ability to impose significant costs on or to offer significant benefits to the parties. Fault line wars are ended not by disinterested individuals, groups, or organizations, but by interested secondary and tertiary parties who have rallied to the support of their kin and have the capability to negotiate agreements with their counterparts, on the one hand, and to induce their kin to accept those agreements on the other. While rallying intensifies and prolongs the war, it generally is also necessary, although not sufficient, condition for limiting and halting the war. Secondary and tertiary ralliers usually do not want to be transformed into primary-level fighters and hence try to keep the war under control. They also have more diversified interests than primary participants, who are exclusively focused on the war, and they are concerned with other issues in their relations with each other. Hence, at some point, they are likely to see it in their interest to stop the fighting. Because they have rallied behind their kin, they have leverage over their kin. Ralliers thus become restrainers and halters. Wars with no secondary or tertiary parties are less likely to expand than others, but more difficult to bring to a halt, as are wars between groups from civilizations lacking core states. Fault line wars that involve an insurgency within an established state and that lack significant rallying also pose special problems. If the war continues for any length of time, the demands of the insurgents tend to escalate from some form of autonomy to complete independence, which the government rejects. The government usually demands that the insurgents give up their arms as the first step toward stopping the fighting, which the insurgents reject. The government also quite naturally resists the involvement by outsiders in what it considers a purely internal problem involving criminal elements. Defining it as an internal matter also gives other states an excuse for not becoming involved, as has been the case of the Western powers and Chechnya. These problems are compounded when the civilizations involved lack core states. The war in Sudan, for instance, which began in 1956, was brought to a halt in 1972 when the parties were exhausted and the World Council of Churches and the All-African Council of Churches, in a virtually unique achievement for non-governmental international organizations, successfully negotiating the Addis Ababa Agreement providing autonomy for Southern Sudan. A decade later, however, the government abrogated the agreement. The war resumed. The goals of the insurgents escalated, the position of the government hardened, and efforts to negotiate another halt failed. Neither the Arab world nor Africa had core states with the interest and the clout to pressure the participants. Mediation efforts by Jimmy Carter and various African leaders did not succeed, nor did the efforts of a committee of East African states consisting of Kenya, Eritrea, Uganda, and Ethiopia. The United States, which has deeply antagonistic relations with Sudan, could not act directly. nor could it ask Iran, Iraq, or Libya, which have close relations with Sudan, to play useful roles. Hence, it was reduced to enlisting Saudi Arabia, but Saudi influence over Sudan also was limited. In general, ceasefire negotiations are furthered to the extent that there is relative parallel and equal involvement of secondary and tertiary parties from both sides. In some circumstances, however, a single core state may be powerful enough to bring about a halt. In 1992, the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, CSCE, attempted to mediate the Armenian-Azerbaijani war. A committee, the Misc Group, was created that included the primary, secondary, and tertiary parties to the conflict: Nagorno-Karabakh, Armenians, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Russia, Turkey, plus France, Germany, Italy, Sweden, the Czech Republic, Belarus, and the United States. Apart from the United States and France, with sizable Armenian diasporas, these latter countries had little interest in producing and little or no capability to produce an end to the war. When the two tertiary parties, Russia and Turkey, plus the United States agreed on a plan, it was rejected by the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians. Russia, however, independently sponsored a long series of negotiations in Moscow between Armenia and Azerbaijan, which created an alternative to the Minsk Group and thus dissipated the effort of the international community. In the end, after the primary contestants had become exhausted and the Russians had secured Iran's backing of the negotiations, the Russian effort produced a ceasefire agreement, as secondary parties, Russia and Iran, also cooperated in the intermittently successful attempts to arrange a ceasefire in Tajikistan. Russia will be a continuing presence in the Transcaucasus and will have the capability to enforce the ceasefire it sponsored so long as it has an interest in doing so. This contrasts with the situation of the United States with respect to Bosnia. The Dayton Accords built on proposals that had been developed by the contact group of interested core states, Germany, Britain, France, Russia, and the United States. But none of the other tertiary parties were intimately involved in working out the final agreement, and two of the three primary parties to the war were on the margins of the negotiations. Enforcement of the agreement rests with an American-dominated NATO force. If the United States withdraws its troops from Bosnia, neither the European powers nor Russia will have incentives to continue to implement the agreement. The Bosnian government, Serbs, and Croats will have every incentive to renew the fighting once they have refreshed themselves, and the Serbian and Croatian governments will be tempted to seize the opportunity to realize their dreams of a greater Serbia and a greater Croatia. Robert Putnam has highlighted the extent to which negotiations between states are two-level games in which diplomats negotiate simultaneously with constituencies within their country and with their counterparts from the other country. In a parallel analysis, Huntington showed how reformers in an authoritarian government negotiating a transition to democracy with moderates in the opposition must also negotiate with or counter the hardliners within the government, while the moderates must do the same with the radicals in the opposition. These two-level games involve at a minimum 4 parties and at least 3 and often 4 relations between them. A complex fault-line war, however, is a 3-level game with at least 6 parties and at least 7 relations among them. Horizontal relations across the fault lines exist between pairs of primary, secondary, and tertiary parties. Vertical relations exist between the parties on different levels within each civilization. Achieving a halt in the fighting in a full model war, thus, is likely to require active involvement of secondary and tertiary parties, negotiation by the tertiary parties for the broad terms for stopping the fighting, use by the tertiary parties of carrots and sticks to get the secondary parties to accept these terms and to pressure the primary parties to accept them, withdrawal of support from, and, in effect, the betrayal of the primary parties by the secondary parties, and, as a result of this pressure, acceptance of the terms by the primary parties, which, of course, they subvert when they see it in their interest to do so. The Bosnian peace process involved all these elements. Efforts by individual actors, the United States, Russia, the European Union, to produce agreement were notably lacking in success. The Western powers were reluctant to include Russia as a full partner in the process. The Russians vigorously protested their exclusion, arguing that they had historic ties with the Serbs and also more direct interests in the Balkans than any other major power. Russia insisted that it be a full player in the efforts to resolve the conflicts and vigorously denounced the tendency on the part of the United States to dictate its own terms. The need to include the Russians became clear in February 1994. Without consulting Russia, NATO issued an ultimatum to the Bosnian Serbs to remove their heavy weapons from around Sarajevo or face air attacks. The Serbs resisted this demand, and a violent encounter with NATO seemed likely. Yeltsin warned that some people are trying to resolve the Bosnian question without the participation of Russia, and we will not allow this. The Russian government then seized the initiative and persuaded the Serbs to withdraw their weapons if Russia deployed peacekeeping troops to the Sarajevo area. This diplomatic coup prevented escalation of the violence, demonstrated to the West Russian clout with the Serbs, and brought Russian troops to the heart of the disputed area between Bosnian Muslims and Serbs. Through this maneuver, Russia effectively established its claim to equal partnership with the West in dealing with Bosnia. In April, however, NATO again authorized the bombing of Serbian positions without consulting Russia. This produced an immense negative reaction across the Russian political spectrum and strengthened the nationalist opposition to Yeltsin and Kotsyrev. Immediately thereafter, the relevant tertiary powers, Britain, France, Germany, Russia, and the United States, formed the contact group to devise a settlement. In June 1994, the group produced a plan which assigned 51% of Bosnia to a Muslim Croat federation and 49% to the Bosnian Serbs, and which became the basis of the subsequent Dayton Agreement. The following year, it was necessary to work out arrangements for the participation of Russian troops in the enforcement of the Dayton Agreements. Agreements among the tertiary parties have to be sold to the secondary and primary actors. The Americans, as Russian diplomat Vasily Turkin said, must lean on the Bosnians, the Germans on the Croats, and the Russians on the Serbs. In the early stages of the Yugoslav wars, Russia had made a momentous concession in agreeing to economic sanctions against Serbia. As a kin country which the Serbs could trust, Russia was also at times able to impose constraints on the Serbs and pressure them to accept compromises they would otherwise reject. In 1995, for instance, Russia, along with Greece, interceded with the Bosnian Serbs to secure the release of Dutch peacekeepers they held hostage. On occasion, however, the Bosnian Serbs reneged on agreements they had made under Russian pressure and thereby embarrassed Russia for not being able to deliver its kin. In April 1994, for example, Russia secured agreement from the Bosnian Serbs to end their attack on Gorache, but the Serbs then broke the agreement. The Russians were furious. The Bosnian Serbs have become mad on war, declared one Russian diplomat. Yeltsin insisted that Serbian leadership must fulfill the obligation it has given to Russia, and Russia withdrew its objections to NATO airstrikes. While supporting and strengthening Croatia, Germany and other Western states were also able to constrain Croatian behavior. President Tudjman was deeply anxious for his Catholic country to be accepted as a European country and to be admitted into European organizations. The Western powers exploited both the diplomatic, economic, and military support they provided Croatia and the Croatian desire to be accepted into the club to induce Tudjman to compromise on many issues. In March 1995, the case was made to Tudjman that if he wanted to be part of the West, he had to allow the UN Protection Force to stay in Krajina. Joining the West, one European diplomat said, is very important to Tudjman. He doesn't want to be left alone with the Serbs and the Russians. He also warned to restrict ethnic cleansing as his troops conquered territory in the Krajina and elsewhere, peopled by Serbs, and to refrain from extending his offensive into eastern Slavonia. On another issue, the Croatians were told that if they did not join the federation with the Muslims, the door to the West will be shut to them forever, as one U.S. official put it. As the principal external source of financial support for Croatia, Germany was in a particularly strong position to influence Croatian behavior. The close relation that the United States developed with Croatia also helped to prevent, at least through 1995, Tudjman from implementing his oft-expressed desire to partition Bosnia-Herzegovina between Croatia and Serbia. Unlike Russia and Germany, the United States lacked cultural commonality with its Bosnian client and hence was in a weak position to pressure the Muslims to compromise. In addition, apart from rhetoric, the United States only helped the Bosnians by turning a blind eye to the violations of the arms embargo by Iran and other Muslim states. The Bosnian Muslims consequently felt increasingly grateful to and increasingly identified with the broader Islamic community. Simultaneously, they denounced the United States for pursuing a double standard and not repelling the aggression against them as it had against Kuwait. Their wrapping themselves in the victim guise made it still more difficult for the United States to pressure them to be accommodating. They thus were able to reject peace proposals, build up their military strength with help from their Muslim friends, and eventually take the initiative and regain a substantial amount of the territory they had lost. Resistance to compromise is intense among the primary parties. In the Trans-Caucasus War, the ultra-nationalist Armenian Revolutionary Federation, Dashnak, which was very strong in the Armenian diaspora, dominated the Nagorno-Karabakh entity, rejected the Turkish-Russian-American peace proposal of May 1993, accepted by the Armenian and Azerbaijani governments, undertook military offensives that produced charges of ethnic cleansing, raised the prospects of a broader war, and aggravated its relations with the more moderate Armenian government. The success of the Nagorno-Karabakh offensive caused problems for Armenia, which was anxious to improve its relations with Turkey and Iran so as to ease the food and energy shortages resulting from the war and the Turkish blockade. The better things are going in Karabakh, the more difficult it is for Yerevan, commented one Western diplomat. President Levan Tar-Petrosyan of Armenia, like President Yeltsin, had to balance pressures from nationalists in his legislature against broader foreign policy interests in accommodating other states, and in late 1994, his government banned the Dashnak party from Armenia. Like the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians, the Bosnian Serbs and Croats adopted hardline positions. As a result, as the Croatian and Serbian governments came under pressure to help in the peace process, problems developed in their relations with their Bosnian kin. With the Croats, these were less serious, as the Bosnian Croats agreed in form, if not in practice, to join the federation with the Muslims. Spurred by personal antagonism, the conflict between President Milosevic and Bosnian Serb leader Radovan Karadzic, in contrast, became intense and public. In August 1994, Karadzic rejected the peace plan that had been approved by Milosevic. The Serbian government, anxious to bring sanctions to an end, announced that it was cutting off all trade with the Bosnian Serbs except for food and medicine. In return, the UN ceased its sanctions on Serbia. The following year, Milosevic allowed the Croatian army to expel the Serbs from Krajina, and Croatian and Muslim forces to drive them back in northwest Bosnia. He also agreed with Tudjman to permit the gradual return of Serb-occupied East Slavonia to Croatian control. With the approval of the great powers, he then, in effect, delivered the Bosnian Serbs to the Dayton negotiations, incorporating them into his delegation. Milosevic's actions brought an end to the UN sanctions against Serbia. They also brought him cautious approbation from a somewhat surprised international community. The nationalist, aggressive ethnic cleansing, Greater Serbian warmonger of 1992 had become the peacemaker of 1995. For many Serbs, however, he had become a traitor. He was denounced in Belgrade by Serbian nationalists and the leaders of the Orthodox Church, and he was bitterly accused of treason by the Krajina and Bosnian Serbs. In this, of course, they replicated the charges West Bank settlers levied at the Israeli government for its agreement with the PLO, Betrayal of kin is the price of peace in a fault-line war. Exhaustion with the war and the incentives and pressures of tertiary parties compelled changes in the secondary and primary parties. Either moderates replace extremists in power, or extremists, like Milosevic, find it in their interest to become moderate. They do so, however, at some risk. Those perceived as traitors arouse far more passionate hatred than enemies. Leaders of the Kashmir Muslims, Chechens, and Sri Lankan Sinhalese suffered the fate of Sadat and Rabin for betraying the cause and attempting to work out compromise solutions with the arch-foe. In 1914, a Serbian nationalist assassinated an Austrian archduke. In the aftermath of Dayton, his most likely target would be Slobodan Milosevic. An agreement to halt a fault-line war will be successful, even if only temporarily, to the extent that it reflects the local balance of power among the primary parties and the interests of the tertiary and secondary parties. The 51%, 49% division of Bosnia was not viable in 1994 when the Serbs controlled 70% of the country. It became viable when the Croatian and Muslim offensives reduced Serbian control to almost half. The peace process was also helped by the ethnic cleansing which occurred, with Serbs reduced to less than 3% of the population of Croatia and members of all three groups being separated violently or voluntarily in Bosnia. In addition, secondary and tertiary parties, the latter often the core states of civilizations, need to have real security or communal interests in a war to sponsor a viable solution. Alone, primary participants cannot halt fault-line wars. Halting them and preventing their escalation into global wars depend primarily on the interests and actions of the core states of the world's major civilizations. Fault-line wars bubble up from below. Fault-line peaces trickle down from above. Chapter 10. From Transition Wars to Fault-line Wars. Transition Wars. Afghanistan and the Gulf. La Première Guerre Civilisationnelle, the distinguished Moroccan scholar Mahdi El-Mandra called the Gulf War, as it was being fought. In fact, it was the second. The first was the Soviet-Afghan War of 1979 to 1989. Both wars began as straightforward invasions of one country by another, but were transformed into, and in large part redefined, as civilization wars. They were, in effect, transition wars to an era dominated by ethnic conflict and fault-line wars between groups from different civilizations. The Afghan War started as an effort by the Soviet Union to sustain a satellite regime. It became a Cold War when the United States reacted vigorously and organized, funded, and equipped the Afghan insurgents resisting the Soviet forces. For Americans, Soviet defeat was vindication of the Reagan doctrine of promoting armed resistance to communist regimes, and a reassuring humiliation of the Soviets comparable to that which the United States had suffered in Vietnam. It was also a defeat whose ramifications spread throughout Soviet society and its political establishment, and contributed significantly to the disintegration of the Soviet Empire. To Americans and to Westerns generally, Afghanistan was the final decisive victory, the Waterloo of the Cold War. For those who fought the Soviets, however, the Afghan War was something else. It was the first successful resistance to a foreign power, one Western scholar observed, which was not based on either nationalist or socialist principles, but instead on Islamic principles, which was waged as a jihad and which gave a tremendous boost to Islamic self-confidence and power. Its impact on the Islamic world was, in effect, comparable to the impact which the Japanese defeat of the Russians in 1905 had on the Oriental world. What the West sees as a victory for the free world, Muslims see as a victory for Islam. American dollars and missiles were indispensable to the defeat of the Soviets. Also indispensable, however, was the collective effort of Islam, in which a wide variety of governments and groups competed with each other in attempting to defeat the Soviets and to produce a victory that would serve their interests. Muslim financial support for the war came primarily from Saudi Arabia. Between 1984 and 1986, the Saudis gave $525 million to the resistance. In 1989, they agreed to supply 61% of a total of $715 million, or $436 million, with the remainder coming from the United States. In 1993, they provided $193 million to the Afghan government. The total amount they contributed during the course of the war was at least as much as, and probably more than, the $3 billion to $3.3 billion spent by the United States. During the war, about 25,000 volunteers from other Islamic, primarily Arab countries participated in the war. Recruited in large part in Jordan, these volunteers were trained by Pakistan's Inter-Service Intelligence Agency. Pakistan also provided the indispensable external base for the resistance, as well as logistical and other support. In addition, Pakistan was the agent and the conduit for the disbursement of American money, and it purposefully directed 75% of those funds to the more fundamentalist Islamist groups, with 50% of the total going to the most extreme Sunni fundamentalist faction led by Gulbuddin Hekmatyar. Although fighting the Soviets, the Arab participants in the war were overwhelmingly anti-Western and denounced Western humanitarian aid agencies as immoral and subversive in Islam. In the end, the Soviets were defeated by three factors they could not effectively equal or counter: American technology, Saudi money, and Muslim demographics and zeal. The war left behind an uneasy coalition of Islamist organizations intent on promoting Islam against all non-Muslim forces. It also left a legacy of expert and experienced fighters, camps, training grounds, and logistical facilities, elaborate trans-Islam networks of personal and organizational relationships, a substantial amount of military equipment, including 300 to 500 unaccounted-for Stinger missiles, and most important, a heady sense of power and self-confidence over what had been achieved and a driving desire to move on to other victories. The jihad credentials, religious and political, of the Afghan volunteers, one U.S. official said in 1994, are impeccable. They beat one of the world's two superpowers, and now they're working on the second. The Afghan war became a civilization war because Muslims everywhere saw it as such and rallied against the Soviet Union. The Gulf War became a civilization war because the West intervened militarily in a Muslim conflict. Westerners overwhelmingly supported that intervention, and Muslims throughout the world came to see that intervention as a war against them and rallied against what they saw as one more instance of Western imperialism. Arab and Muslim governments were initially divided over the war. Saddam Hussein violated the sanctity of borders, and in August 1990, the Arab League voted by a substantial majority, 14 in favor, 2 against, 5 abstaining or not voting, to condemn his actions. Egypt and Syria agreed to contribute substantial numbers, and Pakistan, Morocco, and Bangladesh lesser numbers of troops to the anti-Iraq coalition organized by the United States. Turkey closed the pipeline running through its territory from Iraq to the Mediterranean and allowed the coalition to use its air bases. In return for these actions, Turkey strengthened its claim to get into Europe. Pakistan and Morocco reaffirmed their close relationship with Saudi Arabia. Egypt got its debt cancelled, and Syria got Lebanon. In contrast, the governments of Iran, Jordan, Libya, Mauritania, Yemen, Sudan, and Tunisia, as well as organizations such as the PLO, Hamas, and FIS, despite the financial support many had received from Saudi Arabia, supported Iraq and condemned Western intervention. Other Muslim governments, such as that of Indonesia, assumed compromise positions or tried to avoid taking any position. While Muslim governments were initially divided, Arab and Muslim opinion was from the first overwhelmingly anti-West. The Arab world, one American observer reported after visiting Yemen, Syria, Egypt, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia 3 weeks after the invasion of Kuwait, is seething with resentment against the U.S. barely able to contain its glee at the prospect of an Arab leader bold enough to defy the greatest power on earth. Millions of Muslims from Morocco to China rallied behind Saddam Hussein and acclaimed him a Muslim hero. The paradox of democracy was the great paradox of this conflict. Support for Saddam Hussein was most fervent and widespread in these Arab countries, where politics was more open and freedom of expression less restricted. In Morocco, Pakistan, Jordan, Indonesia, and other countries, massive demonstrations denounced the West, and political leaders like King Hassan, Benazir Bhutto, and Suharto, who were seen as lackeys of the West. Opposition to the coalition even surfaced in Syria, where a broad spectrum of citizens opposed the presence of foreign forces in the Gulf. 75% of India's 100 million Muslims blamed the United States for the war, and Indonesia's 171 million Muslims were almost universally against the U.S. military action in the Gulf. Arab intellectuals lined up in similar fashion and formulated intricate rationales for overlooking Saddam's brutality and denouncing Western intervention. Arabs and other Muslims generally agreed that Saddam Hussein might be a bloody tyrant, but, paralleling FDR's thinking, he is our bloody tyrant. In their view, the invasion was a family affair, to be settled within the family, and those who intervened in the name of some grand theory of international justice were doing so to protect their own selfish interests and to maintain Arab subordination to the West. Arab intellectuals, one study reported, despise the Iraqi regime and deplore its brutality and authoritarianism, but regard it as constituting a center of resistance to the great enemy of the Arab world, the West. They define the Arab world in opposition to the West. What Saddam has done is wrong, a Palestinian professor said, but we cannot condemn Iraq for standing up to Western military intervention. Muslims in the West and elsewhere denounced the presence of non-Muslim troops in Saudi Arabia and the resulting desecration of the Muslim holy sites. The prevailing view, in short, was Saddam was wrong to invade. The West was more wrong to intervene. Hence, Saddam is right to fight the West, and we are right to support him. Saddam Hussein, like primary participants in other fault-line wars, identified his previously secular regime with the cause that would have the broadest appeal, Islam. Given the U-shaped distribution of identities in the Muslim world, Saddam had no real alternatives. This choice of Islam over either Arab nationalism or vague Third World anti-Westernism, one Egyptian commentator observed, testifies to the value of Islam as a political ideology for mobilizing support. Although Saudi Arabia is more strictly Muslim in its practices and institutions than other Muslim states, except possibly Iran and Sudan, and although it had funded Islamist groups throughout the world, no Islamist movement in any country supported the Western coalition against Iraq, and virtually all opposed Western intervention. For Muslims, the war thus quickly became a war between civilizations, in which the inviolability of Islam was at stake. Islamist fundamentalist groups from Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Pakistan, Malaysia, Afghanistan, Sudan, and elsewhere denounced it as a war against Islam and its civilization by an alliance of crusaders and Zionists, and proclaimed their backing of Iraq in the face of military and economic aggression against its people. In the fall of 1990, the dean of the Islamic College in Mecca, Safar al-Hawali, declared in a tape widely circulated in Saudi Arabia that the war is not the world against Iraq, it is the West against Islam. In similar terms, King Hussein of Jordan argued that it was a war against all Arabs and all Muslims, and not against Iraq alone. In addition, as Fatima Mernissi points out, President Bush's frequent rhetorical invocations of God on behalf of the United States reinforced Arab perception that it was a religious war, with Bush's remarks reeking of the calculating, mercenary attacks of the pre-Islamic hordes of the 7th century and the later Christian Crusades. Arguments that the war was a crusade, produced by Western and Zionist conspiracy in turn, justified and even demanded mobilization of a jihad in response. Muslim definition of the war as the West versus Islam facilitated reduction or suspension of antagonisms within the Muslim world. Old differences among Muslims shrank in importance compared to the overriding difference between Islam and the West. In the course of the war, Muslim governments and groups consistently moved to distance themselves from the West. Like its Afghan predecessor, the Gulf War brought together Muslims who previously had often been at each other's throats. Arab secularists, nationalists, and fundamentalists, the Jordanian government and the Palestinians, the PLO and Hamas, Iran and Iraq, opposition parties and governments generally. Those Ba'athists of Iraq, as Safar al-Hawali put it, are our enemies for a few hours, but Rome is our enemy until doomsday. The war also started the process of reconciliation between Iraq and Iran. Iran's Shiite religious leaders denounced the Western intervention and called for a jihad against the West. The Iranian government distanced itself from measures directed against its former enemy, and the war was followed by a gradual improvement in relations between the two regimes. An external enemy also reduces conflict within a country. In January 1991, for instance, Pakistan was reported to be awash in anti-Western polemics, which brought that country, at least briefly, together. Pakistan has never been so united. In the southern province of Sindh, where native Sindhis and immigrants from India have been murdering each other for 5 years, people from either side demonstrate against the Americans arm in arm. In the ultra-conservative tribal areas on the northwest frontier, even women are out in the streets protesting, often in places where people have never assembled for anything other than Friday prayers. As public opinion became more adamant against the war, the governments that had originally associated themselves with the coalition backtracked or became divided or developed elaborate rationalizations for their actions. Leaders like Hafiz al-Assad, who contributed troops, now argued these were necessary to balance and eventually to replace the Western forces in Saudi Arabia, and that they would, in any event, be used purely for defensive purposes and the protection of the holy places. In Turkey and Pakistan, top military leaders publicly denounced the alignment of their governments with the coalition. The Egyptian and Syrian governments, which contributed the most troops, had sufficient control of their societies to be able to suppress and ignore anti-Western pressure. The governments in somewhat more open Muslim countries were induced to move away from the West and adopt increasingly anti-Western positions. In the Maghreb, the explosion of support for Iraq was one of the biggest surprises of the war. Tunisian public opinion was strongly anti-West, and President Ben Ali was quick to condemn Western intervention. The government of Morocco originally contributed 1,500 troops to the coalition, but then, as anti-Western groups mobilized, also endorsed a general strike on behalf of Iraq. In Algeria, a pro-Iraq demonstration of 400,000 people prompted President Ben Jadid, who initially tilted toward the West, to shift his position, denounce the West, and declared that Algeria will stand by the side of its brother Iraq. In August 1990, the 3 Maghreb governments had voted in the Arab League to condemn Iraq. In the fall, reacting to the intense feelings of their people, they voted in favor of a motion to condemn the American intervention. The Western military effort also drew little support from the people of non-Western, non-Muslim civilizations. In January 1991, 53% of Japanese polled opposed the war, while 25% supported it. Hindus split evenly in blaming Saddam Hussein and George Bush for the war, which, the Times of India warned, could lead to a far more sweeping confrontation between a strong and arrogant Judeo-Christian world and a weak Muslim world fired by a religious zeal. The Gulf War thus began as a war between Iraq and Kuwait, then became a war between Iraq and the West, then one between Islam and the West, and eventually came to be viewed by many non-Westerners as a war of East versus West. A white man's war, a new outbreak of old-fashioned imperialism. Apart from the Kuwaitis, no Islamic people were enthusiastic about the war, and most overwhelmingly opposed Western intervention. When the war ended, the victory parades in London and New York were not duplicated elsewhere. The war's conclusion, Sohail H. Hashami observed, provided no grounds for rejoicing among Arabs. Instead, the prevailing atmosphere was one of intense disappointment, dismay, humiliation, and resentment. Once again, the West had won. Once again, the latest Saladin who had raised Arab hopes had gone down to defeat before massive Western power that had been forcefully intruded into the community of Islam. What worse could happen to the Arabs than what the war produced? Asked Fatima Mernissi. The whole West, with all its technology, dropping bombs on us? It was the ultimate horror. Following the war, Arab opinion outside Kuwait became increasingly critical of a U.S. military presence in the Gulf. The liberation of Kuwait removed any rationale for opposing Saddam Hussein and left little rationale for a sustained American military presence in the Gulf. Hence, even in countries like Egypt, opinion became more and more sympathetic to Iraq. Arab governments which had joined the coalition shifted ground. Egypt and Syria, as well as the others, opposed the imposition of a no-fly zone in southern Iraq in August 1992. Arab governments plus Turkey also objected to the air attacks on Iraq in January 1993. If Western air power could be used in response to attacks on Muslim Shiites and Kurds by Sunni Muslims, why was it not also used to respond to attacks on Bosnian Muslims by Orthodox Serbs? In June 1993, when President Clinton ordered a bombing of Baghdad in retaliation for the Iraqi effort to assassinate former President Bush, international reaction was strictly along civilizational lines. Israel and Western European governments strongly supported the raid. Russia accepted it as justified self-defense. China expressed deep concern. Saudi Arabia and the Gulf Emirates said nothing. Other Muslim governments, including that of Egypt, denounced it as another example of Western double standards, with Iran terming it flagrant aggression driven by American neo-expansionism and egotism. Repeatedly, the question was raised, why doesn't the United States and the international community, that is the West, react in similar fashion to the outrageous behavior of Israel and its violations of UN resolutions? The Gulf War was the first post-Cold War resource war between civilizations. At stake was whether the bulk of the world's largest oil reserves would be controlled by Saudi and Emirate governments dependent on Western military power for their security, or by independent anti-Western regimes which would be able and might be willing to use the oil weapon against the West. The West failed to unseat Saddam Hussein, but it scored a victory of sorts in dramatizing the security dependence of the Gulf states on the West and in achieving an expanded peacetime military presence in the Gulf. Before the war, Iran, Iraq, the Gulf Cooperation Council, and the United States jostled for influence over the Gulf. After the war, the Persian Gulf was an American lake. Characteristics of fault line wars. Wars between clans, tribes, ethnic groups, religious communities, and nations have been prevalent in every era and in every civilization because they are rooted in the identities of people. These conflicts tend to be particularistic, in that they do not involve broader ideological or political issues of direct interest to non-participants, although they may arouse humanitarian concerns in outside groups. They also tend to be vicious and bloody, since fundamental issues of identity are at stake. In addition, they tend to be lengthy. They may be interrupted by truces or agreements, but these tend to break down and the conflict is resumed. Decisive military victory by one side in an identity civil war, on the other hand, increases the likelihood of genocide. Fault line conflicts are communal conflicts between states or groups from different civilizations. Fault line wars are conflicts that have become violent. Such wars may occur between states, between non-governmental groups, and between states and non-governmental groups. Fault line conflicts within states may involve groups which are predominantly located in geographically distinct areas, in which case the group which does not control the government normally fights for independence and may or may not be willing to settle for something less than that. Within-state fault line conflicts may also involve groups which are geographically intermixed, in which case continually tense relations erupt into violence from time to time, as with Hindus and Muslims in India and Muslims and Chinese in Malaysia. Or full-scale fighting may occur, particularly when new states and their boundaries are being determined, and produce brutal efforts to separate peoples by force. Fault line conflicts sometimes are struggles for control over people. More frequently, the issue is control of territory. The goal of at least one of the participants is to conquer the territory and free it of other people by expelling them, killing them, or doing both, that is, by ethnic cleansing. These conflicts tend to be violent and ugly, with both sides engaging in massacres, terrorism, rape, and torture. The territory at stake often is for one or both sides a highly charged symbol of their history and identity, sacred land to which they have an inviolable right. The West Bank, Kashmir, Nagorno-Karabakh, the Drina Valley, Kosovo. Fault line wars share some but not all of the characteristics of communal wars generally. They are protracted conflicts. When they go on within states, they have on average lasted 6 times longer than interstate wars, involving fundamental issues of group identity and power. They are difficult to resolve through negotiations and compromise. When agreements are reached, they often are not subscribed to by all parties on each side and usually do not last long. Fault line wars are off-again, on-again wars that can flame up into massive violence and then sputter down into low-intensity warfare or sullen hostility only to flame up once again. The fires of communal identity and hatred are rarely totally extinguished except through genocide. As a result of their protracted character, fault line wars, like other communal wars, tend to produce large numbers of deaths and refugees. Estimates of either have to be treated with caution, but commonly accepted figures for death in fault line wars underway in the early 1990s included 50,000 in the Philippines, 50,000 to 100,000 in Sri Lanka, 20,000 in Kashmir, 500,000 to 1.5 million in Sudan, 100,000 in Tajikistan, 50,000 in Croatia, 50,000 to 200,000 in Bosnia, 30,000 to 50,000 in Chechnya, 100,000 in Tibet, 200,000 in East Timor. Virtually all these conflicts generated much larger numbers of refugees. Many of these contemporary wars are simply the latest round in a prolonged history of bloody conflicts, and the late 20th century violence has resisted efforts to end it permanently. The fighting in Sudan, for instance, broke out in 1956, continued until 1972, when an agreement was reached providing some autonomy for southern Sudan, but resumed again in 1983. The Tamil Rebellion in Sri Lanka began in 1983. Peace negotiations to end it broke down in 1991 and were resumed in 1994 with an agreement reached on a ceasefire in January 1995. 4 months later, however, the insurgent Tigers broke the truce and withdrew from the peace talks, and the war started up again with intensified violence. The Moro Rebellion in the Philippines began in the early 1970s and slackened in 1976 after an agreement was reached providing autonomy for some areas of Mindanao. By 1993, however, renewed violence was occurring frequently and on an increasing scale as dissident insurgent groups repudiated the peace efforts. Russian and Chechen leaders reached a demilitarization agreement in July 1995, designed to end the violence that had begun the previous December. The war eased off for a while, but then was renewed with Chechen attacks on individual Russian or pro-Russian leaders, Russian retaliation, the Chechen incursion into Dagestan in January 1996, and the massive Russian offensive in early 1996. While fault line wars share the prolonged duration, high levels of violence, and ideological ambivalence of other communal wars, they also differ from them in 2 ways. First, communal wars may occur between ethnic, religious, racial, or linguistic groups. Since religion, however, is the principal defining characteristic of civilizations, fault line wars are almost always between peoples of different religions. Some analysts downplay the significance of this factor. They point, for instance, to the shared ethnicity and language, past peaceful coexistence, and extensive intermarriage of Serbs and Muslims in Bosnia, and dismiss the religious factor with references to Freud's narcissism of small differences. That judgment, however, is rooted in secular myopia. Millennia of human history have shown that religion is not a small difference, but possibly the most profound difference that can exist between people. The frequency, intensity, and violence of fault line wars are greatly enhanced by beliefs in different gods. Second, other communal wars tend to be particularistic, and hence are relatively unlikely to spread and involve additional participants. Fault line wars, in contrast, are by definition between groups which are part of larger cultural entities. In the usual communal conflict, Group A is fighting Group B, and Groups C, D, and E have no reason to become involved unless A or B directly attacks the interests of C, D, or E. In a fault line war, in contrast, Group A1 is fighting Group B1, and each will attempt to expand the war and mobilize support from civilization kin groups A2, A3, A4, and B2, B3, and B4. And those groups will identify with their fighting kin. The expansion of transportation and communication in the modern world has facilitated the establishment of these connections and hence the internationalization of fault line conflicts. Migration has created diasporas in the third civilizations. Communications make it easier for the contesting parties to appeal for help and for their kin groups to learn immediately the fate of those parties. The general shrinkage of the world thus enables kin groups to provide moral, diplomatic, financial, and material support to the contesting parties, and much harder not to do so. International networks develop to furnish such support, and the support in turn sustains the participants and prolongs the conflict. This kin-country syndrome, in H.D.S. Greenway's phrase, is a central feature of late 20th century fault line wars. More generally, even small amounts of violence between people of different civilizations have ramifications and consequences which intracivilizational violence lacks. When Sunni gunmen killed 18 Shiite worshippers in a mosque in Karachi in February 1995, they further disrupted the peace in the city and created a problem for Pakistan. When exactly a year earlier, a Jewish settler killed 29 Muslims praying at the Cave of the Patriarchs in Hebron, he disrupted the Middle Eastern peace process and created a problem for the world. Incidents: Islam's bloody borders. Communal conflicts and fault line wars are the stuff of history, and by one count, some 32 ethnic conflicts occurred during the Cold War, including fault line wars between Arabs and Israelis, Indians and Pakistanis, Sudanese Muslims and Christians, Sri Lankan Buddhists and Tamils, and Lebanese Shiites and Maronites. Identity wars constituted about half of all civil wars during the 1940s and 1950s, but about 3/4 of civil wars during the following decades, and the intensity of rebellions involving ethnic groups tripled between the early 1950s and the late 1980s. Given the overreaching superpower rivalry, however, these conflicts, with some notable exceptions, attracted relatively little attention and were often viewed through the prism of the Cold War. As the Cold War wound down, communal conflicts became more prominent and, arguably, more prevalent than they had been previously. Something closely resembling an upsurge in ethnic conflict did in fact happen. These ethnic conflicts and fault line wars have not been evenly distributed among the world's civilizations. Major fault line fighting has occurred between Serbs and Croats in the former Yugoslavia, and between Buddhists and Hindus in Sri Lanka, while less violent conflicts took place between non-Muslim groups in a few other places. The overwhelming majority of fault line conflicts, however, has taken place along the boundary looping across Eurasia and Africa that separates Muslims from non-Muslims. While at the macro or global level of world politics, the primary clash of civilizations is between the West and the rest. At the micro or local level, it is between Islam and the others. Intense antagonisms and violent conflicts are pervasive between local Muslims and non-Muslim peoples. In Bosnia, Muslims have fought a bloody and disastrous war with Orthodox Serbs and have engaged in other violence with Catholic Croatians. In Kosovo, Albanian Muslims unhappily suffer Serbian rule and maintain their own underground parallel government, with high expectations of the probability of violence between the two groups. The Albanian and Greek governments are at loggerheads over the rights of their minorities in each other's countries. Turks and Greeks are historically at each other's throats. On Cyprus, Muslim Turks and Orthodox Greeks maintain hostile adjoining states. In the Caucasus, Turkey and Armenia are historic enemies, and Azeris and Armenians have been at war over control of Nagorno-Karabakh. In the North Caucasus, for 200 years, Chechens, Ingush, and other Muslim peoples have fought on and off for their independence from Russia, a struggle bloodily resumed by Russia and Chechnya in 1994. Fighting also has occurred between the Ingush and the Orthodox Ossetians. In the Volga Basin, the Muslim Tartars have fought the Russians in the past, and in the early 1990s reached an uneasy compromise with Russia for limited sovereignty. Throughout the 19th century, Russia gradually extended by force its control over the Muslim peoples of Central Asia. During the 1980s, Afghans and Russians fought a major war, and with the Russian retreat, its sequel continued in Tajikistan between Russian forces supporting the existing government and largely Islamist insurgents. In Xinjiang, Uyghurs and other Muslim groups struggle against Sinification and are developing relations with their ethnic and religious kin in the former Soviet republics. In the subcontinent, Pakistan and India have fought 3 wars. A Muslim insurgency contests Indian rule in Kashmir, Muslim immigrants fight tribal peoples in Assam, and Muslim and Hindus engage in periodic riots and violence across India. These outbreaks fueled by the rise of fundamentalist movements in both religious communities. In Bangladesh, Buddhists protest discrimination against them by the majority Muslims, while in Myanmar, Muslims protest discrimination by the Buddhist majority. In Malaysia and Indonesia, Muslims periodically riot against Chinese, protesting their domination of the economy. In southern Thailand, Muslim groups have been involved in an intermittent insurgency against a Buddhist government, while in the southern Philippines, a Muslim insurgency fights for independence from a Catholic country and government. In Indonesia, on the other hand, Catholic East Timorians struggle against repression by a Muslim government. In the Middle East, conflict between Arabs and Jews in Palestine goes back to the establishment of the Jewish homeland. 4 wars have occurred between Israel and Arab states, and the Palestinians engaged in the Intifada against Israeli rule. In Lebanon, Maronite Christians have fought a losing battle against Shiites and other Muslims. In Ethiopia, the Orthodox Amaras have historically suppressed Muslim ethnic groups and have confronted an insurgency from the Muslim Oromos. Across the bulge of Africa, a variety of conflicts have gone on between the Arab and Muslim peoples to the north and animist Christian black peoples to the south. The bloodiest Muslim-Christian war has been in Sudan, which has gone on for decades and produced hundreds of thousands of casualties. Nigerian politics has been dominated by the conflict between the Muslim Fulani Hausa in the north and Christian tribes in the south, with frequent riots and coups and one major war. In Chad, Kenya, and Tanzania, comparable struggles have occurred between Muslim and Christian groups. In all these places, the relations between Muslims and peoples of other civilizations, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, Hindu, Chinese, Buddhist, Jewish, have been generally antagonistic. Most of these relations have been violent at some point in the past. Many have been violent in the 1990s. Wherever one looks along the perimeter of Islam, Muslims have problems living peacefully with their neighbors. The question naturally rises as to whether this pattern of late 20th century conflict between Muslim and non-Muslim groups is equally true of relations between groups from other civilizations. In fact, it is not. Muslims make up about 1/5 of the world's population, but in the 1990s, they have been far more involved in intergroup violence than the people of any other civilization. The evidence is overwhelming. 1. Muslims were participants in 26 of 50 ethnopolitical conflicts in 1993 to 1994, analyzed in depth by Ted Robert Gurr. 20 of these conflicts were between groups from different civilizations, of which 15 were between Muslims and non-Muslims. There were, in short, 3 times as many intercivilizational conflicts involving Muslims as there were conflicts between all non-Muslim civilizations. The conflicts within Islam also were more numerous than those in any other civilization, including tribal conflicts in Africa. In contrast to Islam, the West was involved in only 2 intracivilizational and 2 intercivilizational conflicts. Conflicts involving Muslims also tended to be heavy in casualties. Of the 6 wars, in which Gurr estimates that 200,000 or more people were killed, 3, Sudan, Bosnia, East Timor, were between Muslims and non-Muslims. 2, Somalia, Iraq Kurds, were between Muslims, and only 1, Angola, involved only non-Muslims. 2. The New York Times identified 48 locations in which some 59 ethnic conflicts were occurring in 1993. In half these places, Muslims were clashing with other Muslims or with non-Muslims. 31 of the 59 conflicts were between groups from different civilizations and, paralleling Gurr's data, 2/3, 21, of these intercivilizational conflicts were between Muslims and others. 3. In yet another analysis, Ruth Leger-Sivard identified 29 wars, defined as conflicts involving 1,000 or more deaths in a year, underway in 1992. 9 of 12 intercivilizational conflicts were between Muslims and non-Muslims, and Muslims were once again fighting more wars than people from any other civilization. 3 different compilations of data thus yield the same conclusion. In the early 1990s, Muslims were engaged in more intergroup violence than were non-Muslims, and 2/3 to 3/4 of intercivilizational wars were between Muslims and non-Muslims. Islam's borders are bloody, and so are its innards. No single statement in my Foreign Affairs article attracted more critical comment than, "Islam has bloody borders." I made that judgment on the basis of a casual survey of intercivilizational conflicts. Quantitative evidence from every disinterested source conclusively demonstrates its validity. The Muslim propensity toward violent conflict is also suggested by the degree to which Muslim societies are militarized. In the 1980s, Muslim countries had military force ratios, that is, the number of military personnel per 1,000 population, and military effort indices, force ratio adjusted for a country's wealth, significantly higher than those for other countries. Christian countries, in contrast, had force ratios and military effort indices significantly lower than those for other countries. The average force ratios and military effort ratios of Muslim countries were roughly twice those of Christian countries. Quite clearly, James Payne concludes, there is a connection between Islam and militarism. Muslim states also have had a high propensity to resort to violence in international crises, employing it to resolve 76 crises out of a total of 142 in which they were involved between 1928 and 1979. In 25 cases, violence was the primary means of dealing with the crisis. In 51 crises, Muslim states used violence in addition to other means. When they did use violence, Muslim states used high-intensity violence, resorting to full-scale war in 41% of the cases where violence was used, and engaging in major clashes of another 38% of the cases. While Muslim states resorted to violence in 53.5% of their crises, violence was used by the United Kingdom in only 11.5%, by the United States in 17.9%, and by the Soviet Union in 28.5% of the crises in which they were involved. Among the major powers, only China's violence propensity exceeded that of the Muslim states. It employed violence in 76.9% of its crises. Muslim bellicosity and violence are late 20th century facts which neither Muslims nor non-Muslims can deny. Causes: history, demography, politics. What was responsible for the late 20th century upsurge in fault-line wars and for the central role of Muslims in such conflicts? First, these wars had their roots in history. Intermittent fault-line violence between different civilizational groups occurred in the past and existed in present memories of the past, which in turn generated fears and insecurities on both sides. Muslims and Hindus on the subcontinent, Russians and Caucasians in the North Caucasus, Armenians and Turks in the Trans-Caucasus, Arabs and Jews in Palestine, Catholics, Muslims, and Orthodox in the Balkans, Russians and Turks from the Balkans to Central Asia, Sinhalese and Tamils in Sri Lanka, Arabs and blacks across Africa. These are all relationships which through the centuries have involved alternations between mistrustful coexistence and vicious violence. A historical legacy of conflict exists to be exploited and used by those who see reason to do so. In these relationships, history is alive, well, and terrifying. A history of off-again, on-again slaughter, however, does not itself explain why violence was on again in the late 20th century. After all, as many pointed out, Serbs, Croats, and Muslims for decades lived very peacefully together in Yugoslavia. Muslims and Hindus did so in India. The many ethnic and religious groups in the Soviet Union coexisted, with a few notable exceptions produced by the Soviet government. Tamils and Sinhalese also lived quietly together on an island often described as a tropical paradise. History did not prevent these relatively peaceful relationships prevailing for substantial periods of time. Hence, history, by itself, cannot explain the breakdown of peace. Other factors must have intruded in the last decades of the 20th century. Changes in the demographic balance were one such factor. The numerical expansion of one group generates political, economic, and social pressures on other groups and induces countervailing responses. Even more important, it produces military pressures on less demographically dynamic groups. The collapse in the early 1970s of the 30-year-old constitutional order in Lebanon was in large part a result of the dramatic increase in the Shiite population in relation to the Maronite Christians. In Sri Lanka, Gary Fuller has shown the peaking of the Sinhalese national insurgency in 1970 and of the Tamil insurgency in the late 1980s coincided exactly with the years when the 15 to 24-year-old youth bulge in those groups exceeded 20% of the total population of the group. The Sinhalese insurgents, one U.S. diplomat to Sri Lanka noted, were virtually all under 24 years of age, and the Tamil Tigers, it was reported, were unique in their reliance on what amounts to a children's army, recruiting boys and girls as young as 11, with those killed in the fighting not yet teenagers when they died. Only a few older than 18. The Tigers, The Economist observed, were waging an underage war. In similar fashion, the fault-line wars between Russians and the Muslim peoples to their south were fueled by major differences in population growth. In the early 1990s, the fertility rate of women in the Russian Federation was 1.5, while in the primarily Muslim Central Asian former Soviet republics, the fertility rate was about 4.4, and the rate of net population increase, crude birth rate minus crude death rate, in the late 1980s, in the latter, was 5 to 6 times that in Russia. Chechens increased by 26% in the 1980s, and Chechnya was one of the most densely populated places in Russia, its high birth rates producing migrants and fighters. In similar fashion, high Muslim birth rates and migration into Kashmir from Pakistan stimulated renewed resistance to Indian rule. The complicated processes that led to intercivilizational wars in the former Yugoslavia had many causes and many starting points. Probably the single most important factor leading to these conflicts, however, was the demographic shift that took place in Kosovo. Kosovo was an autonomous province within the Serbian Republic, with the de facto powers of the 6 Yugoslav republics, except the right to secede. In 1961, its population was 67% Albanian Muslim and 24% Orthodox Serb. The Albanian birth rate, however, was the highest in Europe, and Kosovo became the most densely populated area of Yugoslavia. By the 1980s, close to 50% of the Albanians were less than 20 years old. Facing those numbers, Serbs emigrated from Kosovo in pursuit of economic opportunities in Belgrade and elsewhere. As a result, in 1991, Kosovo was 90% Muslim and 10% Serb. Serbs, nonetheless, viewed Kosovo as their Holy Land, or Jerusalem, the site, among other things, of the great battle on June 28, 1389, when they were defeated by the Ottoman Turks and, as a result, suffered Ottoman rule for almost 5 centuries. By the late 1980s, the shifting demographic balance led the Albanians to demand that Kosovo be elevated to the status of a Yugoslav republic. The Serbs and the Yugoslav government resisted, afraid that once Kosovo had the right to secede, it would do so and possibly merge with Albania. In March 1981, Albanian protests and riots erupted in support of their demands for republic status. According to Serbs, discrimination, persecution, and violence against Serbs subsequently intensified. In Kosovo, from the late 1970s on, observed a Croatian Protestant, numerous violent incidents took place which included property damage, loss of jobs, harassment, rapes, fights, and killings. As a result, the Serbs claimed that the threat to them was of genocidal proportions and that they could no longer tolerate it. The plight of the Kosovo Serbs resonated elsewhere within Serbia, and in 1986 generated a declaration by 200 leading Serbian intellectuals, political figures, religious leaders, and military officers, including editors of the liberal opposition journal Praxis, demanding that the government take vigorous measures to end the genocide of Serbs in Kosovo. By any reasonable definition of genocide, this charge was greatly exaggerated, although according to one foreign observer sympathetic to the Albanians, during the 1980s, Albanian nationalists were responsible for a number of violent assaults on Serbs and for the destruction of some Serb property. All this aroused Serbian nationalism, and Slobodan Milosevic saw his opportunity. In 1987, he delivered a major speech at Kosovo appealing to Serbs to claim their own land and history. Immediately, a great number of Serbs, communist, non-communist, and even anti-communist, started to gather around him, determined not only to protect the Serbian minority in Kosovo, but to suppress the Albanians and turn them into second-class citizens. Milosevic was soon acknowledged as a national leader. 2 years later, on 28 June 1989, Milosevic returned to Kosovo together with 1 million to 2 million Serbs to mark the 600th anniversary of the Great Battle symbolizing their ongoing war with the Muslims. The Serbian fears and nationalism provoked by the rising numbers and power of the Albanians were further heightened by the demographic changes in Bosnia. In 1961, Serbs constituted 43% and Muslims 26% of the population of Bosnia-Herzegovina. By 1991, the proportions were almost exactly reversed. Serbs had dropped to 31%, and Muslims had risen to 44%. During these 30 years, Croats went from 22% to 17%. Ethnic expansion by one group led to ethnic cleansing by the other. "Why do we kill children?" one Serb fighter asked in 1992, and answered, "Because someday they will grow up, and we will have to kill them then." Less brutally, Bosnian Croatian authorities acted to prevent their localities from being demographically occupied by the Muslims. Shifts in the demographic balances and youth bulges of 20% or more account for many of the intercivilizational conflicts of the late 20th century. They do not, however, explain all of them. The fighting between Serbs and Croats, for instance, cannot be attributed to demography, and for that matter, only partially to history, since these two peoples lived relatively peacefully together until the Croat Ustaš slaughtered Serbs in World War II. Here and elsewhere, politics was also a cause of strife. The collapse of the Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, and Russian empires at the end of World War I stimulated ethnic and civilizational conflicts among successor peoples and states. The end of the British, French, and Dutch empires produced similar results after World War II. The downfall of the communist regimes in the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia did the same at the end of the Cold War. People could no longer identify as communists, Soviet citizens, or Yugoslavs, and desperately needed to find new identities. They found them in the old standbys of ethnicity and religion. The repressive but peaceful order of states committed to the proposition that there is no God was replaced by the violence of peoples committed to different gods. This process was exacerbated by the need for the emerging political entities to adopt the procedures of democracy. As the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia began to come apart, the elites in power did not organize national elections. If they had done so, political leaders would have competed for power at the center and might have attempted to develop multi-ethnic and multi-civilizational appeals to the electorate and to put together similar majority coalitions in parliament. Instead, in both the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, elections were first organized on a republic basis, which created the irresistible incentive for political leaders to campaign against the center, to appeal to ethnic nationalism, and to promote the independence of their republics. Even within Bosnia, the populace voted strictly along ethnic lines in the 1990 elections. The multi-ethnic Reformist Party and the former Communist Party each got less than 10% of the vote. The votes for the Muslim Party of Democratic Action, 34%, the Serbian Democratic Party, 30%, and the Croatian Democratic Union, 18%, roughly approximated the proportions of Muslims, Serbs, and Croats in the population. The first fairly contested elections in almost every former Soviet and former Yugoslav republic were won by political leaders appealing to nationalist sentiments and promising vigorous action to defend their nationality against other ethnic groups. Electoral competition encourages nationalist appeals and thus promotes the intensification of fault-line conflicts into fault-line wars. When, in Bogdan Denich's phrase, ethnos becomes demos. The initial result is a polemos or war. The question remains as to why, as the 20th century ends, Muslims are involved in far more intergroup violence than people of other civilizations. Has this always been the case? In the past, Christians killed fellow Christians and other people in massive numbers. To evaluate the violence propensities of civilizations throughout history would require extensive research, which is impossible here. What can be done, however, is to identify possible causes of current Muslim group violence, both intra-Islam and extra-Islam, and distinguish between those causes which explain a greater propensity toward group conflict throughout history, if that exists, from those which only explain a propensity at the end of the 20th century. 6 possible causes suggest themselves. 3 explain only violence between Muslims and non-Muslims, and 3 explain both that and intra-Islam violence. 3 also explain only the contemporary Muslim propensity to violence, while 3 others explain that and a historical Muslim propensity if it exists. If that historical propensity, however, does not exist, then its presumed causes that cannot explain a non-existent historical propensity also presumably do not explain the demonstrated contemporary Muslim propensity to group violence. The latter, then, can be explained only by 20th century causes that did not exist in previous centuries. First, the argument is made that Islam has from the start been a religion of the sword and that it glorifies military virtues. Islam originated among warring Bedouin nomadic tribes, and this violent origin is stamped in the foundation of Islam. Muhammad himself is remembered as a hard fighter and a skillful military commander. No one would say this about Christ or Buddha. The doctrines of Islam, it is argued, dictate war against unbelievers, and when the initial expansion of Islam tapered off, Muslim groups, quite contrary to doctrine, then fought among themselves. The ratio of fitna, or internal conflicts, to jihad shifted drastically in favor of the former. The Quran and other statements of Muslim beliefs contain few prohibitions on violence, and a concept of nonviolence is absent from Muslim doctrine and practice. Second, from its origins in Arabia, the spread of Islam across northern Africa and much of the Middle East, and later to Central Asia, the subcontinent, and the Balkans, brought Muslims into direct contact with many different peoples, who were conquered and converted, and the legacy of this process remains. In the wake of the Ottoman conquests in the Balkans' urban south, Slavs often converted to Islam while rural peasants did not, and thus was born the distinction between Muslim Bosnians and Orthodox Serbs. Conversely, the expansion of the Russian Empire to the Black Sea, the Caucasus, and Central Asia brought it into continuing conflict for several centuries with a variety of Muslim peoples. The West's sponsorship, at the height of its power vis-à-vis Islam, of a Jewish homeland in the Middle East laid the basis for ongoing Arab-Israeli antagonism. Muslim and non-Muslim expansion by land thus resulted in Muslims and non-Muslims living in close physical proximity throughout Eurasia. In contrast, the expansion of the West by sea did not usually lead to Western peoples living in territorial proximity to non-Western peoples. These were either subjected to rule from Europe or, except in South Africa, were virtually decimated by Western settlers. A third possible source of Muslim-non-Muslim conflict involves what one statesman in reference to his own country termed the indigestibility of Muslims. Indigestibility, however, works both ways. Muslim countries have problems with non-Muslim minorities comparable to those which non-Muslim countries have with Muslim minorities. Even more than Christianity, Islam is an absolutist faith. It merges religion and politics and draws a sharp line between those in the Dar al-Islam and those in the Dar al-Harb. As a result, Confucians, Buddhists, Hindus, Western Christians, and Orthodox Christians have less difficulty adapting to and living with each other than any one of them has in adapting to and living with Muslims. Ethnic Chinese, for instance, are an economically dominant minority in most Southeast Asian countries. They have been successfully assimilated into the societies of Buddhist Thailand and the Catholic Philippines. There are virtually no significant instances of anti-Chinese violence by the majority groups in those countries. In contrast, anti-Chinese riots and/or violence have occurred in Muslim Indonesia and Muslim Malaysia, and the role of the Chinese in those societies remains a sensitive and potentially explosive issue in the way in which it is not in Thailand and the Philippines. Militarism, indigestibility, and proximity to non-Muslim groups are continuing features of Islam and could explain Muslim conflict propensity throughout history, if that is the case. 3 other temporally limited factors could contribute to this propensity in the late 20th century. One explanation advanced by Muslims is that Western imperialism and the subjection of Muslim societies in the 19th and 20th centuries produced an image of Muslim military and economic weakness and hence encourages non-Islamic groups to view Muslims as an attractive target. Muslims are, according to this argument, victims of a widespread anti-Muslim prejudice comparable to the anti-Semitism that historically pervaded Western societies. Muslim groups such as Palestinians, Bosnians, Kashmiris, and Chechens, Akbar Ahmed alleges, are like Red Indians, depressed groups shorn of dignity, trapped on reservations converted from their ancestral lands. The Muslim as victim argument, however, does not explain conflicts between Muslim majorities and non-Muslim minorities in countries such as Sudan, Egypt, Iran, and Indonesia. A more persuasive factor, possibly explaining both intra- and extra-Islamic conflict, is the absence of one or more core states in Islam. Defenders of Islam often allege that its Western critics believe there is a central, conspiratorial directing force in Islam, mobilizing it and coordinating its actions against the West and others. If the critics believe this, they are wrong. Islam is a source of instability in the world because it lacks a dominant center. States aspiring to be leaders of Islam, such as Saudi Arabia, Iran, Pakistan, Turkey, and potentially Indonesia, compete for influence in the Muslim world. No one of them is in a strong position to mediate conflicts within Islam, and no one of them is able to act authoritatively on behalf of Islam in dealing with conflicts between Muslim and non-Muslim groups. Finally, and most important, the demographic explosion in Muslim societies and the availability of large numbers of often unemployed males between the ages of 15 and 30 is a natural source of instability and violence, both within Islam and against non-Muslims. Whatever other causes may be at work, this factor alone would go a long way to explaining Muslim violence in the 1980s and 1990s. The aging of this pig-in-the-python generation by the 3rd decade of the 21st century, and economic development in Muslim societies, if and as that occurs, could consequently lead to a significant reduction in Muslim violence propensities, and hence to a general decline in the frequency and intensity of fault line wars.